Huh? Yeah. Sorry.
Hy dit bestaan het sê hy vat nie as iemand dit aangeskryf as loop nie wat reg is, maar die polling station moet dan ten minste 'n stamp opsit dat mens weer is legit. Kyk nou, ek moet ook keer daar te stem.
Misschien. Wat sê jy?
taking shots at the enemy. I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak. Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, electronic, blow the sonic roof up. I'm too honest when I take a few shots. They're too toxic, need to take a new song. And you cannot save me, 'cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots.
You are not as tough as
I'm back, you know that I never left. I got tracks and some music that you never guessed. I don't slack, don't lose, learn your lesson yet. When I get to choose what I do, I'm like a weapon. I'm not sharp as many, but got heart. I'm ready to change scars to envy, to win large and plenty. I like to play fast, never change back. Calling out, I'll pay back, 'cause I'm great at that. Oh.
And we need to keep to the time. Welcome to the audience here, and welcome to all those online. Welcome to day number 3. This is the brachytherapy session, and we have a number of speakers for you that are going to present some good work in brachy. As you know, this is one of our important parts of radiotherapy treatment. So to kick things off, I will start with Mr. Lutendo Netwadzi. He will be presenting a title called Commissioning the Soft Electronic Brachytherapy System, the Steve Biko Academic Hospital Experience. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. As you have already introduced, my presentation is mainly focusing on the experience of Steve Biko Academic Hospital on commissioning the new equipment called soft electronic brachytherapy. I felt that I must make this disclaimer that the presentation is mainly based on our experience of using the soft, not necessarily for promoting or advertising the product. So what you see there is the picture that is depicting the soft controller, that is, or the electronic brachytherapy that we got at Steve Biko around October 2022. And it's mainly, the presentation is mainly outlining the detailed commissioning experience. And this, of course, is an experience of an ANZET soft electronic brachytherapy that we received at Steve Biko, which is believed to be the first in Africa to be clinically implemented for treatment of gynecological cases. So at Steve Biko, as you know, the soft can also be used, maybe from the literature, it can also be used for treatment of breast cancer or intraoperative, but at Steve Biko this unit was mainly commissioned for treatment of gynecological cases. So the soft controller or electronic brachy system delivers power to the EBX source, and that helps in the facilitation of the control of the source movement from the nest to the programmed dwell positions. So it uses a 50 kV small X-ray tube with diameter of 2.2 millimeters, and the power that this source reaches when it's active, it's about 15 watts. And we also looked at the fact that since it's an X-ray tube, it needs to be cooled. So it is integrated with a water-cooled pump, which is connected to the voltage port. And the source, when it's active, it sort of emits radiation output of 0.6 gray from the source axis at 3 centimeters in water. That's what the literature say. We also explore in the literature, they said it has an average Bremsstrahlung photon energy ranging from 26.7 to 34.5 keV, and then able to attain a maximum of 50 keV in, from 0 centimeter to 4 centimeters in water. So of course, when we received this unit, we asked ourselves several questions as to how are we going to commission this? What materials or what guidelines are we going to look at? The aim, of course, was to commission the unit prior to clinical use. So we then thought, since there's a lack of published materials on commissioning in South Africa, we tried to combine the SASQUAD test that we use for KV or kilovoltage X-ray therapy unit, as well as the brachy, and we also use the American Association of Physicists in Medicine, the task group 43 and 56, when we are sort of looking at the verification of the treatment planning system. So, materials, the Zoft itself, as you're looking there, we have a Zoft component. So these images are sort of explaining the components that are found on Zoft. We have Zoft unit, we have the touch screen on the console, the USB port, which, because after planning or after using your planning system, where you generate the dwell times, you transfer them by using a port, because there's no network connected to it. And we also have the pullback arm, where the pullback arm on D and E, where you have the HV port. That's on the HV port, that's where you are connecting your source, and then it will be positioned on the pullback arm on the nest harbor. We also have the scanner, so sometimes after generating your dwell files, you have to scan the information of the patient to the controller itself. We had 2 versions of pumps that we were using. The first, it came and it didn't really last long. We started sort of experiencing some coolant flow detected error, but they replaced, because this was actually the main idea that Zoft must come with this particular pump, and it's a workhorse. We also have integrated standard imaging, electrometer, as well as the well chamber. The materials, again, is continuing. We also have these 2 sources. Like I've said, we're treating vaginal or let me say gynecological cancer cases. So we have sources that comes in different length, and this, we have 25 centimeter source length as well as 50 centimeter source length, and these sources have the diameter of 5.4 millimeters. We have the physics QA kit, which has the gauge length as well as the dummy wires that can be used for MRI, but unfortunately as Steve Biko we're not using MRI, but you can also use those dummy wires for at CT when you're taking CT images. We have the QA lead shield fixture test. This was mainly used for looking at the positional accuracy of the source, and we have the applicators, as you can see, the ovoid tandem, ovoids and tandem, as well as the SOBO applicators with different dimensions. We have, of course, used the GAV-chromic, as well as this source. This Zoft has the vacuum pump which is used to dry the sauce after use. They recommended that the sauce must be dried for 6 hours. That is something that every after use, we connect the sauce to the pump and try to dry. We also conducted a radiation survey for compliancy purposes, using the survey meter and of course the barometer for temperature and pressure measurement when we're determining the sauce strength. So on the methods, I sort of classify the test that we have conducted. So you look at the error messages. We sort of looked at the error messages and interlocks test. Error messages were classified as recoverable and non-recoverable errors. And those non-recoverable ones were the tests that we even, during ourselves, we didn't even look at them, because during acceptance test as well, those tests were not proven. They were not tested. Reason being, it's one of those tests that if you encounter them as a physicist, you apply a rule of thumb, shut down the system. If you on the system and you're still seeing that the error persists, you must pick a call the engineers. That's why we also encounter that on the pump, until they come and replace the pump that we were having at first. And the recoverable ones are some of the tests that we have tested during. So this soft, it can't operate when the wheels are unlocked. So you must always lock the brakes. And if the source is not in nest, then it will sort of give you that error code, and you must just see if whatever is saying it's actually connected. Like the USB port flash drive was, if you remove, it will sort of tell you connect the USB so that the system can load the plan. We also look at the supporting procedures. These ones are those tests that you sort of looking at other parameters that you need, like a printer. You sort of check whether there are enough paper supply. You also look at the interrupt buttons, if it will work. You also look at your emergency procedures, if they are in place. So we sort of looked at that as well. And the timer test, this was basically, we looked at the timer accuracy test as well as the timer linearity test. And these were sort of adopted from the two SASQA document that I stressed out, the kilovoltage X-ray as well as the Brachy X-ray. So these, we wanted to check if the source is linear as we collect the charge. And we also looked at the source performance test. There were a few tests that we did under the source performance test. One of them was well chamber constancy check. The reason was, since there is the integrated electrometer as well as the well chamber, we wanted to check the functionality of those systems by sort of collecting the current and looking at whether that current is consistent throughout the test. We also looked at the beam stability test, where we were looking at whether the system is constantly running at the required operating potential of 50 kV, and that we sort of conducted this test by pulling out what we call the log file, which contains the calibration data, the dwell times, and also the errors that might have occurred during the treatment, because that dwell time is a post-treatment report. And then we plot the generated voltage versus time, as well as generated current versus time. And the expected current was, we were sort of expecting 300 microamp. The pullback test, this was done to basically check if we can sort of it was done in two ways. First, we used the film to check the source positional, and we also used the pullback travel indicator with a ruler. So we created different dwell positions. We send the nest, which is carrying our source, to different programmed positions. In a way, we were trying to see if the programmed and the, we wanted to see the programmed versus dwell positions if they are falling within. And that source positional was done using a texture fixture. The texture fixture has the place where it has two slabs. There's one slab where you can insert the chamber, and there's also a slab where you can insert the source. The one slab that has where you can insert the source has the radio upper Q markers with lines so that you can be able to confirm the programmed dwell positions. We looked at imaging tests. These imaging tests were done by scanning, of course, the applicators. The imaging tests were done by scanning the applicators, also try to establish the if there's a network between the planning system and the CT. So these are basically the results are outlined as on the list there. So we looked at the timer accuracy linearity. As I've said, we had programmed dwells at programmed dwells times. It's because now I'm running out of time. But we looked at programmed dwells, and then after source strength calibration, we found the calibration ratio, which lead us to finding the adjusted, and we were using a stopwatch in this case to measure, and you can see that we found that the percentage difference between the dwell and the adjusted was actually 0.21%, which was aligning with the Sasquatch test. We also plot the linear regression coefficient, which we found to be equal to 1, which sort of gave us a surety that our results were more stable. We, on the source parameter stability, as you can see, the log files was used, and we could tell that the beam was pulsating just between 49.98 and also 50.03, and on average, it was sort of operating at a correct operating potential. We also look at this output linearity and timer error offset. How we did that, we sort of programmed different, we use one position where we programmed different dwell times, and we were collecting the charge readings. We found that there was a perfectly correlation with a coefficient of 1, and the source output was, of course, giving linearity nature as time increases. And that's basically the graphs that we plotted. We also look at the interfractional, just in between fractions, and we ran 5 trials, and we found that the relative standard deviation was found to be 0.02 nanoampere, which according to the manufacturer, if you find anything less than 1 nanoamp, then you are within the acceptable tolerances. We looked at the calibration consistency. As I've said, we measuring the charge, and you can see, just by looking at the readings, you can see the consistency that was maintained, and we found the standard deviation that it was less than 1, of course. The source strength calibration, how it was done, the planning system basically used the ideal air camera reference rate of 10,000 microgray per minute, and you can see we have the compensated air camera rate, which it's I could say is the ACMA rate from your certificate, calibration certificate. And the calibration ratio that was generated for you to be able to get the adjusted time was found to be 1.1. And this is basically this screen that is showing us, sorry about that. And we found that when we're comparing the ACMA that came on the certificate and ACMA on the day, it was within 1%. And this is the calibration ratio that you use or you multiply with your program dwell times, you get the adjusted time. So you are sort of compensating for the decay of your ACMA rate. So the pullback accuracy test, as you can see, we ended up, something is not, okay, yeah. Because we were using a step, we were using a ruler, so we fixed a position on the distal end of the pullback arm. So we started from 90, each was at a step size of 10 millimeters or 1 centimeters, and it was confirmed that the pullback accuracy was perfect. And the positional accuracy here, we were using a GEF-chromic or radiochromic film. That's what we basically did. It's like when you are checking the source position, you mark the dead end and check by how much. And when looking at the source part, it was within, due to time, okay. Thanks, Chairman, for giving me another 3 minutes to just finish up, to wrap up. So we also have the source gauge length, where you can see the white marker is sort of telling, ideally the source was supposed to be aligning with the white marker there, but we've realized that most of our sources, the 25, the 50, they come with an offset, and that's what we use the gauge length, because the Zoft controller itself requires the length for the source, the length for the applicator. So every time when the source comes, we measure so that we can establish this offset. We also perform the length and volume measurements. This was done by measuring the CAT fan and looking at the theoretical values that were generated by the manufacturer. We were trying to compare, and we saw that our planning system can actually give the accurate measurement of length and volume. And confirmation of TG43, those calculations, we found it to be within 2%. So as you can see there, we have expected values as well as calculated values. So this was actually established by the TRF company, which was more involved on the commissioning of the brachycare planning system. And we have the expected, we sort of look at different points. They look at 16 points, so we tried to replicate the points that they have. We put points and calculated the dose at those different points. And you can see that our planning system was sort of calculating, and the percentage difference was found to be 0% in most of those results. So here we were sort of using individualized as well as looking at the overall sum. If you were to, so in conclusion, I will say the results showed that EBX, of course, adhered to the applicable tolerances as recommended by local and international guidelines, and it was concluded that it's safe for clinical use. Of course, we follow the processes of getting it licensed by SAPRA. They also come. The radiation protection measurements, the radiation survey measurements, I didn't include them here because we housed it in the bunker that was used for iridium 192, which has higher energy than the Zoft. As you have seen, we are looking at 50 keV, whereas the iridium is 0.38 on average mega electron volt. So that's why, but they also recommended that you can treat while standing inside the bunker, but we felt we need to optimize radiation protection by creating the lead shield stand of which we measured behind the lead shield stand, and we found that it was, of course, less than the background radiation. So I have to thank my colleague for their positive contribution towards this presentation, and also the SAPRA 2023 committee for making this Congress a success. And I'm sorry that due to time, this is one of those presentations where I feel it needed more time. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, I think the next presentation, we're not going to take questions. If you have questions about the system and the experience, please, you can see him during the break and so on. So we're going to just move on straight to the next presentation. Please note for the presenters that I do have cards there. 5 minutes, please pace yourself so that I'm not going to remove you from the stage, please. So the next person here is Mr. Talifani Ramachidela. So sorry if I pronounced this wrong. The talk or the title is Quality Assurance Aspects for XOFT Electronic Brachytherapy System.
Thank you.
It's supposed to be loading now. Okay. Can you hold it? Let's close it and open. If it doesn't work, you restart. There you go.
I shall restart. Thank you. Morning. So I'm going to be talking to you about the quality assurance aspects of XOFT electronic brachytherapy. So as already proclaimed by my supervisor that it's fairly new in the continent, so there is little to no knowledge of quality assurance program or aspects that we need to assure and ensure that the system is efficiently capable of treatment and is reliable over time. So we hypothesize that deriving and implementing a quality assurance aspect program for this XOFT electronic brachy will improve the accuracy and reliability of the system, ensuring the safe and efficient use of the system. So the aims was just to verify the quality assurance aspect as outlined by XOFT and aligning ourselves with the SASQUAD limits for KV and HDR. So the objectives were just to perform the quarterly, week, and annually QA and confirm the baseline set by commissioning. So this year I was already taking you through. I shall not waste time on it. So the materials used included the XOFT system itself, the sources, the 50 centimeter and the 25 centimeters, the pullback travel indicator, hub connectors, source length gauge, shielded test fixture, and applicator depth gauge, and a 0.6 cc chamber. So this is how the tests were aligned. We have the daily, quarterly, and the annual tests. So in the daily, we have source strength calibration, which is done for every treatment. You have to do the source strength calibration and account for it. And we have timer linearity, which is having a limit of 2 to 3 seconds. And time accuracy, which is having a limit of 1 to 2%. Pullback travel indicator is having a limit of 1 to 2 millimeters. And beam stability is 1 to 2%. Output stability is 1 to 2% as well. And wall chamber constants is 2 to 3 standard deviation. And annual basis, we use graphchromic film for source positional accuracy with a limit of 1 to 2%. And the applicator depth gauge and source length gauge were limited by 0.5 centimeters. Now, how the tests were conducted, we have the wall chamber constancy check, where I created a dual file which is lasting 400 seconds. So I let the beam run for 60 seconds and start taking 60-second readings of the charge and repeated this 3 times and calculated the standard deviation. Now for the pullback test, I created 8 dual positions with intervals of 1 centimeter, all lasting 10 seconds each, and calculated the difference between the dual positions using the pullback travel indicator ruler, which is accurate to 0.002 millimeters. Now, output stability, we created a dual file with the 0.6cc chamber in the shielded text fixture, placed 1 centimeters under the source. So we let the dual file, it was having 5 positions, and let it run for 10 seconds each on each dual position. So we calculated the positions. We repeated this for five trials and calculated the standard deviation as well of the charges recorded for every dual position. And we took the log file of this output stability and used it to calculate, to have the graph for beam stability of voltage output over time and against time. And time linearity, created a dual file with 1 position, but just different times, with 30, 60, and 90, and 120 seconds, all in 1 position. Now we recorded this. Now the assumption here was that when we extrapolate, we should find that at 0 we are having 0 reading. So we drew a graph of time against charge recorded. Now for timer accuracy, this is why we created a dual file which is having different dual times, but still using 1 dual position. Now here we're just comparing the measured dual times, how long it took on each dual, using a stopwatch against the adjusted, or what we expected. Now for source positional accuracy, we're using a graphchromic film which was placed 1 centimeter above the source with the LED radio opaque marks 1 centimeter apart from each other under this graphchromic film. So here we wanted to check if the source is exactly at the positions that we want. So we calculated using the ruler, we checked the distance from the first position to the last position. We were only having 5 positions, so we expected the difference to be 4 centimeters. Now the applicator depth gauge, we just insert the depth gauge inside the applicator and expect it to be 25 centimeters, as is in the spec sheet. Now the source length gauge, as already explained, that we having to just insert the source inside the length gauge, and check the mark on the source against the mark on the gauge to check if it's actually the nominal length of the source is actually what we're having. Now on results, we have the pullback test, which proved that between every dual, it was still 10 millimeters, which was perfect because that's what we expected. And they were all 770, and there is 0% variation. And the wall chamber constancy, we took all these 3 readings of the charge and calculated standard deviation to be 1.12, and relative standard deviation was 0.023%, which shows that it's very consistent over time. And output stability, we found that with all these repetitions or trials, 5 trials, the relative standard deviation for all these dual positions was only 0.01%. And the output stability, as you can see there, it's showing that the range of the output voltage, it was maintained within 50.05 and 99.95, which shows that it was very, very stable throughout the treatment. And this is the results for timer linearity where we extrapolated. And as you can see, that it's showing that the cutting point is 0.47, which shows that at 0 we're still having charge readings of 0.47 nanocoulombs. Now this shows that we're having a timer linearity error of 0.8 seconds, which is only clinically significant for dwell times that are shorter than 8 seconds. Now for timer accuracy, you can see that we have 2 colors, the calibrated dwell times and the measured times, which are very close to each other. And we only found that the difference between them was 0.017%. And this is the positional accuracy. I hope you can see the dots that were made by the source as it was treating going from one position to the other. And on the last position there, I hope you can see, that was the last position. It showed that it was a bit off by only 2 millimeters from the one that we wanted. So we also used the ruler. So we put the ruler here. It was going to that point, and we only found that it was 4.2 centimeters, where we expected 4 centimeters. And these are the results in the graph in the table that you saw before, where we have the source strength calibration. It was ranging between 0.8 to 1%. And the timer linearity was off by 0.8 seconds. And the timer accuracy was off by only 0.21%. And pullback travel indicator, as you saw, that it was not off at all. It was consistent. Even with the commissioning, it was still consistent. So it's showing that this system is very consistent over time. And the beam stability showed that it was ranging between plus or minus 0.05 kilovoltage. And the output stability was having the relative standard deviation of 0.01%. And the wall chamber constancy, as you saw, it was only 1.23 standard deviation. And the positional accuracy was 0.2 millimeters off. And the applicator depth gauge, all the applicators, the SOBO applicators, only this is used for SOBO applicators. So all the SOBO applicators, they were all 25 centimeters in depth, which was perfect. And the source length gauge, all the sources that we have used so far, they are off by 1 millimeter, which you have to enter in the system and correct for this offset. And in conclusion, that shows that the system is very consistent over time, as the results in this study were aligned with the results from commissioning. And this shows that it's consistent, it meets the criteria as set by the SASQUAD limits. And I would love to appreciate myself and God, and appreciate my colleagues and my supervisors and EXIM for funding me to come and present here. I'll take questions if we have time for questions.
Yes, I will call for the questions. Anyone with a question? Okay. Anyone?
Thank you for this talk. I just wanted to quickly know, are you using this clinically yet?
Yes.
And so have you got any range sort of what your typical dwell times are for each dwell position that you are treating clinically?
They're quite long, like 200 seconds, because it takes some time to treat.
Okay.
Yes.
We're so used to the iridium sources that it's a new thing to get used to, because you said that your accuracy, if it's less than 8 seconds on a dwell position, you will
Yes, it will
you
be
will have
clinically
some
significant.
issues. So I just wanted to know sort of what's the range you're actually treating with. Thanks.
Now the dwell times are quite long, so I don't think that will be much of a problem.
So I just want several times. I think the question you're asking, in terms of if you're treating cervix, for instance, we sort of taking average. We sort of, on average, we're looking at 12 to 15 minutes. But it will also depend on the length of vagina that you.
Maybe it's just a few comments, because I was also waiting to see a clinical result here, but it's not clear to me. I'm not sure I understand what a 25 and a 50 millimeter source length is, number one. The other is, but I mean, this can be answered maybe later. I didn't see any evidence of the isotropy or anisotropy. You said the source was 5.4 millimeter diameter. You said it was 2.2. So this is also not really clear. It looks like you're using a Fletcher applicator. Maybe I'm wrong, but that was sort of the pictures I saw. So I was wondering whether you were going to standardize back to the either to a ring type, and then I would like to just point out one thing to you. There is no calibration standard for electronic brachytherapy, so please be aware of this. I think since you have many years of HDR brachytherapy experience, you need to monitor your patients very clearly long-term, clinically, because like you can forget about Nemisa or whoever giving you a calibration for this. So from that, I just want to put a word of warning out there. There are dosimetry issues with electronic brachytherapy, so just be very careful with that, right? And you're not supposed to be funded by a company to attend a conference. It's against the ethical guidelines of the HPCSA. So please learn that, right?
Yes. I thought you said you got confused with the source. So let me go back to this picture.
Actually,
Okay.
even the I can respond 1 minute. No, I wanted to say the anisotropic, we also did that for some strange reason. I think it was amongst one of the slides that I feel they are too long. I removed because I was trying to time myself and I couldn't even meet up. Yeah. But the clinical evidence, I think you will see on the next presentation. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up is Wilhelmus. The title of his talk is Electronic Brachytherapy Organ at Risk Dose, a non-inferiority comparative study between iridium and 50 kV source models. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for the introduction, speaker. So like the speaker said, I'm VP Struweg, and I'm an intern at Steve Biko Academic Hospital. And today I will be presenting my research on electronic brachytherapy organ at risk dose, which was a non-inferiority comparative study between the original Iridium 192 HDR source model and the 50 kV X-ray source model. So electronic brachytherapy is clearly rising in popularity, with Steve Biko being the first institution in Africa to use the controller clinically. A good example of one of these controllers is the one that we received recently, which is the Zoft Accent electronic brachytherapy system. Like my colleagues have mentioned, this controller uses a 50 kV X-ray source, which is miniaturized in fashion. And one of the things that that I've seen in literature is that studies and both the company also claim that there is lower organ at risk doses. So I think it's vital for us as physicists, as having this product, to ensure that this newer technology is not inferior to the gold standard per se. So I have some images here for you. In the top left, you can see actually the inside of the source that we use when comparing EBX to Iridium. So we're looking at a max difference of energy of 50 keV versus about 1.06 MeV for Iridium, and with an average of about 30 keV on the EBX system, whereas the Iridium is 10 times higher at 380. Obviously, we have different photon types, and then there, as my colleagues have mentioned, we have the internal diameter, which is the diameter of the physical components of the X-ray tube, and then the outside diameter, which is the enclosure, which serves as the coolant sleeve, basically. And then on the right is my source diameters that I used for the Iridium 192 model. So like I said, as we've received this controller, one of the questions that we have is this controller inferior to Iridium 192, which is the gold standard? And then after that, I asked, does the EBX deliver higher, lower, or equal doses to the organs at risk when comparing to the Iridium HDR? So from my research questions, my aim for the study was to prove that EBX is not inferior to Iridium, and I would achieve this in a fashion by proving that the organ at risk dose for EBX is lower than for Iridium, like the manufacturer and previous studies have claimed. So I did this by investigating the maximum dose that covers at least 2 cubic centimeters of the organs at risk. The organs at risk that I considered in this study was the bladder and the rectum. So like I've said, the design of the study itself is a comparative non-inferiority trial. And I took 10 cervical cancer patients that were treated at Steve Biko Academic Hospital using this new controller. I specifically only took patients that were treated with the tandem and ovoids, the tandem being 15 degree and the ovoids being 2.5 centimeter diameter. After these patients were planned with the EBX system, we actually replanned them retrospectively by using a Iridium 192 source model. So this source model, the Iridium source model, had to be imported and commissioned into the BrachyCare TPS for research purposes. I then use the retrospective planning aim to match the D90 like we would use in our routine planning or clinical planning to match the dose received by the EBX to the dose I would prescribe with the iridium. So then I used the calculation from the TPS to retrieve the bladder and rectum D2cc values, and I used a percentage difference between the two to compare the organ at risk doses. So since I only used 10 patients, I used the superior test to test for normality. I also then used a paired t-test with 95% confidence to determine the statistical significance of the average percentage difference. I used these results to conclude whether I would accept or reject my original hypotheses. In this image, you can see on the left is the EBX isodose distribution, a sagittal slice, and on the right you can see the iridium 192. What I found was the electronic brachytherapy was much easier to conform to the PTV, whereas the iridium 192 is bulging much more into the bladder and the rectum when looking at either the lower 60 and 70% isodose lines or the 100 and 110 isodose lines. To further go in depth in terms of how the dose fall-off looks, I used 8 gray. I normalized at 2 centimeters from the axis of the source, and I just wanted to explain why we see the sharper fall-off. And then you can clearly see the orange is the EBX and the iridium is the blue. And beyond the normalization point, you can see there's a sharper fall-off in terms of EBX. And this can explain the lower organ at risk invasion. In terms of actual patients, if you look at the DVH that I have here, my yellow and blue is a bladder comparison for the dose, and then purple and green is for the rectum. You can see in both cases the rectum and the bladder is receiving less dose than for the EBX than for the iridium source. So yeah, and then in terms of the PTV, actually there's a point of up until my point of interest, which is about 9 gray to the D90, where the EBX actually is above the iridium, and then after that point the EBX has a sharper fall off. But I did not actually go into further details in terms of the dose coverage to the PTV in my study. So in terms of the peer results, I found that there's an average percentage difference for the bladder, which was 0.11%. Statistically, it was not significant. And then for the rectum, there was a 5.31% difference in favor of EBX being the lower dose. And this was significant. And you can also see on my chart that I have there, the red and blue is the EBX doses for the D2ccs for the rectum and bladder, and then the yellow and light blue is for iridium. For most cases, you can see the rectum dose is lower, with the bladder being either lower or higher by small margins. To conclude, I used 10 cervical cancer patients that were treated at Steve Biko, and I replanned them with the properly commissioned iridium 192 source model, and I found that there's no difference between the bladder doses for these 10 patients, and I found that there is a 5.31% lower dose for EBX compared to iridium 192 plans. So in essence, I concluded that the EBX delivers the same bladder dose and less rectum doses compared to iridium 192 when only using the D2cc to compare. And to this end, I concluded that EBX is not inferior to iridium 192. I would like to acknowledge my supervisor. I would like to acknowledge TRF, the company that created BrachyCare, that helped me with commissioning the iridium 192 source model. And I would like to thank my sponsor, Icon Oncology.
Okay, thanks for the talk. I've been given some leeway to access, I mean, not to be too strict on the time, so I think we can have a few questions or a bit of a discussion if there is anyone with a question. Perhaps a comment from myself, just to start off. I think in the first slide where you were doing your aim, the line was reading to prove that EBX is not inferior. And I think it should not be that you are proving that it's not inferior. It should be to see whether it's inferior or not, or to check which one is better, instead of from the aim you are trying to prove that it's not. I think it's just a comment. So any question from the audience?
I can maybe make a suggestion. One, it's not percentage dev dose. Percentage dev dose is not used right? But the point at which you should equate is that one single this is more standard Bradley, RCRU, that kind of thing, right? Was there a difference in the maximum dose? Did you look at it?
Yes, I think there is in the PTV region, yes. I've also seen studies that actually went into the, just looking at the toxicity in terms of the PTV, and they found that there is a higher dose, clearly, I mean, you can even see on my DVH, but they found that there's no actual worse toxicity for patients. I think they went and looked 6 months after treatment at the patients for local toxicity.
Yeah, but that's because you're treating the cervix, right? So the cervix is the organ in the body that can take the highest dose. All right, so, but in fact, I mean, what would be interesting is a comparison with iodine. I mean, I would think that probably radial dose function, that kind of thing, is closer to iodine. But if you would need to replot to see the difference. Because remember, radial dose function for iridium is 1.
Yeah.
So this is the big, great advantage of iridium, right? And so what you would need to look at is not only point A, but point B.
So,
do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I'm just making a suggestion. I'm not expecting.
Yeah,
you
no,
to
no.
answer.
It's a new technology, so I think there's still a lot of studies that need to be done. I think I found like only 3 or 4 articles about EBX being used in gynecological cancer. So I think we still have to do.
I think you're going to find many. That's why I'm asking all these questions.
Yeah, I think we can, as in South Africa, we can maybe do more research with this since we have it.
So he solved my question about, he was talking about what diameter now in his slide, so thank you. But I think your issue is curvature, right? With the size of the source. It's not going to go around something. Yes. So
yeah, so you can't use a ring. You can't use a ring. You can only use this Fletcher type applicator.
Fletcher type is the oldest type.
Yeah.
Right? That was used as LDR.
Yeah.
So what your clinicians are going to have to look very carefully what's happening here compared to what you've done before.
Yeah,
not you. This is not your job, right?
Yes, yes. I understand.
The outcome you
yeah,
really need to, because you're probably going to see quite a big difference now.
So yeah, the controller was actually designed and developed for intraoperative use. But I think they saw a gap in the market in terms of centers that don't have iridium bunkers per se. So yeah, they've moved into that market. And since the source is so thick, they really have limited positions where it can be used and limited types of applicators. So I think they just originated back to the simplest method.
But it's used for low energy kilovoltage therapy.
Yeah.
This is where you should get very good results.
Yeah.
I find it very useful. I would at a guess.
Yeah.
Just a quick question then.
Yes.
Could you maybe just comment quickly on your planning approach in terms of, is it standard planning positions, and did you do optimization of the distribution or not?
Yeah, so when we plan with the EBX, we obviously so the doctor prescribes a specific dose, and we normalize that dose to the PTV border. And then obviously, since the PTV is irregular, it's quite difficult to get a nice distribution, because they sometimes draw crazy volumes. So yes, in the initial plan there is optimization, and then we use Embrace to find, obviously try and maximize the dose to the PTV, or they call high-risk CTV, and then to the organs at risk we want to limit the dose to acceptable limits, you know. So what I did then was I copied the plan over so that I have the same organ at risk volumes. I even used as you could see in my photo, I used the same CT, but I just put my iridium source inside of that applicator. And then all I tried to do is to get exactly the same D90 by following the same steps, where I normalize on the PTV border, adjust it until I get the same D90. So I think in terms of PTV coverage, the planning can be improved much better for the study, because I'm only looking at one constraint. I think if I look at more constraints, it would be more scientific.
Thanks to the team at Steve Biko. Now we're going to move over to Dr. Alan Chamberlain, and the title is Improving the Dosimetric Characteristics of the Legacy Amersham SIA 20 Ophthalmic Applicator.
Right, thank you, Sonwabili. About 3 years ago, I was approached to provide physics support for clinical trials of a beta irradiation of minimally invasive glaucoma surgery stents by an American company, Radiance Therapeutics. Now, if you're wondering, that W. Lutz there is Wendell Lutz from Winston Lutz fame, and he's one of the founding members of Radiance Therapeutics. And the most remarkable person he is too. Myself, I've been involved in ophthalmology for quite a while, originally at Pretoria Eye Institute with strontium-90 applicators, and then more recently at the Johannesburg Eye Hospital with the ruthenium plaques. And while I was at Medunza, I supervised a couple of projects, and one of them was looking at creating a new type of applicator. And I'm sorry that Sekgolo is not here. He would have found this quite interesting. So glaucoma is one of the leading causes of blindness, and minimally invasive glaucoma surgery uses a small stent leading from the anterior chamber of the eye to the surface of the sclera between the sclera and the conjunctiva. And this creates a small bubble between the sclera and the conjunctiva called the bleb. And the primary failure of the stent is due to scarring of this bleb. And it's been shown that irradiation of the bleb reduces the scarring and has the potential to increase the life of the stent by up to 3 times. So they were looking at developing a new ophthalmic device, but while this was going on, they wanted to start conducting clinical trials to actually get all of the data in place for the new source, but by using the previous sources. So the strontium sources have been around since the 1960s, mainly used for pterygia, but also for conjunctival melanoma. And in fact, I know a couple of sites that are using them for skin lesions as well. And South Africa is one of the few countries that are still using these old SR90 applicators, but most of them are more than 30 years old, and there aren't any new sources being made. And in fact, you can't even get your sources calibrated these days. And there's a very famous article by Suarez who shows that most of these sources are very asymmetric with poor uniformity. So they're not ideal in this day and age of flat dose distributions and symmetric sources. So the aim of the project was to create a dose distribution modifier for the legacy Amersham SIA 20 that increases the clinical area and improves the dose uniformity. And a subsidiary aim was to develop an accurate calibration procedure for the ophthalmic sources, because as I say, we can't get them calibrated. So when I came on the scene, Wendell Lutz had already done a lot of work, particularly in cross-calibrating the radiance source 0958, and also what he termed wedding cake experiments, where he took a series of titanium foils of different thicknesses and punched out discs of different sizes. And he exposed these various configurations of discs to see, along with the Amersham source, to see which gave the most even dose distribution. And he eventually settled for configuration number 3 that had a central cone of 3 millimeters of titanium going down to about 5 millimeters of titanium. This led to the design of the first, or what they call the revision X2 cap. I don't know what happened to revision X1. It never saw light. Where we had a central pillar of 3 millimeters tapering down to a base of, it was increased to 6 millimeters. And you can see a drawing of the cap there. And here is a very poor quality, picture of a special cutaway version of the cap with the SIA-20 applicator inside. I'm not going to say an awful lot about the X2 cap study, because as I say, I came halfway through it. It was performed with 3 sources, one at Moorfields in London, one at the Optimed Clinic in Pretoria, South Africa, and one at Radiance headquarters in Tucson in the USA. The results showed that there were significant horns from the dose distribution with the cap. The blue line is the naked source, and the yellow line is the dose distribution with the cap there. The Moorfield source was nice and symmetric, but the horns just pushed it over the edge of the uniformity tolerance that we were prepared to accept. The Tucson source was very asymmetric, and that caused this sharp peak on the left side of the source there, as was the South African source. And this asymmetry is a cause of concern, as we'll see later. So it was back to the drawing board, and in an attempt to try and get some physics behind establishing the model, I created a simple line profile model using exponential attenuation, and was based only on the source distribution. It didn't include scattering. It assumed that the radiation traveled perpendicularly to the plane of the source and didn't include any hardening effects in the titanium. But it still gave fairly good results after tweaking the half value of titanium a bit. And so the red line here is the model, and it's matched against the yellow line, which is the actual physical results from the cap. So I validated it against the X2 cap results, and there is the Tucson cap results with the South African cap results. And we can see that we are seeing some symmetry effects, but not to the degree that we actually measured. This model allowed us to play around with various cap dimensions. This is the original cap dimensions. We then modified it to try and get the profile as flat as possible, and we landed up with a model predicting something looking like this. So with the horns still slightly present, but very much reduced. And there's the Tucson source and the South African source. So still predicting that we will see some asymmetry. On the basis of this, and also on characterization work that Wendell Lutz did, we then decided to extend the cone of the X2 cap out by 1 millimeter, and this is one of his original drawings. And then that cap was the X3 cap, and it was subsequently manufactured and copies sent to me here in South Africa. We then embarked on a study to characterize this cap. We had 30 films divided into 2 groups. Group A was at Tucson in the USA, Group B was in South Africa. Unfortunately, Moorfields fell away because there was issues with the use of their source because they couldn't get it calibrated. Each group had 3 sets of film. Set 1 was the naked source, set 2 was the source with the cap, and set 3 was the source with the cap but rotated 360 degrees during the exposure. Likewise, for Group B, we had 3 sets. Each set had 4 films, and each film had 4 exposures and represented 1 dose level. Likewise for set 2 and set 3 and for Group B. Group B was sent to me in South Africa, and Tucson then exposed the first quadrant of Group A, and I exposed the first quadrant of Group B simultaneously. We coordinated our time, so they irradiated their morning, I irradiated my afternoon. And then the groups were swapped. Group A came to me in South Africa, and Group B went back to Tucson, where they exposed the second quadrant, and I exposed the second and the third quadrant of Group A. Again, the groups of films were swapped around, and I then exposed the third quadrant of Group B, and they exposed the last quadrant of Group A, after which Group B was then sent back, and they exposed the last quadrant of Group B. Now, this took about 6 months with all the toing and froing, and we did it this way to try and eliminate any biases introduced in terms of the time after irradiation to scanning, any effects of travel, any effects caused by heat, temperature, humidity, etc. So every unknown exposure from South Africa was bracketed by known exposures made in Tucson in the USA. So at the end of the study, we landed up with 6 sets of films looking roughly like this. And this is from set 1 with the naked source. So running profiles through Group A, we landed up with this very nice looking profile. Actually, I have to confess, this is fudged a bit. It did not look like this. It looked like this horrible profile over here. So very asymmetric. But as I pointed out, we already were worried that we were going to see some considerable asymmetry, and that is why we introduced the set 3 where the cap was rotated, and that is what that red profile is. So rotating the cap smears out the asymmetries and gives us then a nice flat profile. It is doable in clinical practice. We rotated the cap through 4 different angles, 90 degrees each angle. It just takes a bit of practice. Here is a 2D representation. Upper top left is the naked source. Top right is the source with the cap only, and you can see there is considerable asymmetry there. And the bottom is the source with the cap rotated. And there we have a nice, very symmetric, very even source distribution. And calculating the average uniformity and symmetry results from moving from set 1 to set 3, the average uniformity dropped from 24% in set 1 down to just over 12% in set 3. The symmetry dropped from about 20% in set 1 down to 12% in set 3. and the field size as given by the full width half maximum increased by almost a millimeter from 0.77 centimeters to 0.92 centimeters. And in fact, the actual clinically usable area at the 90% isodose increased by almost 2 millimeters. So we were very happy with these results. We also managed to establish a calibration procedure for the ophthalmic sources, but for it to be valid, we need access to a secondary source because the chain to a calibrated source was a bit long. So in conclusion, the titanium cap can significantly improve the dose distribution of the legacy Amersham ophthalmic applicators. However, we were just busy analyzing the results of the study when COVID struck and all clinical trials were put on hold indefinitely, and the decision was taken to rather concentrate on developing the new ophthalmic source, and this project was then put on ice, and we didn't pursue it any further. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank Wendell Lutz and Larry Marsteller and the rest of the Radiance team for their assistance and allowing me to use some of their work in this presentation. Thank you. Everybody baffled.
Thanks, Dr. Alan Chamberlain, for that interesting presentation. We are going to move on to Mr. Dupreez on the topic self-configuring NN unit for automatic delineation of the organs at risk and target in high dose rate cervical brachytherapy. Welcome. Do you have your slide? All right.
Thank you, Chair. So my presentation today is a continuation actually of my work I did last year. It's formed part of my MSc, and it's focusing on a self-configuring segmentation pipeline known as NN unit. I actually have quite a lot to get through, so I'm going to have to push through the beginning of my talk as quick as possible. We all know HDR brachytherapy remains an irreplaceable curative technique for cervical brachytherapy, with several studies showing an increase in survival rates and a reduction in recurrence rates when brachytherapy is used. And the gold standard is image-guided high-dose rate brachytherapy, ideally using MRI, but we have to settle with CT. Image-guided brachytherapy allows us the ability to actually contour out our organs of risk and target and plan and deliver highly accurate patient-specific brachytherapy treatments. Unfortunately, you have to have accurate delineation of the organs of risk, such as the bladder and rectum, and the target, or the high-risk CTV. And this plays a significant role in the quality of the treatment. Unfortunately, there are a few cons. Image-guided brachytherapy is extremely labor-intensive, it's time-consuming, it contains many manual steps, and requires a range of input from professionals from ROs, MPs, RTs, and nurses. Several studies have also shown that there's massive variation due to intra-observed variability in terms of contouring, with some studies showing variabilities up to 11%. On top of this, low and middle income countries, such as those in Africa, face several other challenges, We have equipment maintenance issues, we have high workloads and huge deficits in experienced ROs, MPs, and RTs. A study done in the Lancet Oncology Journal showed that shortages in professionals is a crucial barrier hindering the access to care in sub-Saharan Africa, with an estimated 211% increase required to provide adequate care. So therefore, there's been growing demand internationally to automate as much of the radiotherapy treatment planning workflow as possible, with studies looking at clinical workflows, quality assurance, chart reviews, treatment planning, and of course, delineation. So previously, last year, or the last conference, I spoke about the TBH workflow in brachytherapy, which has actually had some changes over the year. We usually have the S-tube inserted in theater. We have a low-dose CT scan to check that the S-tube is actually correctly placed. We then place the applicator and acquire the planning CT. Then, unfortunately, due to limited staffing and time, our oncologist spend the rest of the day contouring, or the registrars do it, and then oncologist approves it. We then do the plan, oncologist approves the plan, and the patient is treated the next day. So therefore, we thought that if we could automate the contouring step, it would give the oncologist a great starting point. They would just have to check it, and we could treat the patients on the same day and image every fraction. So when I started, I designed a slice-by-slice 2D model that would segment the organs of risk and the target slice by slice. I unfortunately started with three models, one for each organ of risk and target. And I also introduced everyone to the performance metrics of how you evaluate these segmentation models. For one is the dissimilarity coefficient, which looks at the geometric overlap between the two contours. The other ones look at boundary similarity of the points surrounding the contour, such as the Hausdorff distance, the 95th percentile Hausdorff distance, and the mean surface distance. The final thing is the precision score, which looks at, from the predictions, which are more true positives rather than false positives. This is what the model looked like. It started with a 256 by 256 window, which I had cropped out in the central portion of the CT. And then the first section on the left, where the blue, that's what we call the encoder, or the downsampling section. And then the green is the decoder, or upsampling section. And this goes through a number of convolutional layers and max pooling layers. So I looked at improving the model by creating a single multi-class model that would contour everything in one go. And I looked at different backbones for the encoder section. You have a lot more complex models such as the VGGs, Inception, and ResNet, which might provide better performance. My goal was eventually to provide a full 3D unit that could contour the entire CT in one go. But there was a problem. I ran immediately into computational power. My little desktop computer at work was not going to handle it and kept crashing every time I wanted to do anything. So I had to look for an alternative. So I went with a cloud-based system known as Google Colab, which gave me up to 12 gigabytes of RAM and limited access to a GPU. So I first replaced convolutional blocks with the residual convolution blocks called a res unit, and I looked at these different backbones. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I have a lot to get through. Residual ones look at dealing with what's known as the vanishing gradient problem. Please have a look at this article if you would like to know any more information about it. VG 16 and 19 looked at reducing the number of parameters from a well-known architecture known as AlexNet. Also, if you would like more information, please have a look. Inception looked at the problem of kernel or filter size, as larger kernels are very good at picking up global features in an image, while smaller ones are good at detecting small area-specific. So what it does, it actually trains with two different types of kernel sizes. But if you would like more, please have a look at the article. This is why I needed more computational power. From the initial 7.7 million parameters that needed to be trained, it went up to about 32 million. These were the results of, I'm not going to hang on to this because I need to get to the meat of the talk, but surprisingly, the res unit, which only had 8 million parameters, actually compared quite well to the more complex backbones. So these actually got a clinician to score a few of them, and the results weren't too bad, with no major one major edit in the CTV and the bladder. But I wasn't happy. The 2D models provided adequate segmentations, but there were still large discrepancies and inconsistencies in the rectum contours, especially for the rectum, between the rectum and sigmoid. It couldn't really discern between the two. There were also large discrepancies in the bladder contours, depending on the bladder filling, and also with the uterus sometimes overlapping onto the bladder made it very hard. And also large inconsistencies in the high-risk CTV. So this was a loss of spatial information due to the 2D model. So I had some realizations. I need to develop this full 3D unit. Unfortunately, computational power once again was an issue, so I decided to spend the money and go for Colab Pro Plus, which gave me faster GPU, 52 gigabytes of RAM, and 24-hour runtime. Problem is, I'll have to redo all my pre-processing. Maybe the loss functions I used before needed to be adapted, and hyperparameters will need to be retuned. On top of this, I realized that the time and expertise required to develop or implement all these models, it's expertise that many low and middle income countries may not have in their departments. So is there a solution? I mean, I must just talk about my experience. I started out, I was super excited about this project. I thought it was going to be great, but I very quickly realized I do not know anything about this. So I started doing some research, I did some online courses, and then I started coding away, trying to get things to work. I would like to say it was a smooth process, but there was some emotions involved, some tears, but once it got working, I was very happy. So I wanted to know, can you go from this to this without experiencing this? And what I realized is that it is tough to design a robust network. It's cumbersome and you need a certain level of expertise, and especially with 3D medical imaging, where the image size, modalities, and voxel sizes and class and balance vary substantially. So it results in a very poor transfer from one configuration of one dataset to another using one configuration. But a group in Germany, led by Fabian Essensi, developed a self-configuring method for deep learning-based image segmentation, specific to biomedical imaging. It's a completely automated pipeline, and the best part of it, you need minimal programming knowledge to actually implement. It actually also managed to outperform a number of task-specific models in several international segmentation competitions on 23 different data sets. So it's well proven to work, but it has not yet been applied to brachytherapy. So this is an overview. I'm not sure if it's very clear, but this is an overview of its different sections. The first part, these are some fixed parameters, such as your learning rate and your optimizer. These are all fixed, you cannot change them. It uses stochastic gradient descent for its optimizer and has a decaying learning rate. The next step it looks at your data fingerprint, such as the modality you're using, the intensity distribution, and the spacing of your distribution. It then has what's called rule-based parameters, and these look at the network topology. Based on your data fingerprint, it will determine what is the target spacing it needs to use, what patch size it can use, and what batch size. And then the last thing it does, it actually does some post-processing for you and actually can determine what the best configuration will be for your task. This is just another overview of the process. I'm just going to move on quickly. So it allows you to actually train 3 different configurations. A 2D unit, similar to what I've shown you earlier, a 3D full resolution unit, trained patchwise on the full resolution of your CT scan, and then a 3D cascade unit where it first trains on a downsampled low resolution of your image and then refines the model on the full resolution. It allows you to train all these configurations using 5-fold cross-validation, and then also empirically determines the best performing configuration or ensemble. So it will look at, it can even apply a combination of these models to give you the best segmentation. So how do you run it? It's very straightforward. First, you install it like any Python package. You create some environment variables. You then make sure that your data set is in the correct format. You then run the pre-processing step, and then the training step. So the training varies depending on how long it takes, depending on your computational power. And then for prediction, it is also just one line to get a prediction out of the model. That's just an example of one I ran. And if you want to determine the best configuration, it's also a simple one line of code. So it's very easy. This is maybe 6 lines of code, and you have a fully trained segmentation model. So what were my aims? My aim was to implement this for the delineation of the organs of risk and high-risk CTV in cervical brachytherapy. I also want to assess the clinical acceptability of the generated contours by having 3 independent clinicians assess the contours. And lastly, I wanted to look at the time saving that automated contouring system might have on our workflow at Tygerberg. So the data set included 100 locally advanced cervical cancer patients. They were all treated with external beam radiotherapy followed by high-dose rate brachytherapy. The patients were scanned on our Philips Big Bore CT with 512 by 512 matrix. And some were 2 mm, or some had 3 mm slice thicknesses. That's also a tough thing to deal with when you have to now find a good in-between in terms of patch size and network topology, something that in-unit handles for you, which is great. So all the organs of risk and high-risk CTVs used to train the model were contoured and approved by clinical oncologists. Of course, the data was completely anonymized, and the CT pixel data was extracted, and 3D multi-class segmentation masks of the organs of risk and CTVs were saved in nifty file format. That is a requirement by in-unit. We then split up the patients, 64 used for training, 16 for validation, and then I saved 20 for testing the models at the end. So determining the best model, like I said, in-unit can do it for you, but it will look at a combination of the models. And these ensembles can have very high prediction times, up to 15 minutes, which obviously is not practical when you want to implement it in your workflow. So I decided to look for this best single-fold configuration using the performance metrics that I discussed earlier, as well as visual inspection of the predicted contours. So I also looked at the dosimetric evaluation. So I looked at how the DVH stats compared with the original manual contours and the predicted contours. All patients were planned according to the ABS and GC estro guidelines, looking at the EQD2 with the D90 for the CTV greater than 80 gray, and the D2 for the bladder and rectum being 90 and 75 gray, respectively. So like I said, I overlaid the dose distribution on each one to compare the DVH statistics. I also looked at the volume statistics of the generated contours. The clinician assessments, so the clinician scored the bladder, rectum, and CTV on a scale of 1 to 4, with 1 being reject completely, 2 requiring major revisions, 3 required minor revisions before being clinically acceptable, and 4 indicating clinically acceptable as is. Also, the contours scoring a 4 also included ones where the clinicians would have preferred some adjustments but were not necessary for being clinically acceptable. Any contours scoring a 3 or lower, the clinicians had to indicate the time required to adjust the contours to the level of clinical acceptability. These times, along with the model prediction times, were compared to the manually contoured times to get an estimate of how much time can be saved. So this is, there's a lot going on here. This is all 5 folds for each of the different configurations. Strangely enough, fold 4 was the best performing one for each one. I then compared the best fold of each configuration, and I saw that the performance metrics between the 3D full res and the cascade were extremely close. There was very little to separate the two. So I decided I'm going to go look at them visually and see if I can't find any discrepancies. And I noticed that the 3D full res did slightly better on the larger bladder volumes, so I continued with that one. Overall, the organs of risk and high-risk CTVs, the 3D full res and cascade had a DICE of 0.85, and the Hausdorff distances and mean surface distance are shown. So like I said, there's no statistical differences between the 3D full res and the 3D cascade. This is a summary of the performance metrics for the 3D full res. The performance was quite good. Obviously, there's large variation in the high-risk CTV, which was expected because there's no clear defining edges with your CTV like you have with your organs at risk, with a few outliers there on the plots. This is a comparison, I'm not sure how clear it is, between the ground truth and the predicted contours. They match quite well. This is just a summary of the performance metrics for the 3D full-res, with the bladder having a dice score up to 0.92 and a mean surface distance of 0.84 millimeters. The rectum, dice score of 0.84 and a mean surface distance of 1.36 millimeters. The CTV obviously slightly worse with 0.81 dice score and 2.2 millimeter mean surface distance. I then compared the results to other studies having done similar things, but with more task-specific models. They designed these intricate models specific to the task of contouring these brachy patients. And it managed to outperform 2 of the studies with respect to bladder and rectum contouring, only beaten by 1 of the studies. But this study had a much larger data set. It had very strict bladder and rectum filling protocols. That was a limitation of the study, unfortunately. But overall, it performed very well. This is a look at the dosimetric comparison between the DVH stats, the D2 and the D90 of the ground truth versus the predicted volumes. We see a few outliers, but they compared quite well. Same again with the volumes. Here's just a summary of the dosimetric evaluation. We have the mean D2 and volumes for the manual contours and the mean D2 and volumes for the predicted, as well as the mean change between the 2. So we see that they're actually very close between the 2, the manual and the predicted, with the largest mean change being for the high-risk CTV, with a 0.33 gray difference in the D2. The D90. The largest dose difference for the single patient was found to be for a rectum patient with a difference of minus 4.5 gray. Coincidentally, this matched up with the worst dice score, patient score, and worst Hausdorff distance. So this is a great indication that the performance metrics actually do give us some indication of the quality of the contours. It also outperformed some of the studies in terms of the dosimetric evaluation. For example, the Mohammed et al. Study, they had a D2 and volume of minus 0.5 gray and 34 centimeter cubes for the bladder, while this study got 0.08 gray and 1.3 centimeter cube difference. And also, our model performed better in terms of the rectum dose evaluation. We then look at the clinical acceptability. So all 3 clinicians assessed the bladder contour, the rectum contour, and the CTV contour independently. And strangely enough, there was no trend. There was no 2 oncologists that scored the organs of risk or the CT the same. So the decision was we're going to average out the clinician scores, and that's what I'm going to present here. It was found that with the bladder, there was a 95% acceptance rate for clinical acceptability of the contours. Rectum, about 55% were clinically acceptable, high-risk CTV, 45%. The rest of them were all minor edits, which took probably about less than 2 minutes to edit, and there was only one patient that required major revisions, and that was for the rectum. So the minor revisions for the rectum was at the superior border, where the model once again struggled to distinguish between the rectum and the sigmoid. Minor revisions for the CTV was either superior or inferior borders, where the model struggled to find where the CTV started, and it often contoured too much of the ring. And superior, there was just some incomplete contours. So overall, the organs of risk and high-risk CTVs combined, 65% of the predicted contours were suitable for clinical use, while 33% required minor adjustments and 2% required major revisions. This is just an example of, which I realize now is probably not very clear, is of a major revision. The purple is the predicted contour. I'm not sure if you can see it, unfortunately, but it's contoured in a section of the sigmoid. If we look at the contouring times, manual contouring times were roughly 40 minutes, but these vary depending on the oncologist or registrar that was doing it, and did not include, if it was the registrars that did not include the time it took the oncologist to actually correct the registrar's contours. The prediction times were around 1.6 minutes, and editing times were around 2 minutes. So it was clear that there could be some valuable time saving when applying the auto-contouring system, and hopefully be able to really provide a more efficient workflow and have adaptive treatments every fraction. So there were obviously limitations. Small data size, no consistent bladder or rectum preparation, no contrast agent. Once again, intra-observer variations during manual contouring, inter- and observer variations between 3 clinician scoring, and prediction times can vary substantially depending on the computational power that you have. So, what can I say? Developing and training a robust segmentation system is a complex process, right? Any unit can be implemented with minimal programming knowledge, producing task-specific segmentation models. Our best performing model provided accurate, robust, and clinically acceptable contours with no significant dose differences. The addition of an auto-contouring system has the potential to significantly reduce the required contouring time, thereby improving the efficiency of the planning workflow. So we actually developed a little program that would be used, that we would send our CTs through to contour out the organs of risk and then send it to our on-central system. Firstly, we just made it as simple as possible. The first one just sorts the CTs into the folders based on the patient IDs. The next one reads in the CTs, runs a segmentation model, and writes everything to the structure file. And then just a status bar so you know at what stage the program is running at. And obviously closes the program. So this is just an example of the program running. Hope it works. So you find a patient. The folder does look empty, but the DICOM files are in there. And now it's contouring. So it takes about 30 seconds or so, and then it will get there. And there it's done. So then we look at the result of the segmentation. It provides very nice contours. Obviously I picked a good one for this. So if you would like more information about it, the work just got published in the JSCMP, so if you would like to know more, please have a read. Everything is summarized in the article. For future work, obviously, we would like to improve the limitations of the study, and we would like to retrain all the configurations on a much larger data set. Hopefully, multi-institutional would be great. We would like to incorporate the model, obviously, into our department's workflow, and the goal is to also automate the plan step. So the dream, a fully automated brachytherapy workflow, not to replace everyone's job, but just to make it easier. Don't forget to still check contours and to check the plan. But that would be the dream, to be honest. This is some of the GitHub repositories I used, and I just want to acknowledge my supervisor, Chris, and obviously the staff in TBH brachytherapy units and my colleagues in the medical physics division. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What amazing work. How long did it take for you to get, especially to learn how to code and so on? So the whole learning curve?
So before I started this project, I had done a few online courses, machine learning, to try to get some background. But overall, probably 2 years from learning a bit about machine learning to finding the project and putting in the work, yeah.
Just say a few things about the training. You did touch on it. How many data sets did you need? Were they all from your institution and so on?
Yes, so they were all from Tygerberg, unfortunately. Like I said, I would like to have a much larger data set because the more data you have, generally the better your models become, but also it's dependent on the quality of your data set. If you have poor contours, you're going to get poor contours out. So it's really important to make sure that you have verified contours by oncologists and your data set is perfect.
Right, any questions? I'll allow one question.
Thank you. Great presentation. It's very intense. I think we all know about artificial intelligence, deep learning, all of those things. But we really don't know what goes into actually doing it, how the sausage is made, to use the phrase. So I'm trying to not miss the wood for the trees here. the aim is to do auto contouring.
Yeah.
Okay. There are commercial.
Yes, I knew this question was going to come up.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, okay, so yeah, I'm not going to ask a technical question because I can't ask in this level. So I've seen some commercial softwares. Yours is pretty quick, so that's great. So my question is, why would you, or why did you investigate this method of deep learning, neural networks and so forth, rather than what other commercial vendors are using?
So it's great. There's a lot of commercial software out there. I know there's Limbus and stuff like that. They're great. They're perfect for external beam patients. But they do all the organs of rest that you need. But the problem is the moment you put something different into there, it won't work. If you throw contrast, the predictions will be horrible. I'm not sure. I have no experience with the commercial software, but I do know that when you train models like this, especially segmentation models, if you put now an applicator in there and you say, now please contour out my bladder and rectum, it's going to get lost. Having that different density in there, it's going to throw off the model completely. And a lot of the commercial stuff doesn't do targets, obviously, because that's very dependent on the oncologist working. So if you have your oncologist CTVs, and you train it using that, you can actually get quite good results from it, and you can get your organs of rest and your target. So yeah, the commercial software is mostly around external beam and not for these different techniques like brachytherapy.
Thanks.
Sure.
One quick question. What are the areas where AI fails, where you have anomalous anatomy, say like bladder is missing or rectum is missing?
Yeah, definitely. If that's not in your training data, your model's going to screw up a little bit.
Thanks.
Sure, thank you.
All right, thanks. So let's move on. We have a trade presentation from Prime Equipment. You can come over to the stage.
Is it on the scene?
Yeah, just drop it here. We will deal with it.
Okay. Okay. Look all right? Okay, we're okay to begin. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah? All right. Well, I'm Nathan Corradini. Want to thank Accuray for having invited me here. Thank everybody at the SAAPMB for also allowing me to speak today. Oh, yeah, okay. Is that better? Everybody can hear me? All right. So I've been invited to give a talk to you guys about the RadExec platform, which I've labeled here the 3.0 platform. The 3.0 is kind of an internal use. It's not really, that's not what it's called, but inside Accuray itself, and then with a lot of us, the first users, let's say with some of the various upgrades and the newest technologies, this is just a way of distinguishing it from some of these later technologies that are added onto it. So let's get started. Disclosure, I am being given an honorarium to come give the talk from Accuray. Likewise, though, my views that I'm expressing are not Accuray's. In fact, people who know me know that I'm quite outspoken and often in contradiction with Accuray. But yeah, we'll go forward. So today's talk, I'm going to give you guys some quick introductions to myself, to my clinic, to a little bit about the system itself. We're going to go and then talk some shop, as we say, looking at platform basics. In constructing this, I have a good amount of time to give this talk, and so, which was really nice. I can dive into things more than usual. And at the same time, I didn't know how to do a general, I'm doing my best here of giving you guys a general overview for people who don't know tomotherapy, Radixact platform. And at the same time, there's been so much new technology really in the last 2 years. It's really, Accuray's done a good job of putting in these projects and finishing these projects and making them products. And so there's a lot of new stuff, so I didn't want to just do basics. So I dove in some of our data that we're in the midst of publishing and wanted to show you guys some of the newest and latest and greatest. So hopefully I've done a good job. But we'll be looking at the planning. We're going to look at a lot of adaptive. This is something that obviously right now is very big, and I think it's important that people see on this platform. And then lastly, what I thought I wanted to give you guys were some of these QA topics, as I'm going to call them, but it's some of the more advanced, I'll say, uses that are you're being able to do now with the detectors on the system itself. Okay? I'm American, as you can see, and so I have an accent and I speak fast. If there's something that I fumbled on, that I spoke too fast, please afterwards feel free to ask, and I'll try to repeat. So this is just a timeline I threw together of the technology. On the left side, you can see that's actually just a little schematic that I took out from, I want to say that's the application that Rock Mackie had submitted for its actual patent in 1992. But it essentially is in the early 90s were the beginnings of the foundations of the technology itself, tomotherapy. They came to fruition then at the University of Wisconsin, who initially treated one of the first patients there you can see being treated in around 2002. And actually in the prior years, right there, we were actually treating dogs at the university. And so there was, for a couple of years, you could bring your dog and have your dog treated for free, but this was, you know, the beginning. And then you can see in the bottom, you can see the high R2 was the first, or I guess second platform other than the first couple that came off. Then you had the HD series around 2010 that came out. Tomo Direct. I put some of these are just the biggest, in my opinion, for myself as personally, that made major changes to the platform. You had the Direct, which was nothing other than fixed, a sort of fixed IMRT. Then you had Tomo Edge, which was the ability to modulate the closure of these dynamic jaws, superior and inferior to the treatment, as we'll see. Volo, which was this voxelless optimization, and now really where we're going to be talking about in this, where I'm going to be focusing on, is when you can, synchrony is being cut off, but you have the ability then to track, tumor track in real time. You have the KVCT now, which is placed onto the newest platform. And now you have an even further evolution of this GPU-based voxelless optimizer, which is actually based on a new algorithm itself, a whole new cost-benefit function. And so also something interesting to see is that this is, 30 years it's already been around, 20 years clinically. Just to give an idea of me and all this, I was at the University of Wisconsin during its development. I'm originally in a nuclear engineering background, and my undergraduate thesis was done with Rock Mackie and actually looking at trying to get a dual energy out of the LINAC and trying to get a lower energy image to provide better soft tissue contrast. And so that's when then I went into medical physics. After graduating, I was asked to go into the company. I worked for the company for about 12 months, realized it was not for me. I didn't like working in the corporate culture, decided to go clinically. Worked in New York City for 3 years, and then fortuitously, or as I guess the fate had it, I moved out to Switzerland, where I'm based right now. And somehow I found myself back with this technology, which I never thought I would be working with again. But for the vast majority of the last 20 years, I've somehow become a tomotherapy continuous user. Our hospital is a small private clinic in Switzerland. To understand that, it really doesn't, there's no difference. It's the national system, actually, difference between private and public is there's no difference actually for reimbursement and for what you're given. But our radiotherapy center was added at the end of 2009. Our first patient was actually treated in the early January of 2010. And the way it was designed was with two bunkers, as you can see in the idea was that they would be twin, so we would have two machines, but as fate would have it also, though, and politics are involved as they are in our local area, we weren't allowed to put in a second machine. And so we've always been a single unit center. And then recently, when we replaced in 2021, we hoped again to be able to have a second system, 2 rad exacts, but we weren't able to again politically. And so we actually have been a continuous for 13 years, just single linac center with a single tomotherapy, or in this case now a rad exact. We don't have a large patient load. Our patient load is about 30 patients per day, 30-some patients a day. You can see 30 treatments. You can see roughly about 300 patients a year. We see about everything, though. We're a small clinic. We don't have pediatric cases. Our gynecological cases are low because those go to another institute just because of how it's structured in the canton that we're in. But we treat roughly about 75% of our cases are the helical treatment, as we'll get into. About a fourth of them then are your static treatments. I wanted to throw this reimbursement here because it's important, I guess, in how we've been able to develop over the last 13 years. Is the Swiss reimbursement is similar to the United States. It's a la carte. And so it's very hard actually and it's been hard to push into the more modern, pushing fields of stereotactic. But we initially were mostly standard fractionation. There's quite a lot of moderate hypofractionation going on in our clinic now over the years. Most of our breasts are hypofractionated. Prostates we're beginning to hypofractionate. Palliative is single or a couple fractions. But it's still a push against it, obviously. Unfortunately, reimbursement is a driving force. We have a radiosurgery protocol for the intracranial and then also for lung, and then we've done various illegal metastasis stereotactics. Actually, as I'm here, we're preparing for our first synchrony patients, so our first lung patient will be treated in about 10 days, and then we have a second one coming right after that, so we're pushing into the real-time movement. I won't be talking a lot about synchrony. If anybody has questions regarding synchrony, feel free to talk to me afterwards, and I can definitely lead you towards, but I don't have significant experience with it in the clinic, so I didn't think it was something to talk about. There's our machine naked on the left, our rad exact, and this was during, I think I took these pictures at the beginning of 2022 when we were actually then putting on the KV CT imager. And I just wanted to show this is again from one of the original publications. And if you look at the schematic, I mean really, I don't know if you can read these, but essentially there's not many differences actually. Yes, there are differences, but what was foreseen 30 years ago is coming to fruition now. But essentially in the tomotherapy, with a slight difference then from standard Linacs, the treatment couch continuously moves into the bore, the treatment bore. And so the helical delivery, as the machine rotates, it produces this helical form. Otherwise, what you have is the treatment couch going in, and then you have the static treatment. So they're not really an IMRT, but they're more of a topographic treatment. If you can look in there, I just highlighted, you can see we have something what are called the jaws, which are the secondary collimators actually that really form this fan beam. You have the Linac on one side. It's a fixed 6 MV Linac on the system. It has a 1,000 MU per minute dose rate. The SAD is 85, so again, slightly different from a standard machine. The treatment field, the maximum is 40 centimeters, which is the distance you can see that goes along the width of the MLC. It has a 64-leaf binary MLC, so binary meaning there is no fixed position. It really is open or closed. The modulation comes from the time that it's open or closed. The field width, you can see 6 millimeters, and then I just show you there's kind of a little graph there. I don't know if you can see it, which shows is you can perform either IMRT or 3D, which is essentially a very less modulated IMRT. It's the idea was that it was going to be comparable to a field-in-field treatment. Okay. There again, it's hard to see right there. There's our flat panel. It's a thallium-doped cesium iodine flat panel, which unfortunately wasn't put on right there. You can see it sitting on the table. The traditional way of imaging on the system was the MVCT. Okay, and the way that you produce historically and still currently was electron loading. So essentially is, and this goes back to my thesis project, which didn't function, which we tried to do. It was a failure. But so electron loading is essentially you're just off-tuning the electron acceleration, so you're bringing down the effective energy into a lower average energy below 1 MV. But the maximum is around 4 MV. It has a FOV of 40. You can choose various slice thicknesses, but this is, I don't want to say it's obsolete, it still has very good uses, but now obviously what everybody's interested in and what we're currently using is the KVCT for the daily imaging. It's important for me to distinguish that this is not a cone beam CT, this is a helical KVCT. It's actually a hybrid, but it's closer to the KVCT. And essentially, if anybody wants, it was just published this month in biomedical physics and engineering here, and this is a good example of the difference. And this is essentially showing that the fidelity and the linearity due to the fact that it's a helical KVCT shows that you can calculate dose accurately with it. It's hard to get into all the scan protocols, but it's pretty impressive is that you have quite a large variation from what you can pick for your scan protocols. So they have it's anatomy based actually. So the idea is you're picking the head, the thorax, the abdomen, the pelvis. But essentially you're changing the energies, the field of views. You can change actually the mass on this. And so it gives you actually quite a bit of leverage here to produce your images or to refine what you want for your protocols. The actual slice thickness, I wanted to put this in here, doesn't really change, and this is actually probably the weakest point of the KVCT right now. Is they say that it ranges effectively from 2.4 to 3.6. There's a publication on this as well, but it's closer to 3.5 millimeters. So it's actually quite a large field width for a KVCT, and so it's not adequate. And this is essentially what you can see in some of the publications that have come out recently for if you're trying to re-image on the machine for stereotactic. That would be something you'd want to send it back to a diagnostic scanner. There's your MLC opening, or the MLC you can see there. The binary MLC has an inner and outer bank of 32 leaves. They're very fast. I will be talking about some things about these times. I'm sorry I couldn't get into everything, but if there's questions you can ask. But the time here is essentially is a key point. We'll get into this about latency. And so on this newest platform, something that nobody talks about, everybody wants to know about the KVCT, but something that's on this newest platform is that Accuray has put on leaf optical sensors. And these leaf optical sensors here, each leaf, as you can see here, comes out and traverses right there, a little guide. And inside that guide, there's 2 diodes. And those diodes can accurately tell the actual position. So there's 5 leaf states that can be discerned. And therefore, the time resolution is well below 1 millisecond. And so what this is essentially allowing the system to do is to modify, we'll say is give feedback in real time to the system. And so as we're going to get into further on, is leaf latency had been a critical point then for QA and also for deviations, let's say, from the model. And so now it's giving a real-time feedback, and it's actually changing the cyanogram or changing the treatment which is going on, so the individual leaves can actually then be changed during the treatment and make sure that they're maintaining what was planned. Likewise, as we'll get into, there's a software called Deliver Analysis which then uses these for dose reconstruction. So this is the only slide I have here on synchrony. So this system is capable. Accuray has integrated certain algorithms of their tumor tracking, real-time tumor tracking. The 3 algorithms that are currently available on this system are the respiratory with fiducials, a respiratory without fiducials, and then only a fiducials. And that used to be called, within the development phase, called the quasi-static. And essentially the idea is, that's more of your prostate, liver. Those are the 2 common right now being used, I know. Anyway, the information for the tracking comes for, if you're doing the respiratory, the LED markers, which then are read off of infrared cameras inside the bunker. Also, it uses the flat panel then for taking 2D, essentially stereoscopic, but not really because you're rotating, but you can take 2 to 6 images per rotation. And then you have the actual treatment synchronization that goes on in real time. between the images and to when the actual compensation, it's around 200 milliseconds, so it's very fast. And so this is how the treatment in the Y direction is done with the jaws, which can actually be beveled then in the Y direction, and the X and Z actually changes your MLC opening times. I put some, if people are interested, there's some papers that are very recent, including one that was just published, which again, I think this was just published this month, by a group in New York City, Montefiore, and they're really pushing the limits now with, they're pushing in SBRT, in prostate, SBRT with the platform. Essentially though, I would call it, they're mimicking and following De Greco, who is in Spain, who's doing single fraction. I think that's where they're moving towards with single fraction treatments on the tomotherapy system. Right now, they're doing 5, and this paper is looking at actually decreasing the margins. So I'm not going to get into all these statistics about how good the imaging, the KVCT imaging. I think that you guys should just read, if you're interested, read these papers. So there's this paper that, again, which was done by the Montefiore group in New York City. On the bottom, you can see in the bottom left there's the KVCT. There's the MVCT, the traditionally on the bottom right. This is a paper now, I think it came out last year, and this is from the University of Wisconsin, which was a much more traditional way of evaluating the KVCT. And I put a little couple red arrows, and I think it's interesting. There's the Siemens Edge diagnostic scanner, but you can see essentially is that it is a good KVCT. It's a high quality image. And so what you're going to see in this talk are images. I just thought I would just give you guys a lot of images to evaluate for yourself. You can see kind of how it performs. At our clinic, the way that we have our imaging protocol go for the IGRT is we set up the patients to radio opaque markers. We decided to do a full KVCT, and when I say full, it's just a little bit, so we take 2 centimeters above and 2 centimeters below the full length of the target. We have stuck with protocols being always 50 centimeter FOV, always what is called large and normal, and so these are, as we saw those statistics, and the reason was is we just wanted to keep the dose fixed. I wanted to understand what's going on. I didn't want to have differences. I have only 5 minutes left. Oh wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to go really fast here. All right, so here's some brain. You can see here, these are patients on the projection here. You can't really see it very well, but the low contrasted brain. Head and neck, unfortunately you can't see. I wanted to show you, there's a little bit of photon starvation in the shoulders. Breast, you can see breast tissue very well. It performs very well inside the thorax. There's a lung SBRT there. You can see the target very well. Abdomen, again, this performs very well in the abdomen, which obviously is a very important area if you're doing adaptive. Pelvis, you can see the female and the male anatomy very well. And then the one downside, what I want to show is the artifacts right now, which actually I think are more than acceptable, but one of the biggest artifacts right now, which I know they're working on, is at the diaphragm base. So when you have an esophageal junction, that's very difficult right now to see it often what you're looking at. That's been the one downside, but you can use the MVCT for instance, for large femoral prostheses. This is prostheses. This is the new optimizer. What I wanted to talk to you guys, I'm gonna have to be very quick here, is the actual optimization, and then I wanted to talk about these two modules within inside the actual optimizer. We'll skip this. This essentially talks about how we went to voxelless optimization and on GPU, so it was fast. The newest actually that just came out is what they call Ultra, and this is based off of a quasi-Newton algorithm. I'm no expert in this, but it's very fast. It takes about 2 to 5 minutes for a full optimization, and this is based off of, you can really set a lot of parameters, and what's really nice is you can set the maximum treatment time if you want. You can also set optimization acceleration parameters, so you can get even faster optimizations. It's based off a fixed number of iterations. The idea though is they don't have auto planning. Everything based here is really knowledge-based planning, and so you can do everything with scripts. You can have all your evaluation points all scripted in, and then again, essentially as you hit play, and after about 2 minutes you have an answer. They have also the ability now in this optimizer to stop, and you can save it to 4 if you want to say on your current memory, so it's nice for comparisons and efficient planning. I didn't want to talk to you guys about, I mean, I would have loved to have dove into what clinical uses, but the one I wanted to concentrate on was simple breast here. You get good plans on Tomo, and I think everybody knows this. Radixact platform, no different. But I wanted to talk about basic breast because a lot of people have this idea that you can't treat them or they don't, aren't treated well. When in reality, the platform does a very good job. So essentially I wanted to show you guys that, we have quite a lot of literature inside that we do in our, we database, and then we have tight constraints. And essentially we have based these off of obviously the recent literature in the last 10 years of the need to do better cardiac sparing. Essentially, breast patients are living longer, and as they live longer, we're noticing that obviously that it's not the cancer which is killing them, but it's cardiac issues as well as lung. Here's just I wanted to give you guys some ideas of just our statistics. I guess I'm just gonna have to go through this quick, but they're very good. I'll say is actually they're in comparison to what you would see on a deep inspiration breath hold. And you're doing this by obviously sparing near the heart, but at the same time I wanted to show this was just a reproduction of a good paper I liked, actually done by Anna Pelton in the Netherlands at the time, but their group, or in Denmark, but their group anyway was looking at how deep inspiration earth hold can allow you to still get target coverage and cardiac sparing. This is, I guess I'll just be quick again, this is in the phase of being released. We hopefully will be one of the first users worldwide as well. So there's surface imaging, which is going to be done in conjunction with CRAD, and this is going to provide then an active deep inspiration breath hold. I guess, again, if anybody wants to talk, feel free to ask me about this afterwards. The adaptive part to me is the most interesting part. So essentially, as you can enroll patients into this ART module. Right now the system does an automatic deformation then of the SIM-CT to that daily image that you've done. It automatically calculates the dose on that image, and then you get a whole report generation. You can see accumulated projected doses. Those I don't like. I'm not somebody who likes dose deformation. I think it's incorrect, but it has its uses for certain regards. But you can enroll these patients that at any time or at the time of approval. This is just an idea. You can color code it. You can put in your limits, so you're getting a thumbs up. Yes, you made it. You didn't make your daily request. You can see here you have a list of your enrolled patients, what fractions need to be reviewed. You can see trends. You can see everything you like. One of the things that I wanted to show you here, though, is so you open up. This is all based off of MIM, and if people know, it's a very, very powerful tool. The structure is very nice. It allows a lot of automated processes. But you can look at the dose calculated with these deformed volumes. If you're, I knew this wasn't going to come up, but try to make it look a little bit nicer, blown up. But you can then go in and you see how does this compare from just the copied PTV or CTV onto the daily image. You can compare it to the rigid, compare it to the deformed. Again, you can pull up and look at what's going on. But really this is idea that this is an offline. This was when they developed this, Accuray thought about an offline workflow. And the idea is that you have some slow systematic deviation and then you intervene when it's gone beyond some limit. But what about online? So RayStation has a solution in progress. I think you should talk, I can't say much about it. That's something you could talk to them. I put another question mark there because Accuray didn't want me to talk about it. But the answer is Accuray has a product that's coming out, but until it's a product, I'm not allowed to speak about this. In the meantime, I wanted to show you guys really quickly what we do. You can perform online adaptive currently on this platform. And so essentially this is done through the other module, which is called retreatment. And when they had built this, the idea was that this was a portal in which you could send all your DICOMs into from various systems, transfer, have dose deformation, summation, automatic contour deformations. And so that's what we do. So we take it though from automatically the image as soon as the patient's on the couch, you've taken the image, you've turned the key of the machine, that image is automatically already sent to your TPS. And so what you can do is actually put that new KVCT done on the daily image, that can be sent through this module. That module then, this is our workflow here, you can essentially do the same workflow to get all your deformed images onto there, and you can use all the scripting and automation which is already existent. And this whole process, what we've been doing, it takes around 7 to 15 minutes, really depends on how many contours you have. Obviously, there's a huge caveat without contour readjustment, because that's everything. That's everything. You know, does it do a perfect job? No. Does it do a very good job? Yeah. How much contouring is necessary? Well, that's dependent on everybody, everybody's personal opinion. I can tell you is that the art process takes less than 15 minutes. Is it possible to do it right now? Yes. Are we doing it currently? No. And why aren't we currently doing it? Well, our clinic, we have 3 radiation oncologists. We're small and we are not organized. What this has shown me is there's a whole discussion which really needs to be talked about, which people don't talk about. You see these large academic institutions talking about, you know, online adaptive, but the fact is there's a lot of onus being put onto everybody at the machine at the time. There's a lot of decision making which isn't being done, and there's a lot of, what I would say, documentation and organizational issues. I mean, what are you documenting here? It's interesting, but is it possible? Yes, it's possible right now. I'll be very quick. Here's some ideas. This was a young patient here who had a seroma, but due to the aggressivity, we went through and we pushed the treatment right away. We knew that the seroma was going to be reabsorbed and you're going to have changes. You can't see it very well. You can see that the breast really reduced greatly, and since this, she had all the lymph node sites involved. This was a very pushed plan. We transferred it, and these are the automatic contouring. I just wanted to show you, but often what our doctors notice, our doctors aren't able to discern a difference, from what they would actually want, and even this, so a lot of evaluation needs to go on, but the automatic deformation is quite good, especially in the thorax region. Here's a head and neck. It performs very well. Pelvis, this is just an interesting case I wanted to show you guys, but this is a pelvis that had a prostate that was one of the most mobile prostates I've ever seen, and so it really had over a whole centimeter, and the prostate moved, and this is really where you need, obviously, online adaptive. The quick project, I'll show this, but we're essentially evaluating the dose, the ability to do use these automatic contours and deformations in the dose, and we're trying to change everything that we're doing at the machine on DVH-based decisions. The last QA, guys, I'll pop through here. I'm seeing that I need to get finished here. I was lucky to be involved inside the SAAPM's recent report for all these new improvements on the system. The original was 2010. The last one was just published in January. So if you guys have questions on QA, I can answer them quite thoroughly. Accuray has a whole online platform, and essentially what I wanted to show you is that it's very nice for trending. It really streamlines things for the clinic. We've integrated it here just to show we've essentially used it for our quick QAs as we get into the monthly and annual. Then we do different systems for secondary checks. Our patient QA is done with an Octavius. Really quick, what I wanted to show you guys here was it performs very well, obviously, the system. A lot of this is to do actually with the diodes and how the diodes are working in the continuous apertures, but I'm going to blow through all this and you guys can ask questions, I guess, later. What I really wanted to show you with this, to me, which is important that people see, is that you can actually then, inside this separate software, see how these are performing. So you can do really performance checks on the MLC, but also on which is now moving into log-based. If you don't want to make measurement-based files, you can do log-based files, but even more importantly, and this is what we're working on right now, is producing not just a DVH, this recalculates, you can do a DVH-based QA, but our last one, which I would like to show here, which is essentially prediction modeling. And so what we're working on which is really nice, of these diodes, and I think that if we're not the first to publish on this, which we don't have much time, there's going to be other people who do it soon. But it's nice I think that Accuray has the ability to actually do the first prediction off of just the sinogram. So this is very important, obviously, for online adaptive. So you're giving some sort of evaluation of what you're seeing. And essentially here, this is actually right here, this is me reading off certain variables of the sinogram and predicting what the dose difference is going to be from what the plan inside the PTV has done and what we actually are seeing. And essentially, we're seeing good results. But this is just for prostates right now. There's much more development that needs to be done. So, conclusion, I just wanted to say that it's a comprehensive system, and I actually think that anybody who's had the luck to use it, it's an ease of use, and you can really do basic treatments, but you can always do very, very complex treatments. the new KVCT imaging is high quality, and it's helped out a lot. And then obviously these new optimizers allowed you to really get into the adaptive world. So thank you. Sorry for the quick, I was a little over there. All right.
Thanks for the talk. Because of time, I'll just allow one question or comment. All right, thank you. They are outside there. If you want to find out more about the system and so on, they are available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Yep,
cool. Yes, so we are over time by 20 minutes, but I was given that leverage by the organizers. So thank you all. Thank you to the presenters. We will see you in the next session. I think that Vincent or Chris, you should tell us, is it 15 minutes break and we come back? Where's Vincent? Anyway, they will give the, yeah, okay. So they will announce this. Thank you. That's the end of the session.
Gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work, never tell, keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. About others way before myself, yeah. I guess that's why I feel like I go through hell, damn. Wasting time on your dreams instead of mine, yeah. About to turn this franchise around on a dime, man. It's all about finding your right state of mind. It's all about turning the worst into fine. It's all about time and the work and the climb. From the thirst we will rise, I'm immersed in this life. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. Sometimes I feel like all is lost, but I know it's not true. I wanna put up all my walls cause I'm not in the mood, but then I cut myself off from the rest of the room. I know that time can heal it all if you're patient and soon it can all be worth it, all the searching. Pain is never really permanent, but damn it hurts, man. I could feel all of the turbulence and it's concerning. I've been searching for a purpose, I hope it's worth it. This society is really trying me. Ain't no hide and seek, I hide to be far from anxiety. I need my space, I need my privacy. I need some silence, please, you're all too loud. You don't speak quietly, opinions violently thrown across every surface. It makes me nervous, it's the world honestly burning. That's all I'm learning, hope that we can make a turn and start reversing. All our minds and put the work in, we got some work, man. I can hear the demons call when they do what they do. And now I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through, I just gotta get through. Cause I feel like taking off, find a place with a view. The pain is never gonna stop if it's controlling you. I know that time can heal it all, I just gotta get through. I just gotta get through. Gotta get through this, life is a nuisance, tie up some loose ends. I try to be human, find a solution, my evolution. A place like this, it didn't exist, we made it like this. So you can go pick the bad or the good, got a glass halfway. I know, it's easier to hide than just to lay low. Not everyone in life has got a halo. I'm standing in the red inside a payphone, just wanna break, no. I'm not gonna give in, take a last shot, Michael J. Win. No, I'm not a robot, I'm in my own skin. Never get lost when thoughts pull you in. I miss the old you, we died with a purpose. All the energy around me felt nervous, scared I would pop off fast to the surface. Had to cut it off before you made me worthless. Torn apart, I've been torn and scarred. I had a given art, but now I'm thinking smart. I'm keeping up my guard, I'm hiding every card. A royal flush of life, you never...
Let me be the nerdy one to also say, for those who are strong with the Force, may the Force be with you today. To my fellow presenters as well, thank you for presenting here, and it's quite a long session, so let's try to stick to the time if you can, please. We'll get right into it. First up, I would like to call Mr. Philip Kozlowski with the title Establishing Diagnostic Reference Levels for CT Colonography at Tygerberg Hospital, and he's doing a retrospective study.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Today I'll be talking about establishing diagnostic reference levels for CT colonography at Tygerberg Hospital. As we all know, CT is incredibly popular, and as the number of scans increases year after year, so too does the radiation dose to the public. It is therefore crucial that patient exposure is kept as low as possible while still offering valuable diagnostic information. CT colonography, CTC for short, or virtual colonoscopy, as it is also known, is gaining traction as the preferred screening method used to detect polyps in the colon before they develop into tumors and to identify cancers earlier. The main culprit here is colorectal carcinoma, which is the third deadliest and fourth most diagnosed cancer in the world. Traditionally, patients would be referred for optical colonoscopy, which involves very unpleasant bowel preparation the day before the procedure and calls for the use of anesthesia. By comparison, CTC does away with sedation entirely, involves less bowel preparation, and is significantly quicker. DRLs have been mentioned in a few of the presentations from the first 2 days of the Congress, and in essence, they are a practical tool to determine unusually high or low dose levels under standard conditions. This is related to the idea of justification and optimization. As medical physicists, it is our duty to ensure that radiation exposure is more beneficial than harmful. And if we justify the use of radiation, we have the responsibility to ensure that the dose is as low as possible while maintaining diagnostic value. In the international arena, countries such as the UK, the USA, and Canada have established national DRLs, that is, DRLs that were set following a nationwide survey. In South Africa, local DRLs have been implemented for some clinical indications, but NDRLs do not exist, at least not yet. In its 2020 annual report, NMISA announced that it had initiated a national project to establish DRLs for all South African hospitals providing diagnostic radiology services. Although the project did not materialize, it is continuing under the RAF project banner, and its scope has been expanded to include all clinical indications in the country. The DRL quantities used in CT are the volume CT dose index, or CTDI-vol, and the dose length product, or DLP. The cumulative dose at the center of a phantom measured with a 100 millimeter long ionization chamber during an axial scan is the CTDI 100. From this, one can estimate the weighted average absorbed dose by summing the CTDI at the center and the periphery of the phantom. The CTDI vol for an axial scan is just the weighted CTDI divided by the pitch. If you perform a helical scan, then the pitch is already taken care of. And finally, we have the DLP, which is simply the CTDI vol multiplied by the scan length. Crucially, the DLP is more representative of the patient dose because it considers the entire length of the scan, whereas CTDI vol applies to only one axial slice, and this is nicely illustrated in the figure. When it comes to setting NDRLs, the IAEA recommends using the third quartile values of the median local doses. This is to highlight unusual practice, meaning healthcare facilities where median doses are among the highest 25% of the national dose distribution. As such, they are not optimum doses. Over the years, the UK has published a lot of data on NDRLs, including a comprehensive national review conducted in 2011 and a follow-up in 2019. The DRLs chosen for CTC are as follows: 11 milligray for the CTDI vol and 950 milligray centimeters for the DLP, with the latter being revised to 690 milligray centimeters following the 2019 review. With literature on CTC DRLs sorely lacking, these values were treated as the benchmarks for this study. Speaking of which, the aim of this retrospective study was to establish DRLs for CTC by looking at patient doses from the 2 diagnostic CT scanners at Tygerberg Hospital. That's how it started, but we quickly realized that we didn't know what the CTC doses at Tygerberg were and if they could be optimized, so this became a secondary objective. The 2 scanners central to the study are the Philips Ingenuity CT and the Siemens Somatom Go Top. Both are fairly new. The Ingenuity and Somatom began scanning patients in March 2020 and 2022 respectively. Both have vendor-specific dose optimization software, but the key difference between them is that the Somatom has an added tin filter, whereas the Ingenuity does not. Furthermore, the Somatom has a dedicated colonography protocol, while the Ingenuity does not, instead relying on a standard abdominal protocol. The tin filter I just mentioned blocks low-energy photons that deliver dose without providing any diagnostic value. This figure was taken from the Somatom's online product page and illustrates the beam hardening as a result of the tin filter compared to an unfiltered beam. After obtaining an ethics exemption from Stellenbosch University, CTC patient files from March 2020 to 2023 were reviewed on the hospital PACS. There were 115 patients in total, of which 31 were scanned on the Somatom. This complies with the IAEA's recommendation to use data from at least 20 patients when setting DRLs. No identifying patient information was collected for the study. Only the KV, MAS, CTDI vol, and DLP were recorded for supine and prone scans. The CTDI vol from both scans was averaged and the DLP was added. Recall that the DLP increases with scan length, whereas the CTDI remains constant. Lastly, the output of both scanners was verified with a dose phantom and a pencil ionization chamber. And so these are the median CTDI vol and DLP of each scanner. The dashed lines represent the UK DRLs discussed earlier, and the results are quite startling. The Ingenuity exceeds the 11 milligray recommendation for CTDI vol by a whopping 80%. The Somatom fares much better at almost 50% below the recommendation. The story is the same when you look at the DLP. The Ingenuity overshoots the recommendation of 690 milligray centimeters by 214%. That's more than 3 times higher. And to say that the Ingenuity gives higher doses than the Somatom would be an understatement. If we now look at the CTDI vol for the supine and prone scans separately, a pattern emerges that in that the Ingenuity data is consistently worse than the Somatoms. The data has greater spread, which may be in part due to the Ingenuity having scanned 3 times as many patients as the Somatom. Having said that, the largest data point on the Somatom is less than the smallest data point on the Ingenuity, which was not expected prior to conducting the study. We also note some outliers in the prone scans on the Ingenuity, which impact the average CTDI vol. Now onto the DLP. I will forgive you for thinking that these are the CTDI vol plots from the previous slide. The same patterns with the spread of the data, presence of outliers, and dose levels are seen here. As we have just seen, the doses on the Ingenuity are significantly higher than the UK recommended values, a stark contrast to the Somatom. Therefore, it is proposed that the local DRLs at Tygerberg Hospital for CTC be set at 6 milligray and 557 milligray centimeters, which corresponds to the median CTDI vol and DLP of the Somatom. This is an important finding because it turns out that for the past 3 years, CTC patients were scanned without a dedicated protocol in place. It also highlights the urgent needs for a medical physicist in the diagnostic radiology department at Tygerberg Hospital. It is a problem that plagues the medical community in South Africa and abroad, as Professor William Ray discussed in his talk. So, what can be done at Tygerberg? The easiest solution would be to move all the CTC patients to the Somatom. Easy, problem solved. Well, not exactly. The Somatom does not scan CTC patients exclusively, so with the added workload, there may be delays for other patients. Moreover, patients will have to be scanned on the Ingenuity whenever the Somatom is being serviced. Instead, it would be best to develop an optimized protocol dedicated to CTC so that the Ingenuity is not neglected. And as a last resort, there's always the tried and tested optical colonoscopy. Where do we go from here? As mentioned, a dedicated CTC protocol for the Ingenuity would go a long way in improving patient care without disrupting work at the other scanner. This study also raises an interesting question. How many other diagnostic examinations have unoptimized protocols? Similar studies need to be performed looking at the other clinical indications, and DRLs should also be implemented. We intend to publish this study to encourage other centers around the country to conduct similar investigations and to aid in the implementation of NDRLs in South Africa. A manuscript is in the works, and we hope to submit to the South African Journal of Radiology later this year. To summarize, a standard abdominal protocol is not suitable for CT colonography. The inclusion of a tin filter significantly reduces patient dose, and the following DRLs for CT colonography at Tygerberg Hospital are proposed. CTDI vol set at 6 milligray and DLP at 557 milligray centimeters. More work needs to be done both at Tygerberg Hospital and at other centers around the country before NDRLs can be set. In closing, I would like to thank my project supervisors for their support and guidance along the way, Rikus van Rienen and Chris Stranek. Thank you.
Thank you very much on a very relevant topic. Any questions from the floor?
There we go. Hello, nice presentation. So you saw a big difference between your two CT scanners. Do you have reasons why there's a difference between the two? Or suspect reasons why there's a difference?
Primarily the tin filter, which we only found out afterwards after reviewing the data. There was a big discrepancy between the data for the two scanners, and we didn't know why.
Sure.
And it was only after reading up on the somatom that we realized that they have an added tin filter.
Cool. And then the Ingenuity, it was on the abdominal protocol, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were to look at the published DRLs for abdominal protocols instead of colonoscopy protocols, where does your Ingenuity fall then?
That is not something that I looked at in the study.
Sure. Okay. That's just some follow-up things you can look at. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Philip. Then I'll call on the next speaker, Mr. Sitlapelu, and he will be talking to us on the study of the effects of setup errors on dose escalation during radiotherapy treatments of prostate cancer at a tertiary hospital.
Good morning. I see a lot of water bottle. I hope I won't forget mine also, because it means we come in with water bottle, we leave them away. I'm not so sure whether it's a stage fright or something. Then we'll have 10 water bottles. Can you come? How do I get out of here? Morning again. It's E.M. Sitlapelu, known as AD. If you call me AD, it's okay. I prefer that. I'm presenting on the effect of setup errors on dose escalation during radiotherapy treatment of localized prostate cancer. It's a study that is ongoing with the SAAPMB Health Sciences University. The study is conducted at Charlotte Matrek Academic Hospital. That's where I'm situated, or that's where I work also. I'm taking advantage of also being there. These are the outline of the study: introduction, treatment of prostate cancer at Charlotte Matrek, and innovation, aim and objective, the study design, methods, and data analysis, results, and discussion. So the study it comes from at least when I present today, then on Tuesdays and Wednesday, people were talking about the growth of the population of cancer worldwide that need a serious attention of intervention of what can we do to solve or treat as many patients as possible. So I'm looking at Charlotte Matrek that we are also the population is also growing there because we're having a serious backlog. We see approximately 20 patients every Wednesday or every week. So we treat in a year approximately 300 prostate cancer patients. So that tells you that the backlog that we are having, it keeps on increasing or growing. So the study was influenced from that point of view or from that angle. So I'm looking at the technique that we are using to treat this prostate cancer, which is 3D MRT VMAT. And we are looking at the study is looking at the imaging modalities that we are using there. We are using EPI for imaging for setup, and we are using CBCT for setup for this patient. So I'm looking at the EPI in the previous data that we used to take with this EPID and with the new technology that we are having in the department today. Then I'm just giving a scenario of a typical dose to say a conventional fractionation that we normally, or the golden standard of those days is normally 2 gray, and any dose beyond 2 gray, it's regarded as hypofractionation. So, looking at this dose, that if you're giving 2 gray for at least 5 weeks, and you're having a clinical studies, clinical trials that allow you to an intervention of giving 42.7 in 2.5 weeks, if that can be implemented. That the success of that could lead to a reduction in terms of the backlog of the patient who need this service in the department. And we are taking advantage of the equipment that we are having today, that it allows you for dose escalation, because the country we have, it can rotate 360 degree. We have MLCs that can do that. Then you can modulate the intensity of the beam. So with this, and with these trials that says this one, if you can apply, then it can work. Then why can't you give 6.1 gray? It's 7 fraction in 2.5 weeks, then you're done with the treatment. Then you can put another patient, I don't know. The population is not going to stop growing anyway, and people will still be waiting for this treatment. So the project is intending to see the possibility of lowering the margin that we are using for this. We are treating this, in most cases, we are using VMAT, MRT for these cases. So how can we then give that high dose? We're looking at the setup position shift for every fraction for CBCT. If the setup accuracy and reproducibility can be observed on that, then we can discuss the ultra hypofractionation in that case. So the aim and objectives of this study is that the studies aim at quantifying the setup errors and assessing the possibility of dose escalation during radiation therapy of localized prostate cancer. This is done by evaluating the patient setup accuracy and reproducibility. So the objective is that we're going to calculate or measure the random and systematic error in all these principal axes, which is X, Y, and Z, for conventional, which is the data that we're taking from the data that we used to do that in the department, and to suggest the tolerant limits for X, Y, and Z couch movement based on the magnitude of the setup variation found from patients treated with the KV CBCT imaging technique. Then we can evaluate the PTV margin also, and calculate the biological effectiveness and equivalent doses and conventional ultra-hypofractionation pattern, evaluate the tumor control probability and normal tissue complication probability. The study what we do actually, we are extracting the data from the Mosaic. Mosaic is the information system that we keep the data. So what we are collecting in those data is this setup values that we are extracting from the system. It's XYZ movement of that. And in the old, for EPT, most of this data we find also in the file, in the hard copy file in the department that has been there. So when we did this, the sampling for this, we realized that for you to at least, when you are looking at only one institution, at least 68 patient can be sufficient for this study. But at least I get maybe 90 patients who at least comply with what I want, with the modeling of the study. So because we are comparing the EPID MV with the CBCT on this one, that's the values that we are collecting. Then the values along the XYZ direction for EPID and CBCT imaging modality are being recorded. Then we created a spreadsheet, we're recording these values as they come for CBCT. For EPID MV, there's the old data that is there sitting on the computer. Then we're using these equations to calculate the random error and systematic setup errors with that reference for geometrical uncertainty in radiotherapy published by British Institution. So the data analysis is that taking this shift imaging technique are statistically analyzed, and the statistical tests are done, t-test, correlation coefficient, and variance for the data that you collected and put it into a spreadsheet. So these are some of the parameters that you probably do an Excel spreadsheet where you're going to calculate this one by one for now, but you can use the statistical software that are available like SPSS or Stata 17 to analyze, because it's a very huge data for Excel. The chances of making a smaller error, they might be there. Maybe with a software that can prevent that. So here I'm just showing the variation between the two imaging systems, the transitional setup variation between for principal x-axis for EPID and for CBCT. Then the overall mean setup variation for both patient group, these values were calculated from the data set that I'm collecting on Excel. So you calculate EPID and you calculate CBCT. So you can check the variation between these two imaging systems. So systematic error and random error in all three movement or directions are evaluated, then calculated with the formulas that I just cited, that we're using it for us to calculate these values. Then you can check the improvement between the two imaging systems. The setup margin are also calculated. We're using this formula, but Van Heeg, which is the 2.5 systematic plus 0.7 random error, setup error, which gives us those values on top in all the three axes. The machine that we are using, I saw that the coach tolerance is given as 3 on all these prostate cancer patients when you do imaging or do you do your setup. So it means you can't go beyond that. Then you want to go, my intention is that I want us to go even lower than that margin if we go to consider a higher dose than the 2 grade that is traditionally being used. In conclusion and discussion, I see with these preliminary results, this is still a continuation project, but preliminary results suggest they improve setup accuracy, and we also calculated, we look at the t-test, which tells us that actually in terms of XX value, you see t-test is 0.97. That tells you that there's no much difference between the EPID and the CBCT. But when you look at Z, you realize that there's a 100% difference between the two imaging systems. So that will be my conclusion for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got a bit of time for a question or two.
Thanks, Eddie. I just got a bit of clarification issues here. You're talking about a PTV of 2x2x2. This is a little bit confusing. Is this for IMRT, VMET, what? Because usually in prostate, the posterior margin is smaller.
No, this one is for the 3D, the old way that we used to do.
No, because the margin is 1.5, but it's 7.5 millimeters posteriorly. So there's something wrong with that. I'm just not quite understanding what's going on here. Is the patient immobilized and localized to the couch?
We were not looking at that direction in terms of immobilization of non-immobilization. Because we are extracting this data from Mosaic as it is. We just recorded it to say, no, this is the patient, is treated, and these are the setup correction, the setup, the values before the correction and the values before correction. They are just like seated there on the system. I just extract them.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is, where do these correction values come from? So, I mean, what kind of landmarks are used? How's the patient immobilized? Is the patient fixated to the couch? In other words, located to the couch, because otherwise they're just random numbers. The other comment I want to make is, I think there's a mistake on your slides. I don't think you mean the patient is being moved by centimeters. I think you mean millimeters. So you must double check your data.
What the units?
Because your tables are all showing centimeters, right? The other thing I don't quite understand is, are you saying some patients were verified with EPID and some patients were verified with CBCT? So these are different imaging protocols, because that is not clear from your presentation. So why do you have some data on EPID and some data on CBCT? I understand. This is also, for me, not that clear in the presentation. So I guess these are comments. So it's difficult to comment on your results without knowing all of this. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, to follow up on Debbie's questions, maybe if I rephrase them, then you can give some answers. So you saw on using MV imaging that there were quite large shifts in the and post direction as compared to CBCT. Yeah, so from your table, on average, there was a 11 centimeter shift in the and post direction. Yes. That's a lot. That's like you didn't even bother putting your patient up correctly in the first place. I think that's why she said, are you sure it's 11 centimeters or 11 millimeters? So you can look at that. So my question is, if you just use two different imaging modalities to set up your patient, do you have an answer why there's such a big difference? Why is MV imaging giving you, on average, an 11 centimeter and post shift, and CBCT giving you a 1 centimeter and post shift?
I'm not so sure whether it's answer, but I could also think of EPID that is 2D images that looked at bone landmark, and CBCT is 3D images that looks the anatomy in terms of internal structure and external. So in that direction, I'm not
sure. So, but when you set up and you verify with imaging, you match your image that you acquired with your reference image, and then you apply that shift. So again, why was there an 11 centimeter shift to start off with, if that was the true value?
These were data from not from the same machine or the same LINAC. Maybe I don't know if maybe I'm confused, or because it's the data that they used to when I arrived there, but the CPCT is the one that was just installed. So it's not the same data that you collect on one machine every day.
Okay. So did the MV data, the EPIT data, where did you get that from? From Mosaic as well?
From
Mosaic?
Yes.
What did you get
yes,
that from?
When we moved from Lentis to Mosaic, we took all the information or the data to Mosaic.
So you got the MV
so the
shift
data is
data
not
from
disappearing.
Mosaic? Okay. Yeah, you should investigate
Yeah.
that. Second thing quickly, sorry to continue. You, from your stats that you said, you had 45 entries to create your standard errors and so forth. So it was then 90 in total. In your methods, you said you had 68 patients. So I'm not too sure whether.
No, there's a 68. There's a minimum. When you do sampling, then if I use 68 patients, it's okay.
But you only ended up using 45 for MV.
No. You mean 45 for one group. It's 45 and 45.
Yeah, but you said you wanted to have 68.
For both group.
Okay, so it's then 34 for MV and 34 for CBCT.
The EPIT and CBCT, the whole sample of the study is 68.
Okay.
So, yes.
And then last question, do you image every fraction, or do you image just on the first fraction and never again?
With EPIT, we used to image when the patient starts, then in the middle of the treatment, and we take the average.
Okay.
Today, with the CPCT, we do imaging every day.
Okay, so your number of samples then should reflect a patient multiplied by the number of images that you took throughout their treatment. So for one patient, you should have at least, well, MV should be 2 images per patient. For CBCT, you should have 30 images per patient, and then multiply by the number of patients. So I'm not too sure if your numbers correlate better.
Well, I can do that, but what I took now is not all the fractions. If patient is having 60 gray and getting 3 gray to every day, I took the average, the mean of maybe the axis, the y and the z.
Of all their fractions?
Yes.
Okay.
If not all of them. I took the mean of all of them for that one patient.
I think this is a long conversation we can have. Sorry.
I see, Prof.
No, I agree. It's actually not clear. And besides which, if you've got a PTV of 2 by 2 by 2, then I don't know why you're moving the patient at all. And why you're doing EPIT. Because that's huge for a prostate.
Thank you very much. It seems like you've got a few things to talk about in lunch as well. Thanks a lot for your talk. Let me call on the next speaker then, Mr. Wilton Kumalo. He will be talking to us on point dose measurement using the Ruby Modular QA Phantom, the application thereof in patient-specific QA for stereotactic clinical treatment plans. Thanks, Wilton.
Yes, I'm okay, boss. Thanks. Yeah. I should be fine. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair, for the introduction. As he has mentioned, my name is Wilton. I'm Khumalo from Swaziland. I'm currently doing part of my internship at Steve Biko Academic Hospital, as I have started in Bloemfontein University's Academic Hospital. As the Chair has said, I'm going to be talking on the point dose measurement using the Ruby modulator QA phantom application and patient-specific QA for the SRS or stereotactic clinical treatment plans. Of course, it was done at Steve Biko Academic Hospital. Well, on the content, we've got introduction, the aim, results and methods, materials and methods, sorry, results and discussion, and then we're going to end with the conclusion. Basically, stereotactic radiosurgery, or SRS, is a non-invasive radiotherapy or radiation therapy that uses highly focused radiation beams to destroy tumor, and it is one of the advanced technologies that was developed as radiotherapy evolves. As high-dose radiation is delivered to precise location while sparing the normal tissues or the health tissues, pre-treatment QA or quality assurance using phantoms and detectors for SRS and VMAT treatment techniques is inevitable, meaning we cannot go proceed to treat without. And it's also mandatory by the local governing body and also by the international community. So for small fields in the department, we traditionally use the 1000 SRS detector, Octavius, and we normally use it to measure the fluence or the fluence maps. And also, as we were doing this patient-specific QA, we realized that this sophisticated phantom with the Mephisto, it gives us also the total dose per arc. And then you can sum up those doses, and then it will give you the total dose, of which the Ruby phantom, we're going to see that we are more interested in on the accumulated dose. Now, the motive behind this study is that not everyone or not every department can afford these sophisticated phantoms and softwares such as the 1000 SRS. Yet they may need to treat or to treat using the SRS technique. So now Ruby modulator QA phantom, in conjunction with the pinpoint and as well as the semiflex chambers, are capable of measuring point dose for these SRS clinical treatment plans. So measured distribution, measured dose distribution is obtained using the TPS. We can use also the SRS, the 1000 SRS detectors, as well as ion chambers, such as the small volume chambers, as I've mentioned. Acceptable limits for the difference between the calculated dose from the TPS and the measured dose. It should be, for patient-specific QAs, it should be between 3 and 5%, even though some people in the literature or some studies, they recommend that even 10%, less than 10% should be fine for you to say you are confident with your QA plan. They can go on and we can go on and treat. So on these images, I'm just trying to show the detector. This is the 1000 SRS. Here it is zoomed in, and then you can see that it's a small it's made of about 977 small detectors, of which they are of liquid filled, of course. And here, these are the details. And then the spacing in between these small detectors is about 2.5 millimeters from the center of one detector to the center of the next detectors, or the neighbors, the neighboring detectors, so to say. So here I'm showing the two small volume detectors, which is the semiflex and the pinpoint. Also, they are of very small volumes. The semiflex is 0.07 cubic centimeter, and then we've got the pinpoint, which is 0.016 cubic centimeters. So usually we are going to see how the setup and how everything was done. Actually, the aim of the study, as I've mentioned, is to evaluate the capability of the readily available Ruby Phantom modular QA Phantom in conjunction with these two detectors, which is the pinpoint and the semiflex. And also, since, as I've mentioned, the 1000 SRS, it also gives the dose, the total dose per arc. And then we have also noted the doses we were getting. These are my materials we were using. We took 3 patients, as it is a preliminary study. We just, and also the SRS cases are very rare in our department, but we managed to get more than 3, but then we took the 3 where we can get all the information we needed to get to our conclusion. Also, we were using for the TPS Monaco version 5.1103. Then, of course, Electa Versa HD Linux. And also, we were using the Ruby Phantom. And then also, we used the SRS detector inside the Phantom. Then we used also the electrometer for the 2 detectors, and then they were all connected using the cable. The barometer was for getting the temperature and the pressure for our corrections. And this is actually a retrospective study, meaning the patients were done. So we just got, I think, from 2020 until 2023. We selected those 3 patients, and then those 3 patients, we took the patient plans, and then they were collapsed together with the QA plans, and then we calculated, and then that total dose we were getting there, we are going to compare it with the measured dose. And then with the Ruby and the electrometer and the semiflex, of course, they were connected using the cable. And then all the plans were run under QA mode. I've already mentioned that with the Ruby, it was just set up on the table with the help of the lasers and the grooves that this Phantom has to make sure that we are going to be measuring at the ISO center. And then the ion chamber was connected to the electrometer, as I've mentioned. And then the dose, we were collecting the dose, as we know that we can collect the charge or the dose, but then in our case, we were collecting the dose. We were noting the dose from the electrometer. All temperature and pressure correction and the NDW and the K values, they were taken into considerations for correction on the electrometer according to the specification or to the specification of the electrometer. It's got an uncertainty of 1.1%. The same above was repeated with the semiflex. and then the Octavius detector with the Mephisto navigator, which is with the very soft, was also used to measure the fluence maps. But then, as I've mentioned, we were noting the dose so that we compare what can be comparable with these detectors. Then the SRS was set up in a way that the active part or the active region of the detector is at the isocenter, just like the two detectors. The dose measured by the different detectors were evaluated and compared to the dose calculated from the TPS. The results were analyzed using statistical matrices, and the difference between the doses was reported. Now, on this image, I'm just showing the patient plan. Of course, we had to respect the ethics, as it was mentioned earlier by the prof in the conference, that ethics are very important. We had to make sure that no patient information is appearing on this on our data. So, as much as it is showing the fluence map, but then we were interested on the dose per arc, and then at the end it's showing the total dose. So this is the after collapsing the two plans, the patient plan and the QA plan, and then these are the doses, the total the doses per arc, and the total dose that we are going to compare thereafter with the measured dose. This is the software that can, of course, on Mephisto or the Verisoft, it shows the dose map, and then this is where we can see the total dose per arc. Then we can sum up all these doses and then to get the total dose for us to get the total dose for all the arcs. So here, these are my results, and it's worth mentioning that this is for one patient. So as we can see, this is for the pinpoint, and this is the measured dose for the semiflex. This is the dose measured by the 1,000 SRS per arc. That was the first arc. So these are the doses from the TPS with which we then compared. And then these are the percentage difference. We used simple mathematics to get the percentage difference. Then, so as you can see, the semiflex and the pinpoint from the Ruby case, they were pretty much closer to the calculated dose from the TPS. As you can see, it is evident also in the percentage difference that the measured doses were, for the pinpoint, it was less by 1.3%, and then for SRS, for the semiflex, by 1.5%. For the 1,000 SRS, it was less by 6%, of which one may understand that for the 1,000 SRS, it's not always perpendicular to the beam, so which might cause such maybe differences in terms of the dose, the accumulated dose measured. As we know that it's just stationary. Yes, we move. There's coach rotation, country angle rotation, and all that. But so to say, it's because the beam is not always perpendicular to the detectors, and these are the different arcs. But we were mostly interested on the percentage difference of for the total doses. So these are the results processed using Microsoft Office, Excel, Then what we were trying to show here is just to simply show that, as we can see, this is there for the pinpoint, which was pretty much close to the TPS doses. And then for the same first patient, we have the semiflex, which is also pretty much close and still within the limits, even though the SRS, it's a bit much higher, but it's still way less than the limit, which is the 5% in this case. Same thing with the second patient. The two detectors, they show to be superior, even though SRS, the 1000 SRS, maybe due to the reasons I've just mentioned, it's showing more than 5%, but at least we are still within the 10%. The third patient, yes, the SRS, it shows that it is pretty much closer to the TPS dose, but it's even though the pinpoint, the semiflex, it shows a bit. There's much of huge difference from the TPS dose compared to the two, but we are still within the suggested 10% at least. For patient 1, as I've mentioned, 1 and 2, the pinpoint shows to be superior, followed by the semiflex and then the 1000 SRS for all the total doses. In the case of the third patient, SRS shows to be superior, even though I have to confess I haven't taken note on the position of the detector. Probably most of the time the country was perpendicular to the detector. That is why it's almost pretty much close to the TPS dose. But all of them were still within the 10%, the recommended 10%. In general, the Ruby measured doses were much closer to the TPS dose, and the latter is an indication that the phantom may be used or may be suitable for small field or for point dose measurements. In conclusion, an accurate delivery of dose delivery is very important to reach a successful treatment. Verifying dose at reference point of the plan is an important step in dosimetric control technique. The process of verifying the point dose should be made before the treatment to fix errors, if any. In all cases, the pinpoint shows to be less than 5%, which is the acceptable limit, of course, as well as suggested in the literature. In this case, at this preliminary study, as this was a preliminary study or work, more patients may be added, maybe to improve the confidence on these measurements, and so that we can maybe say we can confidently use the Ruby, especially with the pinpoint detector. As I end, I would like to thank my supervisor for his guidance during the study, and I would like to also convey my heartfelt thanks to Flow Biomed and AXIM for their support. And also I would like to thank my government, the government of Eswatini, for their support, as well as the two institutions, as I've mentioned, that I've studied in Bloemfontein, and which is Steve Biko Academic Hospital and University of Pretoria Academic Hospital. And I would like to thank also my fellow colleagues and my co-supervisors as well. Last but not least, I would like to thank the SAAPMB and SARPA for organizing this conference and for allowing us as interns to come and participate. And I have to say that we are learning a lot, and we're still hoping to learn a lot before this conference ends. And these are my references, and I would like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wilton. In the interest of time, if there's a pressing question, I'll allow it quickly. Otherwise, we need to move on.
I just want to know, Wilton, did you use the total dose parameters in Monaco? So the total dose per arc.
Yes, we use the total dose. Oh, you mean for the total dose?
Yes, for the comparison.
Yes.
So remember, when you use Monte Carlo as a dose calculating algorithm, that total dose gives you a point indication. So that's why your results were so excellent for the very small resolution detectors, because that point is almost the size of that volume.
Yes.
But for the much bigger volume detector or a different type of detector, you have to include a range for the statistical uncertainty. So a better way would be to create a point with a similar volume of the detector and compare that volume dose to what you've measured. For the SRS array, the 1000 SRS array. I think you should just try that.
Okay.
Maybe you'll get better comparisons.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
All right, thanks a lot for this next one. I'm going to switch roles quickly. All right, so for this presentation, you all my timekeepers. So I'll be speaking quickly on a log file-based patient-specific QA solution in radiotherapy, which we've developed as basically the last part of my PhD studies. And as you all know, when we're doing advanced treatments, we have a lot of QA to do either on machines or patient-wise. And I've spoken a bit about different detectors, and we've seen some other talks as well. But what I would like to focus on here is the main aim of what I've done, which is to look at using log files. So first of all, what is a log file? So basically, our Linux can detect at very high rates exactly what each of the components are doing at any given time. So on Electron machines, that gives it at least 4 times per second a readout of every moving part electronically. Information from monitor units, gantry, angles, positions, collimator couch, anything that can move is detected and is written in a very long file. That file is about as long as your typical DISCM tool slip in a month. And so what's the benefits of using log files? First of all, the workload is much lower because you don't need to set up any physical equipment and you can automate most of the process. It doesn't cost you anything for a detector. You just need some good software, and you can even use your current treatment planning system, although there are some questions then about your independence. Uncertainties with resolution is out of the window. Sensors, no external things are necessary, and the human error of putting up a detector or making some mistake can be eliminated to a high extent. And then the big plus is basically that you can do continuous QA, so you can get information from every treatment that the patient gets. And that is obviously what we need when we go to adaptive therapy as well later. What are the dangers? First of all, just one of the drawbacks is that you need some other software, so either a commercial package, which there are at this time now at least 1 or 2 to choose from, But in the past, there wasn't much to use, or you need to write your own software, as we've done. Independence is the big enemy of log files, so you need to have a lot of checks in there as well to make sure that you've got independence still. You can't check your Linux with itself. That's the big question mark about it. And then obviously remember that everything is relative to calibrated value. So if your leaves or dose output is calibrated at a value, you're assuming that is the perfect value. So the aim I had was to basically just establish a complete system and then also validate this using log file-based QA, especially on Electa Linux. On Variant Linux, this has been existing for quite a while, and there's a lot to choose from and use, but on Electa it works a little bit different, and we had to look at that. So the process basically, first of all, reading ICOM. So ICOM is the interface that the record and verify also uses to see that the Linux is doing the right thing. So we intercept that stream and get all of that data to convert that to a DICOM RT plan. So I had some software to do that, to use the original RT plan as a backbone and then build onto that all the information from the log file. And there's a lot of decision making and filters happening there to make sure you don't have redundant info, that the planning system or the recalculation system can read it, beam stops, all kinds of technical things that have to be sorted out, and remove any redundant info. And then, of course, your recalculation engine is the very important part, so we are very fortunate to have access to Simoca. Those who are familiar with Simoca will know it is a fantastic Monte Carlo-based dose verification tool. Published not too long ago, comparisons with both Accuros system as well as another study where Monaco and Pinnacle has been compared with excellent results. So I don't need to validate that at all. And then I've done a lot of verification measurements to make sure the system works for our setup, which I will go into now. So basically 2 steps. First to establish the whole system and then to validate the whole system. Can't go into the details of what we've used. In my previous talk, you've seen a couple of those beams as well. But basically a whole lot of test beams, from square beams to moving apertures and gantries and so on. And then clinically, we had a couple of different sites with different techniques, from step and shoot to VMAT, including a stereo plan as well. Then on the second part would be the error detection. So I introduced deliberate errors into the plans, made sure apertures are bigger or smaller with some gantry angle errors as well, to give me a whole lot of beams to check it with. And this was then benchmarked against what each of my 3 different detector-based systems could pick up, as I've described before. So just a quick note here, when I'm comparing the verification measurement, it's Monaco, the planning system, versus whatever the QA system is giving. And when we're comparing errors, it's the unmodified plans result with the modified plans result. So it's a pure error detection, excluding any other effects. The analysis was done on the test beams with the criteria you see there. Once again, I've it's extremely tight to get some errors to show up, so that we can see how good or bad it is. There's some dose volume parameters we had a look at, and then gamma analysis as well. I've also noted before, and I'll mention it here again, that we decided not to do the normal gamma analysis because of the bias that could be introduced with some other known package and software. So I wrote my own code, which is based on this article, which is the Chi analysis, which is very similar to gamma analysis, but it works much quicker and works very well for this type of data set. And we could put in any comparison with 2 different dose distributions and get out all the information I want, so I could compare anything to anything independently. So the first result here I'd like to show you is, of course, I had to make sure that the log file is giving out the information that we think it is. So I'm literally just giving some snapshots of results. What you see there, the dots are what the dolphin detector captured in specific time intervals, the count, and then the log file's dose accumulation for the exact time synchronized timestamps for that. And you can see after the beam stabilizes within the first almost 1 second, everything fits extremely well, and we know there is a little bit of an issue when the beam starts up, but that doesn't influence the data at all, as you'll see later. Some positional checks to see how well does the log file really report values. The values you can see there is for a lot of tests done, and over 3 instances, we couldn't even get to a 0.05 millimeter error in leaf positions recorded with the logs. The model itself, so this is a pure SAAPMB redo sort of what we can get. The modeling report obviously tells you how well it is, which is extremely good. And then when I evaluated my test beams and clinical plans, you have to push it to a 1% gamma analysis value to only see something really happening. And the typical culprits are beams where the transmission and the leaf tip modeling has to be perfect. And you can see in the clinical plans, there's really nothing to show. And this is mainly because we're comparing Monte Carlo with 2 very, very well-known models. So here are the first measurement results from my log files. You can see that all of the test beams are giving excellent results. The only one standing out is the DMLC plan. That's a small slit that's sweeping over the entire field. And if you go back to what SAAPMB calculated without any errors, so the theoretical, it was already at a 90% pass rate there, so dropping to 88.9 is not much of a difference. And there's a little note I'll make on that in the end on why, especially on that beam, there's even a drop at all. Clinically, the comparison was extremely good as well. You can see that it really gives good results. The graphic you see there with the little blocks is indicating the dose differences per dose volume metric that we've analyzed. And you can see that it's really giving extremely good results. I know you can't see the numbers necessarily, but it also shows you that there are specific dose volume metrics where you could see that there's a little bit of an error, even though the complete pass rate over the patient is very good. In terms of error detection, when we introduced some offsets, the log files were able in all instances to very accurately quantify that error within a 0.1 millimeter tolerance. The test beams, what I'd like to point out here for you, is simply just comparing this to one of the detector measurements. If we focus on the beam highlighted there, you'll see that typically for a 0.5 millimeter offset, both systems give about the same value. But when you look at a 0.2 offset, the log file is already indicating a little bit of a drop in the pass rate, whereas in the biggest offsets, it's not as severe as the detectors are saying. So it seems like from this data, and you can see that through all the test beams, and we'll see it in the clinical plans as well, that the log files are a little bit more sensitive to small errors already, and it can be quantified. Here you can see some results from the introduced gantry angle offsets, and the same as what the detectors are seeing. If it's less than 1 degree, it doesn't seem to make much of a difference. And here you can see clinically the same type of results with the errors introduced. And the values are really, really very comparable to what the detector said. And the same is true for all the other detectors I've used. So for the last bit of results, I just want to introduce you to the way I tried to convey the information. So you'll see a lot of blocks now with this type of description. So what I'll have in the top row is what the detector's results was for that specific structure's either chi analysis or dose volume parameter, and it's a row of 2 blocks. The bottom row is the log file results, and the top row is the detector results, with those increments of values to give a visual aid of how well it's performing. Okay, the same, so if we look at V65 there, those are the results, and you can see there's a bit of a difference in the rectum's values. So this is typically what all of the results look like. This is only for the prostate, all the prostate plan. All the errors introduced, I have the same type of data for each type of detector compared to, and all the other sites as well. So apart from it making you feel like you want to go and play Tetris for a while, it gives you a lot of information. And if you just have a look at the color scheme in general, you'll see the same trend as we've seen before, that the log files pick up a small bit of error already from the 0.2 offset, which is not clinically necessarily significant yet due to this extreme gamma analysis criteria that was set. So don't get alarmed and think everything is looking horrible at 0.2 already. It's literally to enhance those little differences. And then when we go to the bigger effects, then it is very, very similar between the detectors and the log files. Some other interesting we found, which I can quickly mention and obviously not go into detail in, is that the logging rate is something that is a question mark, and there's only one real good publication that I found on Electa that says that the logging rate is sufficient and some more work needs to be done. What I found from all of my work is that the only errors can happen in typically that DMLC beam that we spoke about in the beginning. In that case, you don't have at least one log entry for a 1% change in MU of the total plan. That's the only thing I could link to that, and I've never found that in any of the clinical plans, but it is something we'll investigate further and see if we can push it to the limits and see when that 4 Hertz rate might not be sufficient. Another question is how much of an influence does the recalculation engine have? So I've put some of my log data back into Compass itself so as to have the same dose calculation as the detector has, and you can see the differences there, where for the nasopharynx plan you can see a little bit bigger differences when it's compared in Compass, obviously due to the big issue of Monte Carlo versus convolution algorithm there, but the results are still very good and comparable to what, it's still even better than what the detector did for the same algorithm. So in conclusion, what can we say? The log file based system has been established and we could validate that it works really well. It's an extremely accurate QA system for us because basically of the high accuracy of the readouts that you can get from it, even to the 0.2 millimeter offsets, and the superiority of the dose engine that we are fortunate to use in conjunction with this. Very important to remember, the independence completely falls away if you don't do any checks, so you need to have some absolute dose outputs from every day's measurement, as well as MLC and jaw positions verified with some other detector, as well as gantry and collimator angle, possibly at a less of an interval, but still often. So what is the future now? We're going to automate the entire process, and we have done quite a lot of work on that already to make sure that we don't have to do anything in between, but get every patient that has been treated logs automatically. Implement daily checks, so the stuff we do in the morning anyways will be just optimized a little bit so that we have all the information to make sure we have that independence on a daily basis. And then, of course, we're going to start to implement this when we adapt any plans. And this is the big plus for us, is that we can start to do this and have a QA system that enables us to quickly change plans and know that it's delivered correctly, as well as accumulate dose and give a realistic idea of what the patient actually received, especially when we can go to a point where we can recalculate on the cone beam data, hopefully not too far in the future as well. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the speaker? All right. If not, then I'll call on my colleague for his presentation. Thank you, Billy. He will be talking on the advantages of biological optimization in prostate VMAT planning. Thanks.
Thank you. Wow, now I have to follow that. So today, like you've heard, I'm going to talk about some biological optimizing, and I know when we talk about biology, most of us just stop listening. But please endure with me. I'm going to start off at the very beginning. They say it's a good place to start. So if you go from 3D to VMAT planning, you need some modulation and you need some type of an inverse planning, and this inverse planning happens through something we call cost functions, and most of the time these functions are just mathematical functions that we limit the dose or push dose into structures with. However, there's some publications from the SAAPM specifically this one, number 166, which has got to do with the use in the QA of biologically related models for treatment planning. Now, this is not a dose calculation algorithm, it is an optimization algorithm, and they mentioned that the cost functions can be subcategorized into mathematic and biological cost functions. And the reason that we have biological cost functions in our treatment planning systems these days is because in the time frame from 2002 to 2007, there had been multiple studies showing that you can have enhanced organ at risk sparing whilst not compromising any target coverage when you plan VMAT with these biological algorithms. So obviously I was really curious as to see if I could do it too, and if it would happen with the modern technology. So if we look at treatment outcome, which is what we aim for at the end of the day, it's all linked to treatment, to tumor control probability and normal tissue complication probability. And usually if you work with DVH constraints or mathematical cost functions, you need to satisfy, in most parallel organ cases, like with rectal bleeding, you need to satisfy 5 different constraints to achieve one single outcome. This is from the Quantec data, and the other pro for biological optimization is that the whole DVH can be condensed into a single value. So that whole DVH represents one biological outcome and one EUD is linked to one endpoint, which makes the planning process a little bit more streamlined. So what is an EUD? Everything I'm going to present today is based on EUD, and the equivalent uniform dose is defined as the dose or the uniform dose that if delivered over the same number of fractions as the non-uniform dose that you have, would yield the same radiobiological effect. Okay, so just looking at the definition. But when we start planning, what does it really mean? How do I use this and how can I implement this? So it's important that we look at the mathematics. I've put the equation up there and it's quite small and compact. It's basically just a weighted sum of the product. If you go through the DVH, you multiply the volume of that specific point on the DVH with the dose, and there's some A parameter that you need calibrated. So there have been some studies linking specific organs to specific A values, so there is some guidelines regarding that. But when you use them for planning, if you want to control a maximum dose, you can use a very high A value, and basically the cost function will work on a whole part of the DVH for that organ. So you're not just pushing at the toe of the DVH, you are pushing mostly or more heavily towards the toe, but there's also a push further up. Which means if the patient's not in the same position, you've got that little bit of a safety net as well. If you want to control the volume dose or look at a mean dose, you can use an A value of 1, and it basically works on the whole DVH with most of the weight applied around the central area. And if you have a general equivalent uniform dose parameter, you can also use the negative A values to influence the targets, and then you work as a sort of an inverse to the serial organs at risk one. So in Monaco, the target EUD or the EUD that we use for targets is not a generalized EUD equation. It's a stochastic generated EUD, so it's a little bit different, but in most of the other planning systems you will find that even the one for targets is a generalized EUD. So with all this information, the aim of the study was to evaluate and to quantify the dosimetric differences between plans generated by mathematic and biological cost functions. So what did I do? I planned 10 patients in 3 ways each. So there's 30 plans, 10 of them were planned with mathematical cost functions only. For future use, we'll call these the DVH plans. Then I replanned all of these patients using only biological functions, no mathematical functions. So we'll call these the EUD plans. And then, as is the protocol in our department, we tend to use a mix of whatever we feel is needed for the plan. So I also included that. And all of this, as you've probably noticed, was done on the Electa Monaco treatment planning system. After the best optimization I could find, all plans were normalized to cover by the same amount, which is the minimum allowable coverage in our department, which we aim for at least. So the department protocol for treatment was used. I planned everybody with 10 MV VMAT, and we use hyperfractionated treatments of 60 gray in 20 fractions. Just as a little add-on, we gained a new colleague at the beginning of April who has no clinical planning experience. So I did a little bit of a user experience study to see if he had no clinical experience, how well could he achieve the same quality of plans that I, for example, would have had. So we'll add some data at the end. So how does this look? Basically, for coverage of targets, we replace target penalty and underdose DVH cost functions with target EUDs. To control hotspots in targets, we would move away from DVH parameters and use either quadratic overdose or a serial constraint, which is a little bit of a controversial topic. Then the OAR maximum dose constraint, so if you want to control a point dose or we would use the serial. And if you want to control a volume dose, you could use either a serial or a parallel, or a serial applying it only to a certain part of the structure, which Monaco allows for. After this, I exported all 30 of the DVHs, and we built some software in Visual Studio to take averages of DVHs. So what was nice about this is I could calculate firstly an independent equivalent uniform dose. So it's independent of Monaco, and I could calculate it for all of the plans, and then we could average all of the prostate plans planned with the same technique. So we could have one DVH for mathematically planned patients, one DVH for a mix, and one for the biological guys. And all of the stats and the handling of data happened in Excel. Patient QA was done with the Dolphin detector and the Compass software. And this is important. If you're changing your planning technique, you don't know if it's going to influence the deliverability of the plan. So this was a check that we just did. So what does it do? This is the extremes. So this is the average DVH comparison between EUD only and DVH only. So only biological versus only mathematical. So the PTV1 is the primary PTV, the red one, and you can see that the coverage is very much the same for the two plans because I've normalized it in that way, right? And then the PTV2, which is the nodal PTV, have similar coverage. The solid lines are the EUD generated plans, and the dashed lines are the DVH ones. The yellow indicates the bladder. You can see there's quite a lot of bladder sparing happening in the 50% region, and then the rectal or the rectum could be spared as well. That's the dark red structure there where you can see the bladder as well. The blue structure down here at the bottom is the total bowel bag, so the PRV, and you can see the part that falls within the high dose region we could spare significantly or more significantly as well. So let's have a quick, a bit more of a view in there. So how did the EUD or the GEUD, which sums up this whole DVH into one value, how did it look for the targets? So there you can see every time now the blue box will be the DVH, the red, the mix, and the gray, the EUD plans. So you could see we could, because I've normalized all of the plans, they will have more or less the same dose for the PTV1. But you can see that the variation on the EUD plans are much smaller than the others, and this is probably indicating that it's easier to obtain coverage using this technique than with the others. For PTV2, you can see that we almost got to the same type of coverage than with the DVH. However, it was easier to do so again if we look at that variation. So if we look at the organs at risk, just looking at the rectum, you can see with the box plots that the GEUD came down significantly. The bar graph shows us the EQD2 Quantec values for the V50, V60, V65, V70, and V75. You can see for the DVH optimization method, the V50 had an average of 50. which means that on average, our patients just met that constraint. Okay, so for almost half or around about half of the patients, we did not meet the rectal tolerance according to Quantec using normal planning techniques, okay, with our patient population. If we look at the bladder, sorry, I've neglected to say that the black lines indicate specific aims that we have when we plan. So a specific EUD we would plan to reach, or a specific dose volume constraint. So if we look at that with the bladder, we aim for an EUD much lower than what we can achieve with the DVH optimization method, although with the Quantec constraints, the are a little bit more lenient. So remember, these constraints are linked to some NTCP, and for example, with the Quantec guidelines, there will be 5 or 10% chance of a late complication, where with some of the EUD constraints, we would go more towards a 5% chance or lower for having the late effect. So literature tells us that when we look at the bowel bag for prostate treatments, that we should consider normalizing to calculate the EUD, only use the part of the 200 cc's of the bowel bag that receive the most dose, so that you only look at the area of the bowel bag actually in the treatment area. So that's what we have done there, and you can see that that reduction is indicated there on the DVH. So enough numbers for now. How does the isodose distributions look? Oh, it actually throws up very nicely. So if you look at the 3 different plans, those are the same slices on the plan, and you can see that the conformity on the first slice, which is the nodal part at the top, increases significantly. We have much less dose outside of the PTV. It's hugging more tightly. If you look at the second image, it's the transitional slice, usually that last slice of the higher dose PTV, including the seminal vesicles or not, and then where the bladder is still in play. So you can see if you start including biological optimization, you can get that dose fall off steeper, and you'd have less dose to the bladder. And then the last slice is lower down where we only have prostate, and you can see that the isodose lines are again much tighter. So at the end of the day, what is the reality? Is this implementable? So when we do patient-specific QA for a plan like this, the dotted lines indicate what we have measured, and the solid lines indicate what we expected to measure. And you can see that it's nearly exactly the same thing. The average errors were in the order of 1%. So that's really implementable. And then as a last thing, I just want to show you that this was the differences in plan EUD for the different structures between the plan for this patient that I generated and that my inexperienced colleague had generated. This was his first ever self-clinical plan. So the biggest differences are in the bladder and the lower dose PTV. So with his planning experience, he opted for a smaller bladder dose and compromising a little bit on the lower target, where I just did the opposite. So that trade-off was just there. But you can see it was really easy for him to get close to what I had. So using EUD-based planning, we can improve uniformity in the target, reduce organ at risk doses, and reduce dose to unspecified normal tissue, all without losing coverage of the target. When aiming to implement this technique, the QA is acceptable and not much planner experience is needed. However, these are really low modulation plans. We know the prostate plans are some of the lowest modulation plans, and it might not be the same case for larger modulation plans. So these plans were dosimetrically superior, and although it doesn't require a lot of experience, you need to know how the cost functions work. So that's crucial. And the future work should entail propagating this to a site with much higher modulation, like head and neck sites, and see if we achieve the same results. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? We can quickly take 1 or 2.
Yes. Thank you, that. I had a question. I didn't see you giving us the details on what you put in on the EUD, your target EUD, like there's a tissue sensitivity that you have to add.
Yes.
So
yes.
did you use the same for all your plants, or
yeah, the tissue sensitivity, or the cell sensitivity factor is very insensitive. Most of what I learned from EUD, I actually learned from this article. It's really, really, it's really good. It explains what biological functions you can use in any of the treatment planning systems that are on the market. Obviously, research is not in there yet because it was published way back. But in Eclipse and Monaco and even in Pinnacle. And they explain the parameters in each of these functions and what you should start with. And if you change a specific parameter, how will it influence your DVH or your plan? So the cell sensitivity does not alter the shape or the coverage of the target that significantly. So we usually start out with like a 0.8 and push it to 1, which is the maximum if we can. But if you have a very modulated plan, like with the head and neck, generally the 1 is a bit extreme and you start losing cover or sparing of the organs at risk somewhere else. But generally we start with like a 0.8. But I would optimize every patient to the best of my ability.
Yeah, thank you. So I usually include the underdose DVH, the D90 to 100% of the dose. It sort of helps to, increase this dose distribution uniformity inside your PTV. Sometimes it makes it difficult to maintain the global BEX, but I see that I didn't see, you mentioned it, but I wasn't sure where you were using it in your plans.
Yeah, I've found that increasing the target EUD dose, the dose that you ask for, is the easiest way to just get more dose in there.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Not, thank you very much, Willie. Then it is my privilege to call on our guest speaker, Dr. Sarah Osman. I'm going to quickly read one or two things here, but you're welcome to see all that she's done and achieved.
I'm just trying to find the mouse.
While they're setting up, Dr. Osman is a clinical scientist holding a joint post of cyber and imaging trials physicist at University College London Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust and the UK National Radiotherapy Trials QA Group. She's also the medical physicist lead at the MathRad research program funded by the UK Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council, and she's a visiting lecturer at the University of Reading. A PhD she got from the Erasmus Medical Center there in the Netherlands, and she's developed a highly focused radiotherapy technique for early glottic carcinomas, and then since then she's had several postdoctoral positions, and she's provided medical physics support for implementing, among other things, deep inspiration breath-hold techniques for breast cancer patients at 2 departments in the Netherlands and the UK. And you'll see she's been in Belfast, in Ireland, and yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Osman. We look forward to hearing what you can teach us.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to come here to be with you in this Congress. I have a little problem that my slides are not showing. So just 1 minute, please. I'm not sure yesterday it tested. It was working, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Can I just exit it quickly? I just want to see. showing here.
Okay, so sorry, a little technical glitch here. I don't know, I don't want to decide, but do we go for the next presentation and then try to get this sorted? So I've tested this yesterday, it was working. I'm not sure what's...
While they're sorting this out, Davy just wants to quickly...
No, I can't get it out because it's a hospital computer, but it was working yesterday.
Is it only one port? What else do you have? Try one of those.
Connector, yeah. One last trial, yeah. Anything at all? Setting up a device. Okay.
Keyboard.
What?
It's driving the board.
Do I need to restart my computer or something?
It shouldn't.
Yeah, it's not working today. Yeah, yesterday it was working, but yeah.
Did it work here yesterday?
Can you maybe suggest that we have lunch and then you'll come?
If that's okay, I think people will welcome that.
Okay. Apologies for
But there is another
techniques and technical and tech problem. May I propose that we go through lunch and then she will be the first speaker when we come back?
But there is another talk from
Objection or... Yeah, I think we're already at the clock for lunch. Hmm?
There is another
Yeah, we can do that. We'll have to squeeze that in. Yeah. Yes. Because already we're on time. Yeah, we'll squeeze that in. Yeah, yes. Because we have reserved time for...
Yeah, okay, for the lunch. Yeah.
Let me see. How come it worked and now it doesn't work? Let me... Is mine still working?
Because the only other option that I can see, I think the guy... I cannot get the internet to send it somewhere. It's not working. It's working. No, I mean, the other PC is not working now, so I'm not sure what's going on.
And then you can use the yesterday it worked, but wait, let's try. Don't go away. Let's try. Maybe it just want my touch. Let me do this way.
Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free. You know I'm addicted to you, and it's twisted, you've been gifted with the evil voodoo. Got me coming back for more, even when I've been screwed. Dolls full of pins, pierce my heart straight through. I got issues in my head, I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test, I better not text or I'll come off desperate.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me?
So if I play dead, will you regret everything that you did, that you said? I don't think you understand what you're doing, and my heart's black and blue from the bruising. I feel like when I'm with you I'm losing. I feel like you think that this amusing, sitting there gaslighting and confusing. Was it me? Is it me? Am I deluded? I'm the one who's always sorry, the conclusion, even though I offer all of the solutions. I wish you loved me like I love you, it's stupid. When I'm alone with you I never feel lucid. I wish I wasn't struck by Cupid. I wish when I first saw you I knew this. When I'm with you I feel so useless, I feel diluted, my heart's been wounded. Silhouettes of you are like a taunt. Never really know just what you want. With you I don't ever feel calm. I can feel the sweat inside my palms. Play with me like cats and a string. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever wanna give me wings. You don't ever wanna set me free.
But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, baby you'll get sick of being the monster out of my head, under my bed, thinking something out of my nightmares, standing right there. But if I lay down and I play dead and I stay dead, then will you get bored of killing me? Then will then will you get back at me?
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's
That we allow everyone to get their podium as promised. I'm reintroducing Dr. Osman again, and then she'll proceed with the talk that was interrupted during the technical glitch. Dr. Osman.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again for inviting me and for coming back for this presentation. I've actually, looking at the schedule, I thought I'll make it light because it was just before lunch, but now that you had lunch, I can go a bit deeper with my explanation of things. No, it's going to be light because this is squeezed now in the afternoon session. Can you hear me well? No? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So today, the topic I've decided to present is about modern radiotherapy techniques and patient safety considerations. So mainly focusing, it's a big topic, so I'm mainly focusing on the role of medical physicists and medical physics experts in the implementation of new techniques, opportunities for improvements, and I'll give a few personal examples of contributions to the field. So why is it important? First of all, some statistics from the Cancer Research UK show us that 1 in 2 people in the UK will be diagnosed with cancer during their lifetime, and this is shocking statistics, and I know that this is UK statistics, but I think it's everywhere the same. The reasons, there are so many reasons, but one of the obvious one is the aging population. And we also have better diagnosis, meaning that we also see more younger patients, and we are treating tumors with more complexity, so not simple techniques anymore. Radiotherapy continues to have like a key role across all cancer treatment or all types of cancers. We have new treatment techniques like hyperfractionation, adaptive radiotherapy, and so on. This all leads to increasing workload. And with that, safety and cost effectiveness are key aspects to think about. And we have to, with everything that is happening, how busy we are and all the technological advancement, we have to remember always that the aim of radiotherapy is to improve local control, maintain the quality of life, improve survival in terms of disease-free survival and survival in general. And we have to remember our radiation protection principles like minimizing and justifying and optimizing the doses to the patients. The other question that I have is like, we are doing a lot of tests on the patients and we are treating them, we're doing image-guided radiotherapy, we are getting blood samples. Are we using all this information that we have to improve outcome? I think we are using very little information from the information that we gather routinely from patients to improve their treatments. So it means that we still can optimize more. So it's our duty. I've heard somebody say yesterday in one of the talks, like, our patients deserve better. So we need to work more into getting better treatments to them. And we are still mostly doing one prescription fits all in terms of radiotherapy treatments, and we need to use all the information that we have to make the treatments more personalized. So the title of the talk is Modern Radiotherapy Techniques. There are different ways of thinking of this, like, is it 3D conformal versus rotational techniques, or conventional fractionation versus hyperfractionation, or extreme hyperfractionation, because these are all things that are coming, that are already implemented in some places, and they will be coming very soon. So it's not, so when I speak about like the workload, we're only not treating the normal tumors that we treat, but we also have like things like oligometastatic disease, where you can see that there are like challenges in relation to the number of mets, but radiotherapy is effective in all these techniques, and clinical trials data is showing this. So we have a lot of things to implement in the near future, if not already doing it now. Also, there are new indications for radiotherapy treatments. I'll give you 2 examples here. So this is a recent article in the Red Journal about low-dose radiotherapy to the whole brain for Alzheimer patients. And it's a study on patients, and the results are very promising. So this is another indication. It's not for cancer, but it's more work for us. Also, like, there is a lot of talk about SABR for the heart, for a condition, I would call it VT, but it's irregular heartbeat that can cause cardiac arrest. So they're now irradiating the heart with high dose, like 25 rays in 1 fraction to the part of the heart responsible, and also like preliminary results from patients are very promising. So you see, even with the workload that we have, it's expected to increase. So the future of radiotherapy in general is efficiency, accessibility, and personalization. So there is a lot of room for improvement there. As we have seen in this conference, and we see every day, that there are a lot of options to choose from in terms of new technologies, ranging from machines like MRI Linacs or PET-CT guided radiotherapy. There is also the promise of flash radiotherapy, where you deliver ultra-high dose rate radiotherapy to tumors with its sparing effects. There are also new techniques that are happening. So I've put here this system for upright. I don't know if you see my mouse. No. So the one in the right-hand side there, it's upright radiotherapy. So it's an old concept, but it's coming now again into development, because it's more like cheaper machines that may help improve the accessibility to radiotherapy. So there is a lot to think about and to be prepared for. And technologies are great in terms of quality, improving the quality and efficiency and safety in healthcare settings. However, introducing any new technology is a sensitive process, and it's prone to errors if it's not planned and implemented correctly. So I will go through this very quickly. So prior to the clinical introduction of a new technique, first of all, we need to make sure that what we're doing already, we do it right. And I'm just going to give you some examples. So in the UK, the government recognized that we work in safety critical environment. So we have some laws that we have to follow as radiotherapy physicists or departments. And we follow 2 regulations from the government. So the first is ionizing radiation regulations, and that takes care of radiation safety for the public and the staff. But we also have something called the AIRMR, or ionizing radiation in medical exposure. And these regulations are enforced by the CQC, so they can inspect. So CQC is the government body that we report if we have accidents, for instance, and so on. So in terms of AIRMR regulations, so patient group is the only group that we irradiate intentionally, but that does not mean that we should not be careful with those, because we still have the duty to minimize the radiation to non-involved tissue in the patient. So again, we are trying to apply the LARP principle and keep the dose as low as reasonably practicable, and yeah, so minimize unintended or incorrect medical exposures, justifying each exposure, and optimizing in terms of operators like us. We're also like to try to ensure the accuracy and traceability of our dosimetry in our clinics. We follow codes of practice. So we have the Institute of Physics and Engineering in Medicine, and also the National Physics Laboratory Codes of Practice for each energy modality. We are also consistently making sure that about the traceability of our dosimetry equipment. And then in terms of implementing new techniques, I've put here an example of what we need to do if, for instance, a department wants to implement stereotactic radiotherapy. So if you remember earlier, I said I'm also from the radiotherapy trial QA group. So it's not only trials, but we are also responsible for the correct implementation of SABR in clinics. I'll give you just an example. I don't know how clear. Yeah, it's clear. So what you see here, every center that wants to implement stereotactic radiotherapy, they need to send us these documents. So first of all, there is a facility questionnaire where they tell us exactly what machines they use, treatment planning systems, algorithms they use for dose calculation, and techniques for imaging, image-guided radiotherapy, PSQA, and then we have an assessment criteria, and then we can tell if they want to improve something, or something is not suitable, or they're okay to go ahead. And then we have outlining benchmarks. So we have like a group of doctors, part of the radiotherapy trial QA, that would have a case they would contour, and then we will send the same case to the different centers. The local doctors will contour and then send us the data, and we compare them and then correct or guide them. They would contour with some guidelines, but you know, I mean, from all your work, you know how different doctors contour things. But with highly focused radiotherapy techniques, we have to be consistent. So this is the next step. We also have a planning benchmark case, and then we have some audits before the center is approved to go ahead with a new technique. So there are a lot of preparation in the background. So in terms, just to summarize, like introducing a new technique in the clinic, I found this very nice article from the European Federation of Organizations for Medical Physics, and it's a policy that they've published just in March this year about the life cycle management of a medical device. And I think all of you know it, like the definitions of requirement for whatever device. And I'm speaking about devices here, and the article is mainly about devices, but you can think of it as a technique as well. So if you're doing a new planning technique, like deep inspiration breath hold, for instance, I think somehow you can find this article very useful if you follow the guidelines. So, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So this article tells you exactly the role of medical physicists and medical physics experts in each stage of the implementation of a new technique in the clinic. I mean, in this case, it's starting from recruitment, and then what you see in the column here, I'll try to use this, yeah. What you see here is medium, high, or low involvement of the medical physicist, and you also have the responsible, accountable, or consulted, or just informed. Because that's another thing, you don't have to be involved in every step, but you need to be informed of what's happening as part of a multidisciplinary group to implement a new technique. I'm not going through all the information here, but it's just to let you know that it's there. So it's each step, what involvement you need to have, high, medium, low, or what's your... so it's a good guidance, I think. And I think we need to remember also like the implication of any new technique to the patient. If we make an error or implement something different, not the way that it's intended, most of the time, one factor or more will lead to patient harm, so it's a serious business. And we cannot work in isolation, so we always work in multidisciplinary teams. And I would say that clinicians are key, clinical scientists or medical physicists like us, dosimetrists, therapeutic radiographers are very important to be there, radiation protection, of course, and then we need people who are responsible for the quality management system, and sorry for the abbreviations, engineers, but we also need to involve the patient and public representatives because they are the end user of what we're doing. So if there is a technique that we're developing, we need somebody from the patients to tell us if this is reasonable or you think it's useful for them or it's acceptable. And then probably it's very important to have some vendor support. And the way that it needs to be is like regular meetings, goals, and deadlines, and then we have to think about, so I put here again ERMR, but regulations, clearly stating who needs to be in the team and what their responsibilities are. And when the right participants are in this team, only then we can use the medical device optimally, and then we can achieve the cost effectiveness of the medical device. This is again just showing you that the requirements for implementing any new technique, that we have quality management system and management control, recognition of each individual and their responsibilities, documentations, clear documentations, audits, QA and review, and dealing with accidents because we need to learn from everything that does not go well. And before the clinical implementation, end-to-end testing is very important, also to pilot studies. And the idea is post the clinical introduction, if everything goes okay, that's not the end of the story. We need to assess, continuously assess, feedback, improve, and repeat. And this is how we achieve the standard that we aim for. So after this introduction, I'm going to give you just a few examples of what we can do as individuals, because, and I'll speak a little bit about my journey. So I've put some examples here. So when I started, so I was a semiconductor physicist, and then I went to do a PhD in the Netherlands, where I developed a highly focused technique for early glottic carcinomas, and the aim of the project was to move from the top picture here, with irradiating the larynx as a whole, to irradiating one vocal cord, because that's the involved vocal cord. And the idea is to develop a radiotherapy technique that can compete with laser surgery to spare the voice and improve the quality of life of these patients. The first study I did was a cone beam CT study to check the vocal cord movements with breathing. Back at the time, we used an Anzai system to monitor the breathing, and then I quantified the air gap between the two cords, because the idea is to irradiate only one of them, sparing the other one and also the neighboring structures. And the results from this study was that the gap between the cords was small, but the movements were minimal, so it still was not a problem to irradiate on only one vocal cord, but we need to hit the target. So I did a cone beam CT study to develop a online technique for patient positioning, but you can always do an online correction technique. But the idea behind this study was to quantify the residual error after implementing online matching. So I quantified the errors and came up with some numbers in terms of systematic and random errors. And together from the numbers from the 4D CT study, so I had the breathing motion and also had the intrafraction motion and so on. I've used just one of the margin recipes, the Van Herk's margin recipe, to generate margins, and did a planning study. And from the planning study you see here, we have the PTV, CTV coverage was very good in the two techniques, but the blue lines indicate the, so the shadow is for the population of the study. And what you see here is that you get like similar results in terms of PTV coverage, but when you look at the contralateral vocal cord and the other structures, we have like huge sparing of organs at risk, as you can imagine from such a technique. And I'm very proud of this work, because just looking back, I think 2 weeks ago or something, I was looking, so this work was conducted in Rotterdam in Erasmus MC, and I've seen this article published just late last year about 111 patients that were treated with the technique with excellent local control and improved voice quality compared to laser surgery. So actually that was like the highlight of my research life, that this is implemented safe and everything. But in terms of like individuals, again, I mean, a very simple project that I did was to look at patients with free breathing and deep inspiration breath hold techniques. So just to develop techniques to monitor what patients are suitable for deep inspiration breath hold or not. And just by looking at the cine images during the treatment, you can tell if a patient has like a reproducible breath hold or if they relax and then the breath hold. And that's why I had so many questions yesterday about your talk, because you can actually monitor the patient, and if in the first 3 fractions you see that the patient cannot maintain the breath hold, then you know that you need to revert to the free breathing treatment. And while I was there, because I had a lot of patient data, I've looked at introducing VMAT and deep inspiration breath hold for the treatment of the left breast cancers to see if there is any benefit. And I've looked at deep inspiration breath hold or VMAT and the combined technique, because we don't want to be unnecessarily doing complicated techniques if the patients are not benefiting from it. And this was mainly for patients with the internal memory nodes involvement. And there are indications that a group of patients will really benefit from this treatment, but it's always like avoided because of the heart, and you can see it here. And this area of the heart actually is the most sensitive to radiation. So it's really not optimal. And the hypothesis is that the combined use of VMAT and voluntary moderate deep inspiration breath hold will benefit the patients. Just very quickly on the results, I'm not sure how much time I have left, but still okay. So what you see here is that you can get good coverage, but the heart sparing effect. So what you see here is the 3D conformal technique, 3D conformal technique with deep inspiration breath hold, and then this is VMAT, and you see there the combination. So you see that there is a benefit, but it wasn't for all the patients, I have to say. And then the heart mean, you see that only just deep inspiration breath hold was actually good. And then VMAT, less good, and then the combination again is better. What we've seen from there is that if a patient has a low mean dose with voluntary moderate deep inspiration breath hold, sometimes you don't need to go for VMAT. But if after the deep inspiration breath hold you still have a high dose to the heart, then you can consider. And we have some values, but anyway, I'm not going into detail, but you can find more information in this article that I put here. But we have to say, like, when introducing new techniques, we are introducing those that usually these patients will not get, like in the contralateral breast. The conclusions from this article, the clinical input from my collaborators was that this technique should be considered only for elder patients, because you don't want to introduce a risk of secondary cancer unnecessarily for younger cohorts. And again, like as a physicist, I was responsible for a feasibility study for looking into finding optimal planning settings for SABR for the prostate. And this was retrospective data, and I came up with a class solution for a single arc and multiple arcs for prostate and pelvic lymph nodes. So this is this study I conducted in Belfast, and it was looking at 5 fractions SABR for the prostate with 40 gray to the prostate and 25 to the pelvic lymph nodes. And this is a local study. And then we started recruiting patients for this feasibility trial. And it's called the SPORT trial. For the patients that came to the study, our clinicians decided to go with a rectal spacer. And it's a very easy technique, again, to optimize the dose, because you can give a very high dose to the prostate without worrying about introducing toxicity to the patients. And we published the first results from the first 6 patients in the UK to be treated with this technique. And it was very good, so we continued with it. Again, because of the time, I'm just putting references here. Happy to share the slides later. But I also did another study because everything was safe, patients were happy, we were getting what we wanted, so our clinicians wanted to go even further with introducing a a boost to the dominant intraprostatic lesions. So they wanted to boost the lesions with 50 grays in 5 fractions. So again, I did a study to see if that's feasible, and actually it's feasible. But the funny thing, or the strange thing, that now that I'm looking at the data, it's logical, but at the moment it wasn't, because I thought the rectal spacer would always be beneficial for these patients, but actually if we're trying to boost intraprostatic lesions, the main limiting structure is the urethra in the middle of the prostate. And sometimes when you're using a rectal spacer, what happens is that you push your urethra closer to the high dose region. So that's, again, was very useful for us. So it's just a side project, but it helped us decide which patient we can boost. The other thing that we learned from this study, and again, it's promoting the culture of we learn from our mistakes, really. Our clinicians were very happy to see the effect of how good they inserted the spacer in the patients. And for them, it's a learning curve, because it's not enough just to put a spacer for a patient, but you need to put it in the right place. Because, for instance, in this case, so patient 2, the spacer is not at all at the level of the high dose region. And for this patient, the spacer is on the side. I don't know how clear these are. And for this patient, the spacer was perfect, where you see the sparing of the rectum. So for us, that was, again, a very interesting thing, and we learned a lot from it. And before I go from here, so this study was a local study in our hospital, but right now it's part of the PACE trial. So I don't know if you've heard of the PACE Notes trial that is started in the UK. And since then, I left Belfast and I came to the radiotherapy trial QA, and I'm actually the reviewer for the plans for different centres for this. So it was very useful to be part of it from the start. Another possibility, you can do some phantom studies. For instance, in this study, I looked at different fiducial markers from different commercial companies and looked at multimodality imaging and identified what's the best marker to use for our patients for this trial. So it was fun to do, but at the same time, it ended up as like deciding which markers to use for these patients. And again, this is a very interesting, so you can think of this for projects for yourself or for your students, but I think it's very nice. And this is looking at calcifications within the prostate and the possibility of using them as fiducial markers. So one of our radiographers wanted to do this as part of her PhD, and she looked at the pyrite system for the prostate and identified how many calcifications are there and what happens if she uses these calcifications for the matching for the prostate, the daily matching. And actually, the results were very encouraging, because we see a lot of calcifications in the prostate. Why not use them instead of going through the invasive procedure of putting fiducial markers for these patients? And I'm happy to stop anytime if the time comes, but I'll continue until you stop me. So this is another study where we worked with our colleagues in the radiobiology. So they were collecting blood samples from patients that were treated with brachytherapy to see if we can use DNA damage biomarkers as an indication of long-term toxicity in this group of patients. So we had dosimetry data for these patients. We had the EPIC scores, so self-scored quality of life questionnaires. And we had the blood biomarkers information. So the blood biomarkers were collected before the treatment, after they got their procedure with LDR, and then 1 hour after, I think 1 day after, a week, and then at a few months' time. I don't remember anymore. But what I did is just to look at correlation matrix, Spearman's correlation coefficients. And this is the correlation. I just threw everything in, and I tried to see if I can see any correlations. Because we know from this group of patients, dosimetry does not really correlate with late toxicity. So it was interesting to see if we can add anything to the picture by looking at blood biomarkers. And what I found in this study, I hope yeah, it's there. So a prompt increase of the DNA damage biomarker at 24-hour post-implant was actually an indication of late toxicity at 3 years. So that was very encouraging so that we can include. So this was a study on 12 patients and actually published results from the sport trial that I mentioned just a while ago for external beam hyperfractionation showed the same results. So it was actually a way for us to design the next trial and include blood biomarkers as well. And then, because I was not clinical, that's why I had a little bit of time in my hand to play with things. And I thought, we acquire a lot of images from the patients, and we're not using these images a lot. So I've looked also at using planning CT scans for prostate cancer patients and tried to see if we can find any information about like the staging of prostate cancer looking at CT scans. So I've conducted a radiomics study looking at all the prostates, so it's the whole prostate, ran some analysis, extracted features, and then tried to correlate the features, the imaging features, with staging information. And surprisingly enough, I found some signal there. And without going into the details, the imaging features were able to distinguish Gleason score for these patients. So we had Gleason score patients, like low Gleason score and high Gleason score. Low means low risk, high is high risk, but there is an area in the middle that is a bit blurred. So there is a Gleason score of 7 that can be 3 plus 4 or 4 plus 3, and clinicians have the feeling that the 4 plus 3 is more aggressive than 3 plus 4. And through this analysis, the features were able to distinguish between the two stages, just looking or running it on the images. But that was not the end of the story, because I'm a physicist. I had to do some phantom studies to check the robustness of these features. So a lot of phantom studies on this work as well to standardize this work. And in light of this study, a lot of centers approached us with a lot of data sets to validate what we found in our data. Because, I mean, we can always discover things, but if it does not work on other data sets, there is no point really. But just an example of the phantom that we've got, some studies on the inter and intra scanner variability. Just to conclude, I'm sorry, I know that this is a lot of things, but I just wanted to give you a flavor of little things that we can do, little projects that can feed back into clinical practice. So we are all responsible for patient safety and for the optimization of patients' treatments. Good clinical practice is key, and we also need to work as multidisciplinary teams, trust each other and do the best that we can for the patients. We need to have procedures and protocols because we don't want everybody doing everything they want. Risk assessment and management is key in radiotherapy because we work in a safety critical environment. Training, and that's why I underline this, training is our responsibility. And it's not only training for new people, but also for us, because sometimes when we are far away from doing something for a long time, we don't come back, and we need to make sure that we keep the competency level up and trained enough. We need to review our processes on a regular basis and improve. We need to have good communication with everybody in our team. We promote a culture of accountability, but no blame. And there will still be implications in radiotherapy. I mean, to do all this, we need resources. And we all know everywhere we're like rare people, but we need to do it because it's our responsibility. Thank you so much for your attention, and happy to take any comments. Oh, there was another slide. So it's just that we have a lot of data and we can use it to improve our treatments as well. Thank you so much.
Dr. Osman over next door. Yeah. So we will see that we also have presentations available to you guys. So we're going to move to the next track presentation from Sim. Thank you. So let's try again.
It's independence.
Independence.
Mhm. Hello. Good afternoon, how are you? I hope that you guys have a good lunch. My name is Zarella Marceli Kaplan, and I've been working with the team of Sun Nuclear for the past 15 years, and it is an absolute honor to be in South Africa for the first time, and I'm really happy for your attention. So today I'm going to be talking on the importance of independence. I'll be talking a little bit about TG218, which is a continuation of TG119 for patient QA. Here, maybe here. There you go. Okay, I'm going to try to go as fast as possible, be as sensitive as possible with time. I do have a lot of the slides. I wanted to keep them for you to be able to see them. There's a lot of clinical examples and summaries of publications. So just looking on importance, we'll talk a lot a bit about universal errors, specific examples, TG218. And I chose R-check. There's other solutions, but you know, on independence, it's very important that we understand that when we have Linux vendors and we have QA, and those have to be independent, and there's bias and assumptions and things like that. So if we are not doing an independent check, we are doing a self-check. We're looking in the mirror to each other. So we have to make sure that we put the right barriers for that. Also, you know, to avoid conflict of interest, we have to have a robust QA program and to be have in-depth conversations. Also, if we're pressured by that, development shortcuts, that's one thing. Complexity. Today, Linux are able to do amazing things, but with that, there's the longest is the equation, the more uncertainties we have. So we have to make sure of that, and we have to have the ability to verify and test everything. And this is a clear example. This is the image of the TG100 for IMRT. This is a fault tree. At any point of these steps, there can be a mistake, and we cannot assume that the Linux is going to be able to detect that. So that is very important. Regarding also independence, you know, systematic errors. We need to be able to do studies on introducing errors to be able to check things and enable new QA methods. And that's why, for us, it's very important education. For example, right now, the TG330 is coming up. The TG219 was just released, and we continue to do that. So it's very important for all the QA companies that they need to be heavily involved with the Linux manufacturers to be able to, and the educational, to be able to continue to get better. Like Dr. Sarah was saying, we need to do it, test it, get better, and repeat continuously. And there's a lot of independent recommendations, verification. There's a lot of that. I can send you all of these. And the one here that is important is safety is no accident. I can send you that as well. It was, a lot of societies are there, and this is a very important document, so I'm happy to share with you. Also, independence, you know. Now, to be able to close the loop of patient QA, in vivo dosimetry is one thing important, no? Started with France, now a lot of the UK, France, Spain, they have this as the Euratom law that stipulates that you have to do the verification on at least the very first fraction. So this is also, there's articles, and I can send you that as well. So regarding in vivo or secondary dose, this is not, the laws are in certain countries, but not everybody. But patient safety, it is our responsibility. So let's look at some examples. So this is a very important, I really like this one because it's an over 4-year period from Belgium, Iridium, and they did more than 84,000 transit in vivo dosimetry measurements. And this is, they found a lot of errors and a lot of things that they were fine. And to save time, I'll just try to go fast, but here is what she was talking just now. They were able to find a lot of errors and then make improvements, and over 4 years they were able to reduce all these errors. So we have actually full visibility, not from just pre-treatment QA, but per fraction, every single fraction. Now, going a little bit on machine. This is the longest study that has been, 3-year period with MPC. And they determined that with daily QA, you still need to be able to use a daily QA verification, because there's a lot of false negatives. So that was a little bit of the results, and to avoid the false negatives and the false positives. This is another one on machine QA that basically, this is the same one for MPC, so you need to be able to do your daily QA on a daily basis or a weekly basis for sure. Here is a question from the IAEA, and it talks about the amount of errors that we have had since 1974 to 2000. And if anybody could have a guess, what is the answer of the amount of errors that they discover due to the lack of independence? Anybody wants to take a guess? 75%, Dr. Sarah said. It is 54%, and this is up to 2000. So that's the result. And this is the report. It is 23-year-old, but it does talk about this. So we have to remember that those are the lessons learned about this, and it's still relevant. Now, errors caught and corrected by independent QA. And this is an extract from TG218, which talks about the second verification, not in one point, but in the whole thing. And you can see that in the beam modeling, we just do the beam modeling, we do in 3D resolution. When we do the QA, we're also talking about transfer corruption and deliverability. But then if we go to the EPID QA, then you can do, that is independent, by the way, transfer corruption. You also address patient setup and anatomy changes. So it's still, talking about machine QA, and it's not enough. We have to be able to use independence. We have to be able, and this is a study that's 8 years old and talks about, the different issues with machine QA and the need to have an external beam QA. On this, and this is one interesting because it happened after a service call from the LINAC, and the plugs were pushed backwards. And so they proceeded to all day treat patients, but thanks to the observant eye of a person working there, they're suspicious. And they were able to run a port film, and the port film was blanked. And then they corrected. So they had to correct it, but all the patients that were treated that day, they had different doses. And log5 only pre-treatment QA was passing, so they were not seeing the errors. So they were able to then think about something different after that. This is about an example about 2 matched LINACs. And you have a log5 solution. In this case, they use a map check 2, and normally things were passing normally with log files, but with an independent array, in this case a map check 2, they were able to detect the issues, and this is in New Mexico and Texas. This is a gantry wobble one, Beyond Clinical. So they installed the LINAC, they used it for 2 years, and there was an error that it wobbled, and because they didn't do Winston Lots QA, that they started after 2 years, they were not able to detect any issues until then, so then they had to correct. This right here is with Japan, and they were trying to do the verification if they could quit the film for SRS QA, based on TG218, and they start seeing poor focal spot alignment on 6FFF. And so if it wasn't for SRS map check, they wouldn't see it. So obviously that was something enlightening, so they passed from 82 to close to 100 percent agreement. So going to multimetastasis Winston lots with a single isocenter. Same thing. The isocenter walk was unacceptable, only beyond a certain couch angle. And with the off-axis, they had to do the off-axis. And when they did it, they found that there was a mechanical issue that they would never find out if you don't do these tests. So also on beam modeling errors, this example right here, and on the previous one, they use our phantoms that can go into the stereo fan, or you can go on the couch for offset multi-met measurements and verification. This was an output factor error for intracranial SRS. And there was low complexity, so they used the SRS map check to determine the issues, and they were able to fix, but before then, they couldn't. And there's TPS model beam issues as well. This one was like they used the inappropriate detector. This is by Ben Nelms. It's actually from like 10 years ago. So they were able to make the correction, but before then, no. They used, in this case, the original map check with Epidos and 3dVH. Also, TPS plan and deliverability errors. And here is an issue with the dose grid that it was set too large for SRS. So they had to be using, here they used the SRS map check. And they were able to find that they needed that, otherwise they wouldn't detect the issue. Now on patient setup and anatomy change errors as well, you need independence. So in this case, there was a patient that they put him on steroids, so obviously the patient gained weight. And it was impacted by the tumor case, so there was a cold spot showing on the CBCT. And so obviously you can see over there, you wouldn't know. Maybe even in the first fraction you wouldn't know. Maybe you would know in the fraction 7 or fraction 10. And here they use the fraction and now, we're still there. That was steroids one. So I'm looking at the wrong one, I guess. Sorry about that. So for this one, it was the steroids that he gained weight. And this one last, the change of weight. It was a head and neck. In head and neck patients, they lose weight generally. So here they were able to do the comparison of the fraction, not on the CT, original CT, but on the CBCT. And there was changes that flagged with the EPID measurement. And so they were able to make the pertinent corrections due to independent. Here is a TPS planning problem. So the skin flash tool was not utilized effectively. So there was an error that was clearly seen in transit dosimetry that wouldn't be able to see if we do just simple pre-treatment QI. This was collected with perfraction as well. Now, anatomical changes as well. This was an infection on a breast. It was swollen, because the patient wasn't on antibiotic. And the issue was seen in the transit dosimetry. This one right here, it is about a patient that was doing a lung treatment, and he caught pneumonia. So there was some liquid that was around in several fractions. So with the original CT image with perfraction, they were not able to find it. So they did the first CBCT, they couldn't see it. But in later fractions, you can see down over there that the pneumonia is there, and they had to do some changes to the plan. So now coming back to this, there's a lot more of this. There's a lot of examples of this, of why independence is important. But I want to finish with this one right here. It's from 2015, and there's a multitude of examples. But this one right here happened in Ireland. And because they didn't have the right tools to be able to do the second verification. They did it with Excel and manually, and the prescription was 20 grays, and the patient was given double, so obviously they died, and this was a big thing. So since then, they were able to implement and look for solutions to be able to do a complete and comprehensive QA patient-specific QA. And now a little bit about SAAnuclear and what can we do for that. And I've talked about SRS map check, I've talked about perfraction, I've talked about a lot of things. I've been working for the company for 15 years. A lot of people maybe heard this, but I was employee number 30. We're more than 500 today, and we have 35% of the employees working on research and development, 50 people developing perfraction and SunCheck, our SunCheck platform. And we're very heavy on education, and collaborating with that. And this is part of my mission of where I come from or where I was raised. And I think I'm really excited with the possibility to collaborating with you independently of what you're using. And our mission and our patients are very important. But also with the regions, I come from Latin America, which is very similar to here, I think we can do a lot of things, and I'm really excited to be here with you today. And just to learn, now we're part of Medium Medical. We have GAMIX under our umbrella with the lasers and phantoms. We have CIRS, Capintech, and Biodex. So we are growing, and only SAAnuclear with 500, but we want to grow, and it's through education and training and research and development, because we have to. And so many protocols are coming. It is impossible to do all the protocols. TG141 has 127 image testing to do monthly. It's impossible to do if we don't have the right tools for that. So with this, a little bit of that, we're in 90% of the hospitals in the US and in more than 50% worldwide. And we have grown very humbly from very humble beginnings, and we've grown a lot. And one of the basic things was independence, and the fact that we're physicists doing things for physicists. And going back to the TG218 that was released very lately in March 2018 because VMAT came before, and everybody was referencing to TG119. But I want to talk a little bit about this and the differences. So there's three main things. The very first one, it's recommended to do, should be performed using a true composite delivery method that provides a QA that has negligible angular dependence. So what is the translation for this? So if we're going to do VMAT, we need to make sure that the device that we're using, it behaves like the patient. It has to be like the patient. The other thing as well, for MRT fields, field by field, what are the methods? The angular dependence is a huge thing. And what do we need? There's epi things. And also, do not use devices that composite multiple beams into 2D plane. So our map check, for instance, our map check 1 and our map check 2 are out of the game for that. Or the map check 3 in case attached to the gantry, it is not correct because obviously the patient doesn't rotate with the linac, and it cannot be always perpendicular. So this was a big thing. And a big thing with 2G282. Our perfraction 2D is also not TG280 compliant. So what is recommended? It is the very first protocol that recommends by name and last name certain solutions. There's the 3 that are recommended. Other are acceptable with additional software, additional things, but these are the recommended, so we're very proud of that because it is, and there's backed up with more than 100 publications. And so this is the R-Check, it's our iconic horse, I would say. And it has, one thing about detectors, We think that the ion chamber is the vertebra of dosimetry, absolutely. But for patient QA, we think differently, and we were able to develop the sun point and sun point 2 for SRS, which is half the size. And we were able to develop a diode that is able to take, that is able to last up to 0.05% in 6 MV per kilogray. So it's a very good detector that outlives, maybe the article is going to fail by the electronics before than that. And so we also use, it has 1386 detectors, and it's 16 kilos versus 29 versus 32. And you don't need an inclinometer because you have like entry dose and exit dose, so we use mathematics for that. And it also measures the time. It's a heligrid, so there's measurements at different depths. So you can do up to 442 detectors in a 10 by 10, for example. And it is, we've developed with all of these guys. For Accuray, obviously, the recommended is SRS map check, that is TG280 compliant, and it does all the techniques, and we have the MR version as well. And as we are physicists dividing for CISIC, all our equipment is only one cable. So the setup is less than 2 minutes. So we use that. And for isocentric measurements, we have either the cavity plug or the multi-plug, where you can put different heterogeneous things and plugs and even film for that. You can install in as many computers. Also, if you have SunCheck, then you don't use the single software, that you go into the platform, so you are able to see in line what's happening with the patient. It does have a DICOM listener, it's smarter, and it has also a machine QA module that is part of that. Calibrations. We have patented the calibration that can be in-house. It can be done depending on the use, every 1 or 2 or 5 years, up to 5 years, depending on that. And the absolute dose calibration is less than 1 minute, and it's done completely. We have, this is the details from April 2022. There's April 2022, there was 4,500 art checks clinically used. That's not counting the map checks and all that. And we're very big on reference sites. We are very big on publications and working together. MD Anders is one of them. There are the chain of US Oncology, Genesis Care, et cetera. So we're eager to work with that and work with you to do different things. I'm really interested in that more than anything. And what are the conclusions and take-home messages? Independent QA is the most important thing for patient safety. It's recommended clinically. So ask me, I have at hand all the protocols that address patient QA, SRS, and whatever you need. So I'm happy to provide all that. Arrays are effective, regardless whether you use a nuclear or not. Do independent QA, please do. It's important, it's our responsibility. And RCheck is a TG280 compliant array recommended by that, and we're so proud of that. And we're here to help you. I'd like to also introduce Carla. Can you please stand up? She just finished her residency in, Carla, where did you finish? Tigerbird, and she's been heavily trained from a technical and a clinical perspective on all products, and we're really looking forward to the current users, whether it's one or many, to help and get really engaged on that. And I'm going to be back, and it's so nice to meet you. Please visit me. And thank you. Thank you for your time. All right. I don't know what to do. We're going to go to the next speaker. Dr. Sarah, tell us who it is. I don't know how to pick this.
This is working. Wonderful. Thank you so much for the nice presentation. If you have any questions, where are you? Or outside? Do you have any questions now? We have. Yeah, we don't have time. Oh, it's fine. Later. Now we go to the afternoon session. We have our first speaker with us, Simone Wild. She's going to speak about evaluating the correlation between gamma passing rate and the gradient dose segmented analysis for VMAT treatment plans.
I don't see the mouse.
It's not there. What's the problem?
Oh no. I can't exit the...
It's frozen.
Is it stuck?
Yes, it seems like
It can be.
like I don't get the mouse.
Why?
That's strange.
Oh, today's technology is failing us.
We don't have a wireless mouse.
What's happening? Today things are not favoring us. I need a wireless mouse. Wireless mouse.
Right here. It's this one. You have it or not?
No, it's not.
It's session 3.
You can't get the mouse.
Oh.
Last.
Wow.
Yes. Do you have a mouse? I think it is, yeah. It's not this one. I'm gonna see now if it works.
Huh?
Oh, okay, we're back.
Oh, it was the back behind us. Let's see. Can you load?
Yes, I have the mouse function now.
Okay, let's see if you load what happens.
Slideshow.
Start. Ah, we're good to go.
We're good.
Behind you, yes.
Hi everyone. Sorry, that's a bit loud. I'm Simone Witt from Tygerberg Hospital. I'm an intern there. And today I will be talking on evaluating the correlation between the gamma passing rate and the gradient dose segmented analysis for VMAT treatment plans. This is just a summary of my talk, but I'm going to jump straight to it. So pre-treatment patient-specific QA for VMAT treatment plans, as we all know, the commonly used matrix is the gamma index evaluation. So the gamma index evaluation can also be used to perform constancy checks during the course of the patient's treatment. This matrix identifies and quantifies the difference between the measured and the TPS calculated dose distribution. What the gamma index does, it records the dose difference and distance to agreement between the dose points. So currently at Tygerberg, we use a gamma passing criteria of 2% 2 ml with a 0.5 mLC margin. To add to that, I just want to state that a low dose threshold can be utilized to exclude those dose points that is in the outer field region. There is, however, limitations to the gamma analysis matrix that we have to consider. So firstly, Stacy et al. Conducted a study that indicated that patient-specific QA, when we use the gamma analysis matrix, in particular focusing on the gamma passing rate, that it didn't have a correlation to dose discrepancies of the DVHs. Another limitation, not particularly to the gamma analysis matrix, is in vivo dosimetric verifications is not compulsory for patient-specific VMAT QA. So what this will implicate is that we perform dose distribution, we verify the dose distribution of treatment plans prior to the patient's treatment, but we don't actually verify these dose distributions during the course of the patient's treatment. So next up is just a bit of introduction on the gradient dose segmented analysis and how it can be used for patient-specific QA. So Steers et al. Conducted a study that found that the high dose, low gradient regions of a GDSA matrix correlates well to the changes in the PTV mean dose. What the GDSA does, it segments the dose regions based on the dose gradients to calculate what the changes in the PTV mean dose is for the reference and the comparison dose distributions. So during a patient's VMAT treatment, the transmission fluence is measured by the EPID for all the treatment fractions. Okay, so what I've done now is just to provide a short summary of how the GDSA actually calculates the changes in the PTV mean dose. What we would typically do as input to the GDSA algorithm is provided with the fractional dose, the 2D measured fluence map, and then the calculated 2D dose map. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So the 2D gradient map in the detector plane is then calculated from your 2D dose map and normalized by the dose per fraction. Whereas the dose difference map is calculated from your 2D dose map and your fluence map. What will happen then is the dose differences from both the gradient map and the dose difference map is combined, and the dose differences are then segmented into a high gradient or a low gradient region. Not or, I mean and. What we do then is we apply a dose threshold, and these dose differences will then be segmented further into a high dose and low dose region. If it were to be that the calculated dose is equal or greater than the applied dose threshold, we would obtain a high dose, low gradient pixel map. From this, the GDSA will then calculate the mean dose difference and reports the predicted change in the PTV mean dose. Okay. So the gradient dose segmented analysis, I just want to explain what would happen if you would have a treatment plan with multiple arcs. So I worked with prostate patients. They had 3 arcs. So we would measure the transmission fluence map of each of the 3 arcs and combine those fluence maps to obtain a composite transmission fluence map. So this would be done then for all the treatment fractions. Okay, so the composite transmission fluence map of the first fraction of the treatment is then set as the reference fraction, and all subsequent fractions of the treatment is then compared to the reference fraction. The objective of my study, as clearly stated in the title, is to establish whether there is a correlation between the gamma analysis pass rate and the GDSA for VMAT treatment plans. The materials and methods. So firstly, we're going to focus on how we would analyze EPID transmission images using the gamma analysis. The gamma analysis was performed on in Eclipse version 15.6 using the portal dosimetry tool. What I've done is I used the template function to create 3 different gamma criteria as indicated on the board, and then I One had a different low dose threshold of 45%. So the gamma passing rate of greater than 95% was the determining factor of the gamma analysis passing or not. The analysis of the EPA transmission images using the GDSA algorithm. So the GDSA analysis is performed in MATLAB using the imaging processing toolbox and statistics and the machine learning toolbox. The processing is very similar to, not at all. I just want to say that the way the composite image is created is the same. The difference is that the reference composite is classified as the treatment fraction with the oldest data in the data set, and then all of the rest of the composites are then used for comparison purposes. The reference composite is then normalized relative to the maximum dose. The absolute value of the mean GDSA being smaller or equal to 3% is the desired value, and that will indicate that the mean GDSA is indeed passing. The results and discussion section. So I performed a retrospective data collection study. I collected the data, the fluence dose matrix of patients treated between January and December 2022 for prostate cancer with the VMAT technique on the halcyon. So the data set consisted of 10 patients with a total of 220 treatment fractions. Patients that have not completed their treatment course was excluded from the study. So I just want to add that all the patients I've selected had a single isocenter. Okay, on to the results. So the gamma index evaluation analysis results. Table 1, what I've done is I calculate the percentage of treatment fractions that passed the gamma index criteria and those that failed the criteria. So it's quite astonishing if we looked at the 2% 2 ml criteria, 14% of the treatment fractions failed that criteria. So this implicated that 30 treatment fractions failed the gamma criteria. So it is a retrospective study. I can't do anything to change what happened, but I do suggest that we should look into performing patient-specific QA during the course of the patient's treatment and not only at the beginning of the patient's treatment. Table 2 is a summary of the mean and standard deviation of the average gamma and the gamma pass rate for all three of the criteria. The GDSA analysis. So for the 220 treatment fractions, the overall mean of the mean GDSA value, so implicating the overall mean of the PTV mean dose, was 0.46%, and the standard deviation was 0.75%. So this correlates to the study conducted by STEERS, because this was the results very similar to what they got for prostate patients. So table 3 is a summary of the correlation coefficient for the GDSA parameters, the PTV standard deviation and the PTV mean dose, and the gamma analysis parameters such as the gamma pass rate and the average gamma. I observed a moderate positive correlation between the PTV standard deviation and the average gamma for all three of the criteria, with the strongest correlation for the 3% 3 millimeter gamma criteria. In conclusion, the highest correlation was found between the 3% 3 mil with a 45% low dose threshold gamma criteria and the standard deviation in the mean PTV dose. This corresponds to published literature. So this makes sense, as a high degree of variability in the mean PTV dose would lead to lower gamma passing rates. So if we were to assume that the distance component of the gamma analysis were to be ignored, because we assume that patient setup using the CBCT is accurate, the results could point to a high degree of dose heterogeneity in the PTV. Furthermore, I found in my study that there was no correlation between the changes in the PTV mean dose and the gamma pass rate. This also corresponds to literature that the gamma pass rate alone does not correspond clinically to useful dosimetric values. As a suggestion, we could explore the standard deviation in the PTV mean dose of the GDSA and its correlation to plan complexity. These are my references, and then I just want to take a second to do a few acknowledgements. I would like to extend my gratitude towards my supervisor, Mr. van Reenen, for his assistance and guidance throughout my research project. And then I would also like to thank Icon Oncology for making it possible for me to attend the Congress. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Simone, for the nice presentation. Really impressive work. Any questions for Simone? No questions?
Okay.
I have a question for you, actually,
Yes.
if I may ask. You said that the cohort that you use for this study are prostate cancer patients.
Yes.
Where you do not expect like huge heterogeneity inside the prostate. Did you test other cancers as well?
No, so unfortunately it was only prostate cancer patients, and very limited. 10 patients is a small group of patients to actually consider, but it would be cool to check maybe other lesions. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Look forward to see the results of this.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker. Unfortunately, I need my glasses. Our next speaker is Melissa. Where are you here? I can't find. Is Melissa Mesonza, and she is going to tell us today about the comparison of radiotherapy treatment time for patients receiving adjuvant chest wall radiotherapy with deep inspiration breath hold versus free breathing.
Greetings to you all. Thank you for the introduction. My study was based on comparing the treatment times for breast patients treated with radiotherapy using a deep inspirational breath hold technique versus the free breathing technique. Breast cancer is one of the most common cancers and the leading cause of cancer mortality in women. Women are being diagnosed with breast cancer at early ages using mammography units. And a comprehensive treatment strategy has been applied for breast cancer to reduce the risk of local recurrency and specific mortality. Radiotherapy is often used in conjunction with other treatment options such as chemotherapy or breast-conserving surgery. Breast radiotherapy, however, may increase the risk of non-breast cancer-related morbidities, among which heart disease still ranks first. Radiation therapy to the heart may damage the heart muscles or the blood vessels, leading to a condition called cardiac fibrosis. For breast cancer treatment, considerable efforts have been made in the development of techniques to reduce the radiation dose to the heart and the lungs. And these include the 3D conformal radiation therapy planning and Align RT, which is a surface-guided radiation therapy system. It is used in conjunction with either treatment. It is used in conjunction with deep inspirational breath hold techniques to ensure that the patient is correctly positioned before and during treatment to ensure an optimized workflow for a precise treatment. This system uses cameras to create a three-dimensional image of the patient's body surface, and it compares it with the reference image to ensure that the patient is correctly positioned. If the real-time deltas are green, it shows that the patient is correctly positioned, and if the patient moves, The R-line RT will automatically signal the treatment delivery system to pause the radiation, and the real-time deltas will turn red. During deep inspirational breath hold technique or treatment, R-line RT can also be used to monitor the breathing pattern of the patient to ensure that it is consistent and accurate. This simple technique, still referring to the DIBH technique, it is based on flattening of the diaphragm and lung expansion, pulling the heart away from the chest wall during inspiration. And this results in reducing the cardiac exposure by lung expansion, which physically displaces the heart out of the treatment field. If we have a clear look at A, the heart is inside the 95% isodose line, whereas in B, the heart is outside, meaning that in A, there is cardiac exposure, whereas in B, the heart is spared. This R-line RT was introduced in the year 2019 at Steve Biko Academic Hospital, and it is routinely used in post-mastectomy breast cancer patients, and it requires patient compliance in order to be successfully implemented, meaning that patients should be able to hold their breath for treatment to take place. And during both simulation and treatment, patients are coached on how the DIBH works, and they then take a deep breath, then hold it for a period during which radiation is administered. Then we also have what we call a free breathing technique, which is the most used technique in breast patients. Unlike the DIBH, which requires the patient to hold their breath for treatment to take place, the free breathing technique actually allows patients to breathe normally. And this type of a technique may be appropriate for patients who have difficulties in holding their breath, or patients that are unable to tolerate the DIBH technique. Yeah, DIBH may take longer than the free breathing technique, but it is important to weigh the potential benefits of the reduced radiation dose to the heart and the lungs against the inconvenience of the longer treatment times. And also not forgetting that in most cases, the benefits of the DIBH techniques outweigh the added time and efforts required. This study had a couple of hypotheses. The first one is that the DIBH technique reduces the cardiac exposure. And the second one is that the DIBH technique takes long, as patients have to be correctly positioned for treatment to take place. And the other one was that patient familiarity may actually reduce this longer treatment times. And the aims of the study, the first one was to compare the overall treatment times between the patients treated with DIBH and those that were treated using the free breathing technique. And the other aim was to compare the overall treatment times between week 1 and week 3 of treatment in the DIBH group. So this was a retrospective study, and data was obtained in the Radiation Oncology Department at Steve Biko Academic Hospital on Mosaic, which is the record and verify system. 28 treated left-sided breast patients were selected on this system, and they were divided into 2 groups. And all patients received 3D conformal radiation therapy using tangential and supraclavicle fields. And they got a total dose of 40.05 gray in 15 fractions as per the departmental protocol. And they also got an electron boost. So these 28 patients, as I've already mentioned, that they were divided into 2 groups. They were divided into 2 equal groups. The first group had patients that were treated with deep inspirational breath hold, and the other group had 14 patients who were treated without the DIBH technique. And these patients were categorized as the free breathing patients. So the treatment times for the entire 15 fractions for all the 28 patients was recorded, and the average treatment times was calculated. The average treatment time for the DIBH patients was compared with the non-DIBH patients. And the average treatment times for week 1 in DIBH was compared with those in week 3 for the DIBH. For statistical analysis, Stat Vision 17.1 was used, and the PET test was used to compare the mean between the 2 groups in both the data set. This PET test, it is a statistical method which is used to compare means of 2 related samples. And it assumed that the difference between the paired observations were normally distributed and that the variances were equal. And the null hypothesis of this paired t-test was that there won't be a significant difference between the means of the paired t-test. And if the p-value was found to be less than the significance level, which is usually 0.05, then the null hypothesis would be rejected and conclude that there was a statistical significance percentage difference between the means of the paired difference. Moving on to the results. The obtained results were represented in the form of a box and whiskey plot. Table 1 shows the treatment times for DIBH and free breathing patients. Blue represents DIBH, whereas red represents the free breathing treatment times. The DIBH ranged from 9 to 22.4, and the free breathing, the free breathing ranged from 7.5 to 11. And we can also see that in both the techniques, we have outliers which are above the maximum level. And for this, we found that the p-value was found to be less than 0.05, meaning that there was a statistical significance percentage difference between the DIBH and the free breathing technique treatment times. And the DIBH was found to be 5.8 minutes longer than the free breathing technique. And moving on to table 2, which is showing the treatment times for week 1 and week 3. Blue represents week 1 and red represents week 3. For this, for week 1, majority of the treatment times were found to be between 11.4 and 22.6, whereas in week 3, they were found to be between 8.2 to 13.6. And also here, the p-value was found to be less than the 0.05, meaning that there was a statistical significance percentage difference between week 1 and week 3 treatment times. And week 3 was found to be 34.097% shorter than week 1. So a conclusion can be made to say that the aim of the study was achieved with the use of the patients' treatment times that were obtained in the record and verify system and the radiation oncology at the Steve Biko Hospital. And the free breathing technique resulted to be shorter in treatment times, as patients did not have to be correctly positioned for treatment to take place. And the DIBH resulted to be 5.8 minutes longer, and this difference decreased over the course of treatment. And this might be related with patient familiarity with the technique, meaning that if we can increase the education and treatment time in patients about the DIBH technique and its importance in the success of their treatment, this might actually help reduce their anxiety and increase their cooperation during treatment, leading to a more efficient treatment process. And the time taken to treat a DIBH patient without enough training can actually be reduced to treating more patients if proper training is offered. And this can result in a considerable impact on a busy radiotherapy treatment. Less time taken to treat DIBH patients will increase the number of patients to receive treatment, which is why the department has planned a patient video handbook and longer training sessions in a language familiar to the patient. I would like to extend my gratitude to my supervisor, co-supervisor, for the assistance with the concept and analysis. And I would also like to thank my fellow interns and senior medical physics colleagues for their guidance, and not forgetting Exim for the sponsorship to attend this meeting. And these are some of the references that I've used for my study. More can be provided upon request, and thank you.
See, this. Ah, where they? It's fine. You guys know each other. You guys are friends. So there you go.
Thank you, Chair, and afternoon, everyone. My name is Lenore, and I'll be presenting about the effects of the applied setup shifts during the image registration for prostate hypofractionated treatments. So VMAT treatment techniques are highly conformal, and they need to be carried out with high precision so as to deliver accurate doses to the PTV and to limit unnecessary doses to the organ at risk, and also to minimize any extra toxicities. Hypofractionated doses are treatments of high fractional doses that are delivered in short period of time as compared to your conventional treatments. And also hypofractionated prostate treatments that use high doses per fraction are becoming very popular due to the low alpha-beta ratio than in other tumors. So as we all know, the prostate can tolerate high fractional doses or accelerated doses due to their tolerance of the low alpha-beta ratio, so they tend to be spared from any extra toxicities in the long term. And we all know that it's a common clinical practice to apply couch shifts on a daily basis to a prostate patient. So as a department, we saw a need to investigate these effects on the couch shifts on these hypofractionated doses. It's very difficult to get information about the dosimetric effects or changes that are that you see during, that are caused by the couch shifts based only on the CBCT images. So the objective of this study is to evaluate the couch shifts during the CBCT image registration using soft tissue image registration by populating the applied shifts, focusing on translational shifts. To quantify the doses, so we quantified the doses by replanning the prostate treatments, which were achieved by importing the CBCT images onto the Monaco planning software, and we fused those with the reference CT images, and then we recontoured the bladder and the rectum. We didn't recontour the PTV because of the technique that we use, which is a soft tissue image registration, so we're under the assumption that every time we are tracking the prostate. So the third objective is to establish a baseline for the couch shifts during the CBCT image registration. So the aim of this study is to look into the effects of the couch shifts and the margins of the dose deviations when applying the couch shifts during the hypofractionated prostate cancer treatments when using soft tissue image registration. So this can be achieved by evaluating the effects of applied setup shifts and dose quantification when using soft tissue image registration in the treatment of prostate cancer. So the patients that were eligible for this treatment were those who presented with intermediate to high risk staging with localized tumor and no metastasis. So this is a retrospective study where 40 patients who were treated with, for prostate cancer with a hyperfractionated dose of 60 gray in 20 fractions were selected randomly from 2019 up to 2022 at the Steve Biko Academic Hospital archives. The treatment technique used was VMAT of at least 2 full ox rotation, and the patients were treated with a 10 MV photon beam. The patient database was accessed through the approval of the Research Ethics Committee of the Faculty of Health Sciences. The patients were scanned and treated in a supine position with comfortably full bladder and a rectum and an empty rectum as per departmental protocol. The PTV margins were 0.7 all round and a 0.5 centimeter posterior. and the rectum and the bladder were given a margins of 3 millimeters all round. The couch shifts were populated for each patient for the 20 fractions of treatment they received. The daily CBCT images that were taken were exported from the Monaco treatment software and were imported onto the, they were exported from the Mosaic and they were imported onto the Monaco planning system. And then the reference CTs with the daily CBCT images were fused onto the Monaco system, and then the bladder and the rectum were contoured on the 20 daily CBCT images and copied onto the CT and then optimized. And these bladder and rectums were done freehand, yeah. The DVH of the reference plans were compared to the DVHs of the replans, and the doses were analyzed and in terms of percentage and volume. So this is just a demonstration of 2 different days where the patient was, for example, on the image, on the first image, these contours were done on the previous day, and then this is the CBCT that was taken, and then obviously we needed to readjust the bladder to match the contour before we could optimize again, and the same applied for the rectum. And on the next image, the bladder contours were a little bit bigger than what we, so the bladder was a little bit emptier, and then we needed to adjust accordingly before we could optimize the plans. So some of the limitations that I've encountered on this study was that the CT values of a CBCT cannot directly be used for dose calculations because this might lead to inaccurate dose calculations. This is because of the CBCT image acquisition and the magnitude of the scatter and artifacts. Also because the CT value fluctuates due to the change in scatter irradiation. And this is something, as a researcher, that I obviously experimented with. I attempted to calculate on the CBCTs, and I saw a lot of inaccuracies in my doses. And so to remedy the situation, what I then did was I then took the contour on the CBCT and I copied them onto the reference CT, and then I optimized my plans. Sorry, so I also wanted to mention that a lot of researchers have also, what they did to overcome the challenge was that they developed some algorithms that they could use to overcome this challenge. So these are the dose constraints that we adapted to as a department, and I mainly focused on the PTV, the rectum, and the bladder, as those were the organs that I was mainly interested in. So this is a preliminary results. These are preliminary results. I had 40 patients, which has database sets of 800, and these are the first 20 patients that I've already analyzed. And if you have a rough look, you'd see that most of the results are similar to each other, but then you have a few patients that have very, I would use the word extreme shifts. For example, if you look at patient 16, in the INF, this patient had average of 0.89 centimeter. So we'd see on the next slides what happened then. So these are the graph of average shifts. And if you look at the graphs, you will see that the SOOP and the post have dominant shifts. The SOOP has an average of about 1.5 centimeter shifts, and the maximum of about 0.29, and the The posterior has an average of about 1.5 or 1.6, with a maximum of just above 0.3, about maybe 0.34. And then the rest of the shifts were well within or below the 0.2 centimeter mark. And then we have a few outliers. So this is that 0.89 that we see in the inf direction, and then we have also some few outliers in the anterior. So on the results, I see that the DVH, the D98, most of my patients were well within range between. So the orange is represents the original plane, and then the blue represents the replans. So only a few patients had a bit of a difference in the doses, and then the same with the D2. And I see a lot of inconsistencies in my rectum, and obviously because of how the bladder was, how much bladder was, the status of the bladder in terms of its fullness or in its emptiness. And these are just the V30 results. The same with the bladder. So there's a lot of inconsistencies in the results because of the fullness or the emptiness of the bladder on a daily basis, as these were contoured per fraction. These are just the V40 values. As I've stated, these are preliminary results. And on the preliminary results, we have seen that the couch shifts that are falling within the 3 millimeter range result in favorable or matching PTV doses. And the organ set risk were well within the dose constraints guided by the Quantec protocol, which is adopted by the department. So I would like to conclude that hypofractionated radiotherapy VMET treatments have shown to deliver precise dose without increased toxicities after correcting setup errors. And also, hyperfractionated radiotherapy treatments can be introduced for prostate patients who presented with intermediate to high-risk staging with localized tumors and no metastasis, with the aim to further reduce the treatment time with the guidance of couch shifts limits. I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Mr. Maselesele, and my co-supervisor, Dr. Basa, and my fellow colleagues at the Steve Biko Academic Hospital for their support. These are some of the references I used. Thank you so much for your time. No, so I'm looking at my data in two separate incidences. So the first, I populated the couch shifts, and then I actually contoured on the PTV, and then optimized on the planes, and then save it as a new plane. Yeah, so I'm trying to look at how much would we, according to the shifts, if we can establish a baseline on the couch shifts in order for us to not have any marginal misses to the PTV or geometric misses to the PTV, and also not but also at the same time looking at our organ at risk according to the fullness and empty status. Yeah.
Leonor, there's one thing I didn't understand. Okay. But I don't know if this might. You had a table of how the patient was moved, but I don't understand how you move a patient sup and in, left and right.
Okay.
Okay. One of your slides. I mean, I'm not understanding that shift in the first place.
One of these slides?
No, it's a table, I think.
Okay.
That, yes.
This one?
That one.
Okay.
No. The one you had on that. I mean, I don't understand how patient one moved sup and in and left and right like that. What is this table?
So these are the populated average shifts that the patients were moved in after the CBCT was taken. So I've taken all shifts. You would find that if you look at the specific patient data, some of the directions had 0. If maybe the patient was moved to the end, then the post would be 0. But then because I took an average of all the 20 days, I populated it in, I put it in an average. Maybe that's why it might be confusing, because then you see values all the way. But then ideally, if the patient was moved to the posterior, then the anterior value would be 0. If the patient is moved to the left, then the right would be 0. And then you would get a value to either direction. If the patient is moved to the sup, then the inf would be 0. In patient number 1. Say again, Prof. Okay. Yes.
1.1 millimeter.
Yeah.
And then you could have moved for the remainder of the fractions inf by 0.04. Am I correct?
I'm not sure if I'm understanding you well, but if I maybe to clarify better, so maybe they say on the first day of treatment, the patient had movement on the inf, and then the second day maybe the treatment was, the movement was on the sup, and then on the third day maybe there was a movement on the inf again, and then so on and so on. So I just averaged all of them and put them in for the 20 fractions, but yeah.
And then you redrew the bladder and the rectum?
Yes.
And then you put that onto the original planning CT?
Yes.
And on the original planning CT, what did you then do with the ISO center? Or did you move it like this for each fraction?
Oh no, I just optimized it.
You
and
completely replanned?
I optimized it and completely, yes, I completely replanned. Yes, yes.
I didn't get that.
So in the end, I've ended up with 20 plans, yes.
20 completely independent treatment?
Independent treatment plans for every single day. That's correct.
But then how are you linking back to this?
Sorry?
Then how do you link that treatment plan back to this table?
So the table is the couch shifts. It's completely independent from my plans. I'm just trying to in the end, come up with a baseline that would sort of give us a guideline to say, some sort of a guideline to say if we are outside this couch shift, are we still are we still happy with our PTV doses? Are we not? Yeah, so it's two independent studies so that we can sort of have a baseline for the department for our couch shifts so that we can set a limit. So I just replanned to.
But then what are you using to decide what the shift is? What landmark or marker are you using?
The outputs of my doses.
No. When they make the shift on the machine, what are they using to make the shift?
So they do automatic, after they take the CBCT, they would take the automatic, what do you call it?
I mean, are they using like the pelvis, or are they using external markers? Or the
okay, so yes, we have external markers, and also we're using the Align RT for surface guidance as well.
Yeah, but the way I see it is I can understand looking at a shift and then looking at a different volume to the bladder and rectum or position, but I'm not sure that it's then necessary to change the plan, because you're not changing the plan on the machine.
Yeah.
So I think you need to keep the same plan.
Okay.
If I understand. Did you want? Sorry, I'm dominating.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if I understood you correctly, you're saying you generate a new structure set from your CT, from your Cone-beam CT images, and you copy that to your reference CT data. Right? But then your volumes and your shapes, the shapes of your volumes would have changed, and you're still using your reference CT data to generate the other 20 plans.
So I'm
different.
Okay.
Did I understand you correctly?
I copied my contours onto the CT.
Yeah.
The only reason I did that is because I couldn't directly calculate on the CBCT images because of the limitations that I already mentioned. So whatever's copied on the CBCT is whatever's copied on the CT is what we have contoured on the CBCT. So that step is just for us to be able to run the plan.
So that means your bladder shape, the new bladder shapes will not be matching what is on the CT data. So
yes,
it will be like
yes, and then I would save it as a plan on its own, and then when I do the next one, I would do exactly the same according to how the bladder or the rectum was, and then I would save that as a plan as well, and so on.
Would you consider generating a CT to ED curve for your CBCT and try and seeing if you can, as a study, be able to generate plans? Because I'm thinking maybe that might sort of help your problem. Because now generating your plans on your reference CT data, which the shapes have changed, and I think it's going to affect your dose estimations there. And I think that is not solving your problem.
Okay.
I think perhaps you could consider looking at generating a CT to ED curve for your CT and see if you can't make plans with that.
Thank you.
CBCT, forget the environment and nothing. They're not going to have a major effect. I don't think. But anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for their talks, and thank you for your comments. And there is a trade talk now, but we also have a coffee break. So we're completely, the time schedule is not. Yeah? Okay, so we continue. And if you need coffee, you can bring your coffee and come back, please. Thank you.
Right. I know that it's late and it's been a long afternoon, so I'll try and keep it entertaining. So Wayne asked me to talk for Flow Biomed, and we've decided to talk on small fields. What you guys probably know is that PTW has a dosimetry school, and the dosimetry school's aim and job is to create educational courses that one can go on, and you can learn more about the theory behind some of the applications of the things that we do in medical physics. And when we decided to talk on small fields, I reached out to them, and they actually have a dosimetry school on small fields. So instead of reinventing the wheel, I asked them if I could present one of their talks, and they obliged. And so my name is not Dr. Jan, but these are his slides. So when we talk about small fields, we have to think about what it is that we are trying to achieve. So if you try and look at something that's really, really small, if you don't have the proper equipment to do it, it's really hard. And even if you do have the proper equipment, if you don't know how to use it, it doesn't always work out that well. So I want to just touch on a few aspects of small fields. We're going to talk about the physics behind them, some background information, geometry, practical hints, and we're going to do it in that order. And so we're going to start by looking at some of the effects of small field sizes. So we're going to look at the volume effect, geometric effects, density perturbation, silicon diodes in small fields, polarity effect, and we're going to look at the IEA TRS 483 protocol as well. So every detector will average over its volume. And in practice, this is not something that is playing such an important role in larger fields because the detectors are normally much smaller than the size of the fields themselves. But when you get down to smaller field sizes, you might actually have a detector that is in itself larger than the size of the field that you're trying to measure, and so that creates a problem. Here we've got a picture of a 1x1 field at 10 centimeters depth, and you can actually see the size of a semiflex 0.125 chamber. And that can create a problem for us. So large measurement errors can be possible if you choose the wrong detector. There's an example here again, a 1x1 field, detectors cross-calibrated at 4x4, and you can see the microsilicon, microdiamond, pinpoint 3D, and semiflex 3D chambers, and you can see that there's a difference between all of those profiles. And the difference can actually be to the order of, in this case, 8%. And so it's quite important for us to know what it is that's going on and where the limitations of our detection tools are and what field sizes we can use them for. So if we look here, you've got equivalent field sizes, and you can see as we go down, the non-corrected detector reading actually changes as you get down below 2x2 field, and you can have differences of up to 35%. And this is, when we're talking about small fields, these are exactly the things that we need to look out for. You can also experience volume effect at field borders. Here we've got a picture showing microdiamond and a semiflex 3D over a 10x10 field. And you can see the penumbra widen, but at the field size definition of 50% isodose, they're correct. So one needs to understand where this effect is coming from. So here, even if you can have a strong volume effect on the CACs as well if you normalize to it. So here we've got a series of detectors that have been used to measure across a field size. You've got the microsilicon, microdiamond, pinpoint 3D, and the semiflex 3D, and all of them correlate to each other at the 50% isodose line. But then when you normalize to the CACs, you end up with differences on the profiles, and the field borders appear broader than it really is, and it was measured, and the dose outside the field seems to be increased, and you can see that, and that's just by normalizing to the CACs when using different detectors. So that was for profiles, but now when we're looking at PDDs, the volume effect is less critical, but it still exists. So again here, we've got 1x1 field size, and we've got PDDs measured with different detectors, microdiamond, pinpoint, and the 3D semiflex. And you can see the differences. Here we've got the differences to the microdiamond of the semiflex 3D, shown in black, and the pinpoint 3D. And you can actually see that the semiflex 3D, which is a slightly larger chamber, can have a difference of between 9, it varies. It starts at about 9%, and then as you go deeper, you get to about 7.5%. And then when compared to the pinpoint 3D chamber, it's fairly constant. So it's not quite as bad as what you saw when you were looking at the profiles. When you normalize the PDDs over the different detectors, they fit quite nicely, but when you zoom in, you can see that what is in essence happening is that a PDD with a volume effect will tend to lift its tail, and one has to be aware of that when you're talking about depths. So that covers the volume effect for the moment. Positioning and geometry when we're talking about small fields are extremely important. You need to measure both cross and in-plane profiles in shallow and in deep depths in order to be sure that your translational axis going to depth does not have any tilt in it. You should also always scan in the same direction to avoid any mechanical hysteresis, which on some of the modern tanks is no longer a problem, or is claimed no longer to be a problem, but it's something that should be investigated so that it doesn't cause trouble. And you should always check that your chamber is centered in your field, especially in small fields, because as I'll show you in a moment, it has quite a changing application. And if you change your detector, you have to repeat these things, because the physical differences in the detector sizes and in their positioning on the tanks can actually change the center of the needed detector. So if we're talking about measuring output factors, you can be off of your center, and you can actually have, in this case, it's 1 millimeter off center on a 1x1 field, and it can lead to up to a 2% error. So if you carry that now, if you put that into your TPS, then you've already got a 2% error, compounded with your daily error, compounded with your et cetera, et cetera. So if you don't need to have an error on your measurements, it would be best not to. Again, if you're off center, as you go down in depth, you can have your PDD, and the measurements can walk out of the beam, in which case you'll be getting incorrect measurements. Or if you're out to start off with, they can walk into the beam, again creating incorrect measurements. If you have an inclination, like we were talking about now, where it walks out, this is a 0.6 field that we're looking at. And this is data cross-plane direction, and you can see the different data there as the inclination increases. There's a 0.6 field, and the inclination doesn't ever get to 1 degree, but you can already see differences. And if you zoom that up, you can see that they can actually be quite large. The effect is strongly dependent on field size, though. So this is a 0.6 field size in which you can see it quite clearly and quite well, but if you were at a slightly larger field size, it may not be quite as prominent. So something that you can do when you're talking about field sizes and you're trying to measure small fields is you need to know about your collimator. So how reproducible is your field size? One can test these things on conventional Linux, going from large field down to your small field, going from a smaller field to your large field that you wish to set, or larger field, measure them over time and see what they actually give you as answers each time. The nominal field size that you read off of your Linux may not actually correlate to the real full width half maximum measured field size, and this is quite important because you, as I'll show you in a moment, you need to know what field size you're actually measuring in order to get correct data. So the in and the cross-plane field sizes can sometimes be different as well, especially in small fields. And the field center can shift if you've changed your jaws or your field size. So it's really something that you have to continually look at when doing small fields. So in small fields, in the field center and the field size, you have to deduce new ones for every small field every time you change it. And you should decide if you're going to use the JAWS or the MLC, and you should stay consistent in what you've chosen. So here, for example, nominal field size versus full width half maximum definition. All of these were measured. These are measured output factors. Nominal field size, and as you can see, there's quite a variation over them. And as soon as we deduce the full width half maximum for each of the measurements and we replot them, we can see that we get a much smoother correlation in terms of the output factors. And this is just purely because the small fields, the field size changes are actually noticeable, and that changes with the output factor then. Collimation, again, reproducibility of the field size. So the spread across correction factors for 10 different microdiamond detectors was measured in this case, and the non-reproducibility of the jaw settings taken into account. So here we got 10 different microdiamond detectors taking measurements of the field sizes, and then taking into account the different field sizes, and you can see that it really just brings all those measurements to a much closer range, or much closer variation. So taking all of this positioning and geometry information into account, the most accurate method that you can use to measure a field size, output factor of a small field, measure the X and Y profiles, send to your detector. Measure the X and Y profiles again and actually deduce from those profiles using your full width half maximum what is the field size that you are about to measure. Verify the centering of your detector. Finally, measure the output factor that you're looking for. Set the next field size and repeat. So it's really something that has a lot of care that's needed when taking measurements. So this is implemented in BeamScan version 4.4 and higher. But what you can't forget to do is to apply the small field correction factor at the end of all of this. And we'll talk about that in a moment as well. So that's the positioning and geometry aspects that one needs to consider. Density perturbation. So for very small field sizes, the mass density of the detector material can play a role. Basically, the density greater than 1 will increase the signal, and less than 1 will reduce the signal. Higher beam energy has a stronger effect, and in very, very small fields, below 1.5 by 1.5 for 6 MV and 2 by 2 for 15, you can see this. And we're talking about the distance from the field edge to the detector. It's broader and the detector's border is the word I'm looking for, is smaller than the range of the laterally scattered electrons, and that's where it comes into play. There's some places to read up some more. So if you're in the center of a very small field, you can have something that looks like this, where this is TRS-483 data, renormalized to a 4x4 field, and you can see the small silicone diode in red, and the small air-filled pinpoint chamber, pinpoint 3D chamber in green. And you can see the different correction factors that need to be applied as we go down in field size. And what we can see is that the pinpoint chamber is a low-density detector, and so as we get smaller in field size, you get quite large correction factors. And a small high-density detector, such as the silicon diode, will have smaller correction factors needed to be applied. So again, here we've got the same thing, and we've got the 2.2 millimeter diamond microdiamond detector as well. And what we see again is it's an air-filled chamber volume effect and density perturbation, and it adds together in this case, and you get a strong correction. If it's not so small, but a high-density solid-state detector, and the volume effect and the density perturbation will actually counterbalance each other in the microdiamond, and so you get a weak correction that's needed across your detector measurements. And for a small high-density detector, you get a very strong correction. So where does the shape of the profile actually come from? If you're looking at a beam, and we're looking at the photons, there's little scattering, and it's quite a sharp edge. But then what happens is you've got the electron component and there's much scattering, the lateral scattering, the soft edge. And the range of the laterally scattered electrons is what we're talking about in this case. So a low density air-filled detector, for example, will see the electrons because the photons just simply go through it without much interaction. But a very high density, for example, lead detector will see the photons more than it will see the electrons. And so what happens is that a water voxel will actually see mostly electrons, but it will see part photons as well. And that's the real profile that we're looking for, because we're looking for dose to water in this case. So if we talk about some real detectors, an air-filled pinpoint detector would follow the electron profile, and a real air-filled chamber will wash out the profile further because of the volume effect, and a small high-density detector will over-sharpen the profile. And this is based on the following publications. So in short, small field output factors, high-density detectors, the signal's too high; low density, the signal's too low. The penumbra, high-density detectors, too sharp; low density, not sharp enough. So to reduce the perturbation effects, use a volume effect to counterbalance, for example, using a microdiamond detector and a detector with a density that's equal to 1 gram per centimeter cube, a scintillator if you can. What this means is that the smallest detector is not necessarily the best small field detector, especially if its density deviates from 1 gram per centimeter cubed. So that's the relationship now between the perturbation effect and the volume effect. Polarity and stem effects on the chambers, they're increased for small volume chambers. The new chambers, the new pinpoints, they're better than the older models, and they've also had a dedicated small field polarity effect that's been published. If you're working with the newer chambers, and if you respect the IEA's 5% limit on the correction factor, and if you work in the radial orientation, then polarity and stem effects become much less of a worry. But you have to take into account all of those aspects. So you have to be careful with small chambers and axial direction orientations. To correct for them, you have to measure the entire data set in both polarities, and then you have to actually average the entire data sets. Silicone diodes. In small fields, there's less KEV scatter. So it's okay to work with unshielded silicone detectors. These would be, for example, the microsilicone, the diode E, or the diode SRS detectors. But you should not use a shielded model. TRS 483, it actually says in small fields, the use of unshielded diodes is advised. If we go back to our graph, you can see that the blue being the small silicone shielded diode and the red being the small silicone diode unshielded. You can see the increase in the correction factor that's needed just based on the shielding. There's also a depth-dependent correction that comes with a shielded diode. And you can see this here, and it's also published. This data comes from a CyberKnife 6MV, and it's a 0.5 field size at depth. Okay, so we've covered just about everything now. IEA TRS 483 covers absolute dosimetry triple F qualities, absolute dosimetry for Linux that can't do a 10 by 10, applicable for TG51 and TRS 398, output factor measurements for small fields, including corrections, PDD profile measurements which are not treated. The data is from 2015 or older. You can get it quite freely, and there's a short version of it. So now we've looked at all of the different effects that happen in a small field, so the question now is, how important is that? So, how important each of these effects will be. What I want to show you next is actually the worst case scenario. So don't focus too much on the numbers, just look at what can happen. So here we've got an example of the volume effect. Farmer chamber and a semi-flex chamber going down in field size, and you can see when we get down to the 3.2 field size, we can see huge errors that come through in the order of 30%. Detector positioning, so 1 degree beam inclination or 2 millimeters out of the beam center. Again, if we go down, we can see large 25-30% errors that can occur. Density perturbation, this is a Monte Carlo simulation, and again you can see that as we get down to small field sizes, you can see large errors. Using the nominal instead of the full width half maximum to determine your field size, as you go down, again like we showed in some of the graphs, getting down to below 2, you really do get some larger errors in order of 5% or more. So what that boils down to at the end of the day is that if you're looking at 6 MV, if you've got 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, and then above and below. In the small fields, you really need to know what you're doing. If you're below 4x4, you should work very, very carefully. And above that, you're probably going to be okay with most detectors. And the same would apply for higher energies, except that it starts where you really need to know what you're doing at a slightly bigger field size. So some of the things we can practically do. There's a very nice brochure that if you don't have, I suggest you go outside and visit Wayne and get one, which covers all the overview about the physics and the detectors. It's got a step-by-step guide which helps you to get the suitable detector choice. Code of practice of TRS 483 for small field plus output factor measurements. The correction factors for recent PTW detectors are published in this book. There's some hints and questions and catalog data and references. These are the TRS factors that are published for the PTW detectors, and the red here shows PTW estimates. They're not published in TRS 483, but they're for some of the other detectors that have come out since. So small field measurements really need a lot of time. You really need to be prepared when you're going to do them. You shouldn't do it at the end of a long day because it's probably going to mean that you're going to do something wrong. You really need to verify, and when you've done that, you verify again, and then you verify again. Checking that your detector is centered is vital because of all the reasons I showed you, walking off the PDD, missing, etc. Defining your axis and your coordinate systems, moving the detector by hand, you need to then verify either with a camera or with going in the room that you actually have moved in the direction that you wish to, so that you know where you are. And if you're scanning a profile to find its maximum, there's no need necessarily to scan out-of-field data. You can find the maximum without doing that. Once you've got your data, then you need to be able to know that it's good data. So you can verify this by water phantom using Octavius, Ruby, or one of the other tools available. And you need to then have the data that your TPS is feeding back to you verified through one of the mechanisms that we know. Because small fields might be very tough to measure, but they're also very tough to calculate. And so we need to do the reverse tests as well to be sure that we're happy with the data that we've got. And if you're normalizing noisy PDDs or profiles, then the error of the normalization point can be carried through the whole scan, so you must be careful when doing that. Okay, step-by-step better or continuous scanning. If you're going to average your scans, then the polarity correction when you're measuring without a reference chamber, step-by-step is better because the position values will be identical. If your data point density varies strongly, then step-by-step can be faster actually for larger fields even. Beware of temperature effects when doing these things because the storage temperature of your tank, your chambers, etc. is maybe not the same as that's in the bunker. Evaporation changes the temperature as well. Differences in the air and the water can often be quite high. And the temperature dependence for some of the detectors changes. Things that you need to look out for is depending on where you live, but if there's a storm coming and you're scanning over a course of 2 to 3 hours, your pressure is going to change. So you need to take this into consideration. Quickly coming to the reference detector. Do you need it when scanning small fields, and how do you do it? Modern Linux may drift. They might need some startup time. They might need some stabilization time. How do I know when mine is good? Is your Linux really stable? Some people say if you irradiate several MU sessions, then you can consider it stable if you're getting the right constant dose. But that's only checking really that your monitor chamber is working properly because stability is a continuous signal over time. So you really need to be a bit more careful and you need to go with measuring signal over time and what it looks like. So this is from a Varian machine which was installed quite a long time ago using a diode, and you can see without the reference is the blue data, and there's quite a lot of drift and variation there, and the red data is with a reference. And after about 30 seconds, you can see stability coming in, which would, again, be something to take into consideration. And 3% deviations are shown in this example. So if you're going to use a reference detector, where can you put it? You can't use the classical mounting because your field's too small. Putting it on the field border can lead to a strong dependence on mechanical variations because of the very high field gradient. And if you put it outside, then you're going to get some strong quantum noise because the signal's too weak. So you can use a transmission detector like the TREF PTW. There's a picture of that coming. You can measure without a reference and you can believe that your Linux is good. You can measure the same curve twice or a number of times, and if you get the same data, then you can know that you're stable. Or if possible, you can put a reference chamber somewhere at the top before the field size is determined, above the collimator blocks. If you're using a high quality electrometer, you must never use a diode as a reference detector because of the noise. So the TREF, it sits above the field or above the scanning place in the field. Transmission detector and your beam actually goes straight through there. So that's a really neat solution to the reference detector problem. So in conclusion, small fields need a lot of care. You need to have your correction factors available for the output measurements. The correction factor should be less than 5% for the range of use of the small field detector. And you need to understand the physics that is necessary. Choose a detector that reduces those measurement errors. And to perform the measurements for a small field, you should prepare idiot-proof instructions so that you can get it right after a long working day. Make sure you've written down things that you need to check for. Consider about a reference detector and make a choice. Definitely check your center of your field often. And that's it, small fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. not Dr. Yan, for your very informative talk. And I think in interest of time, we move on to the next session. I'm not sure who's chairing the next. Okay. Thank you so much.
Right. So I can close there because.
He's going to put his name.
Yes.
Yeah.
Day 3.
Session 4.
Needs to go there.
No.
Varian, wake up.
Come on, Varian.
I think we put it in the wrong place. Yes.
Oh, is that a?
Yeah.
Right.
Here we go.
that craniospinal irradiation that took place at Grooteskier recently. So the study was actually published in the SAGO journal, and I was co-author, and I'm presenting on behalf of the authors involved. So in this talk, we'll run through the typical things: introduction, aim, materials, methods, results, and conclusion. We'll start off with some background. So craniospinal irradiation forms part of a multi-modality treatment for several central nervous system and brain malignancies. An example, probably the most common, being medulloblastomas. And craniospinal irradiation is typically prescribed with adjuvant chemotherapy and involves the radiation of the whole brain and the entire craniospinal axis. From this phase 3 trial looking at CSI with adjuvant chemotherapy in children with average risk medulloblastomas, they found that the 5-year event-free survival was greater than 80% for children older than 3 with non-disseminated disease. And the conventional or typical beam arrangement for 3D CRT CSI consists of 2 opposed lateral cranial fields. These fields are typically half beam blocked to avoid beam divergence, and a posterior spinal field or fields depending on the target length. And these fields will either be at an extended SSD or multiple isocenters will be used depending on the target length. And furthermore, the collimator angle of the cranial fields will be rotated to match the divergence of the posterior field. And that is done to achieve a clean match line of the fields. So I'd like to quickly look at a few articles to set some expectations for this study. In this article by Studensky et al., 10 CSI patients treated with 3D CRT were retrospectively chosen and planned with IMRT and VMAT. The field arrangements used for the IMRT plans in the study, for both the brain and the spine, 5 coplanar fields were used. The fields were also angled mostly posterior. And for the VMAT plans, 2 full arcs were used for the brain. And for the spine, 1 arc was used with avoidance sectors over the arms, resulting in an effective arc of 200 degrees. And in the study, it was reported that IMRT and VMAT resulted in more homogeneous target coverage and reduced those doses to organs at risk compared to 3D CRT. And the trade-offs of the advanced techniques being increased treatment times and increase in the low-dose spill. In the study by Paul Lull et al., 6 patients planned with 3D CRT was again retrospectively planned with 3 different VMAT techniques. The field arrangement used for the 3 VMAT techniques, the techniques being having an avoidance zone, having no avoidance zone, and using full arcs over the spine. So for all 3 of these VMAT techniques, the cranial beam arrangement all the same. They used 3 full arcs, and then for the spine, they had 6 partial arcs ranging from 90 to 270. One of the techniques with avoidance zones over the arms, or actually the kidneys, sorry, and one without, and then full arcs being used. And illustrated here is the beam setup for the VMAT plans. And so over the brain, you can see the full arc over the brain, the partial arcs over the spine, and the avoidance sectors are indicated with the little black blocks. And this study reported that VMAT resulted in a more conformal dose to the PTV and improved organ and wrist sparing, so similar to the previous study. And furthermore, the VMAT plan with the avoidance sectors resulted in a lower low-dose spill to the lungs and breast compared to the no avoidance and the full arcs. And similar results were reported in other articles as well. So that brings us to the aim of this study. The aim of this study is to establish which craniospinal radiotherapy technique is most effective amongst 3D CRT, IMRT, and VMAT. And the metrics used to assess the effectiveness is plan quality, so it's PTV metrics, organ at risk doses, and healthy tissue doses. as well as the time taken for contouring, planning, QA, and delivery time on the machine. Materials and method. So in the study, we retrospectively looked at 7 patients previously treated at Groote with 3D CRT craniospinal irradiation. All these patients were scanned head-first supine with the arms along the sides and immobilized with a thermoplastic mask. In terms of the contours, we'll consider the 3D CRT and IMRT VMAT separately. For 3D CRT, the brain CTV included the brain, cranial nerves, meninges, and cribriform plate. And the spine CTV included the spinal canal from the foramen magnum to the thecal sac S2. The PTV for the 3D CRT plans for the brain, a uniform 5mm margin was used, and for the spine, no PTV was defined. So simply the posterior field width was adjusted to include the transverse foramina. For IMRT and VMAT, the CTV was the same as that for 3D CRT. And the only difference for the PTVs was that of the spine. For the CTV to PTV for the spine, a 1.5 centimeter margin was used. And the organs at risk considered in this study were the brainstem, hippocampus, optic nerves, eyes, lenses, chiasm, cochleas, parotids, thyroid, lungs, heart, liver, esophagus, spleen, and kidneys. So a whole lot was considered there. In terms of the calculation settings, the AAA was used for calculation of the 2.5 grid. For the optimization, the PO algorithm was used, again with the 2.5 grid. And for the leaf motion calculator, we used the LMC algorithm, and we employed sliding window for the IMRT fields. So the beam arrangement for the 3D CRT, as mentioned earlier, that typical setup. We had 2 opposed lateral fields over the brain and the posterior spinal field using an SSD setup. Again, the head fields, the opposed lateral fields, that's isocentric setup. For the IMRT plans, we used 3 isocenters, 1 in the head and 2 in the spine, and we had 5 fields per iso. So for the brain, we more or less had the beams equally spaced, although we did avoid entering through the eyes, so this anterior region we avoided. And for the spine, the fields were mostly spaced posteriorly, so we didn't come too far up to avoid entry through the arms. And for the VMAT plans, the ISO placements were very similar. We had 3 full cranial arcs, and then 6 partial arcs per spine isocenter. And the spinal arcs were again mostly posterior to avoid entry through the arms. Right. And then the prescription for all the plans, it was 1.8 gray times 20 fractions for a total dose of 36 gray. For 3D CRT, we used point dose normalization, and for the IMRT and VMAT, we used the mean dose normalization. We looked at the ICRU metrics to determine our plan quality and make adjustments and so on. And it's the typical things, the mean dose, the near max, near min, homogeneity and conformity index. And in terms of the formulas, for the homogeneity index, we looked at the Kataria formula. And for the conformity index, we looked at Van T. Ritz formula. And just to define some of the terms there for the conformity index, the TVRI is the target volume covered by the prescribed dose, and the TV is the total volume, and the VRI is the total volume covered by the prescribed dose. I think we all know what the D2, D98, and D mean is. So the following organ at risk constraints were considered: the mean, the max, for all the organs previously mentioned, and then also the volume receiving 25 gray for the heart and the volume receiving 20 gray for the lungs. We also considered the low dose spill, so the dose spill to healthy tissue outside of the target, and we looked at the 2 gray, 5 gray, 10 gray, and volume receiving 20 gray. For the timing test, we used a stopwatch, and we measured the time taken to complete the various tasks in the treatment planning process. So that was very technical. That brings us to the results. For the results, I'll be reporting on the mean values for the study population. So the D2% was lower for both IMRT and VMAT compared to 3D CRT. The D95% and D98% was higher for both IMRT and VMAT compared to 3D CRT, meaning that we got better coverage and lower near maximum values for the two advanced techniques. The mean dose to the PTV was higher for the 3D CRT plan, and this is due to the difference in the plan normalization between the 3D CRT plan and the advanced techniques. And the only statistically significant difference between the IMRT and VMAT data was the near maximum value. And just a reminder for the homogeneity and conformity index, ideally we want a homogeneity index of 0 and a conformity index of 1. And from the table we can see that the advanced techniques resulted in lower homogeneity indices and higher conformity indices compared to the 3D CRT. So the homogeneity index and conformity index for IMRT and VMAT, and between the two advanced techniques, we can see they're quite comparable. Not much difference. For the low dose spill values, 3D CRT produced the lowest V2 gray and V5 gray of the three techniques, and VMAT produced the lowest V20 gray. The IMRT and VMAT dose spill volumes were similar for all the doses considered, except the volume receiving 2 gray, where IMRT showed a slight improvement. And plotted here, we have the DVH of the PTV and body for one of the patients. And this DVH highlights the differences in the low dose spill between the 3D CRT and the advanced techniques. We can see that the volume receiving lower doses is higher for IMRT and VMAT, whereas the volume receiving higher doses is higher for 3D CRT. And this is as expected. VMAT and IMRT have more beam entry points, which would increase the volume receiving a lower dose. And furthermore, the single posterior entry point for the spinal fields used for 3D CRT would result in a high dose upstream to the spine, increasing the volume receiving a high dose. So that makes sense. For all three techniques, the optic nerves, optic chiasm, and brainstem received a higher dose than the 36 gray prescription, but these were still within the Quantec tolerances. The doses to the eyes, lenses, and hippocampi exceeded tolerance for all three techniques. The tolerance doses for these organs being 20 gray, 6 gray, and 20 gray respectively. These doses were similar to those obtained in other studies, and considering the relative position of these organs to the brain PTV, the higher doses to these organs make sense. And sticking out like sore thumbs, it is clear that the IMRT and VMAT resulted in much lower doses to the parotids, thyroid, esophagus, and heart. In terms of the thyroid, esophagus, and heart, the higher doses from the 3D CRT plan can be attributed to the beam geometry. The posterior spinal field results in high doses anterior to the spine, where these organs are located. The lower doses to the thyroid achieved with IMRT and VMAT can be attributed to the use of modulated beams. The doses to the various organs can be controlled via dose volume constraints in the optimizer during the planning phase. Furthermore, VMAT resulted in the lowest doses to the parotid, thyroid, esophagus, and heart. In terms of the timing measurements, the contouring time for IMRT and VMAT is quite a bit longer than that of 3D CRT, and this is due to the need to contour more organs at risk for the advanced techniques because of the additional beam entry points. The planning time for 3D CRT is longest. This can be attributed to the trial and error nature of forward planning, as well as the need for manual feathering of the field match lines between the head and spine fields. In our department, manual feathering results in 3 plans per ISO center, essentially. So that takes quite a bit of time. IMRT planning time was higher than that of VMAT, and this can be attributed to the increased number of re-optimization runs required to obtain a high-quality plan. It should be noted, however, that the planners in our department do not typically plan with IMRT, and this value could be closer to VMAT with more experience. Another major factor that would influence the planning time is the optimization and calculation speeds. So in our department, we do not yet have a GPU server, and so just keep that in mind. The evaluation time is longer for the advanced techniques due to the more complex nature of the beam arrangement and the increase in the number of organs at risk considered. The quality assurance time will vary greatly depending on the equipment and software that you have available for patient-specific QA, as well as what you actually check as part of your plan checks. 3D CRT resulted in the highest patient-specific QA time, and this is due to the increase in the number of plans due to the manual feathering. So our independent MU calculation software requires quite a bit of manual data entry, which becomes very tedious and time-consuming with the more plans that you have. So in your department, that might not be the case. The beam on time per fraction was higher for IMRT and VMAT compared to 3D CRT, and this is due to the increased number of fields as well as the increase in the MUs for the advanced techniques. The total time for VMAT was shortest, approximately 1 hour less than 3D CRT and IMRT. And that brings us to the conclusion. So VMAT was determined as the most effective treatment technique for craniospinal irradiation due to its conformity index that was superior to the other techniques. It had the lowest volume receiving 20 gray, and it resulted in the lowest organ at risk doses to the parotids, thyroids, esophagus, and heart. Furthermore, it also had the shortest overall treatment planning time. So following this study, it was decided to implement VMAT for craniospinal irradiation at Groote, and since this implementation, we have treated 3 patients. Thank you.
Thanks for the talk. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay.
Hi. I might have missed this, but I don't understand your field arrangement for 3D on the spine.
Okay. So, okay, in this illustration, the patient is prone, but for our 3D CRT plans, our patients were supine, and we used 2 lateral fields for the brain, and then a posterior field for the spine. And we half beam block our cranial fields, so we don't have beam divergence in the sup-inf direction. Yes. And we adjust the collimator angle to best match the beam divergence of the supine fields, of the spine field, sorry.
But you're using 2 spinal fields, right?
It depends on the length of the target. So in this illustration, there's 2 fields.
But it's just a PA field?
Yes.
And do you do any dose compensation along there?
Any?
Dose compensation?
No. I mean, sometimes we use field in field, well, very small weighted subfields to get rid of some hotspots because of the angle of the spine, but it's mostly just a posterior field for the 3D CRT.
And did you consider prone treatment?
No. No. So this was a retrospective study, and typically we treat our craniospinal patients supine.
I mean, I'm surprised that you are getting such high, call it heart, lung, kidney, with what you're calling 3D. I mean, I'm surprised. But, okay, I mean, I would have to look at the plans to understand. I mean, obviously a big push these days, especially for children in this, is to use protons, right? I mean, this is one of the biggest indications for protons for pediatric.
Yeah. Okay.
Billy? Sorry, we don't have time for a lot of questions, so I'll give to Billy.
I promise it's just a quick one. I just want to know, what imaging protocols do you use prior to treatment for setup verification? Do you verify each ISO center all before and then treat in one go? And how do you guys do it?
Exactly, as you said. So yeah, we do 2D imaging, so we're currently only doing these treatments on our Uniques. So we only have the 2D imaging available, and so we will image at each ISO center, checking for rotation, making sure the patient's straight, and if we're happy, we then
How long does this procedure take? I've only seen one of these VMAT types, and imaging took an hour a day. So
I don't have a value for you. I'm not sure.
Cool, you had one more question. Okay, cool. Jono, okay, one last question. Thanks.
Thanks, Brendan. Good talk. Based on what they said, mine was also related to the imaging, but have you considered, and possibly to consider, with the effort that you've gone to in your planning to be so great, sure, precise, extra feathering, 100 beams for each ISO center on the VMAT, it's a lot of effort that you've gone to. Do you think that decreasing the ISOs possibly is something to look at the future from 3 to 2, so that you can also decrease the possible risk? Because the more ISOs, the more risk, just as a thought.
Yeah, so I think it will all depend on, obviously, firstly, the target length, and then for the advanced techniques, to have that auto feathering, you want an overlap of your fields. So that also kind of limits how far your ISO centers can be apart. So we, I think, aimed for at least 10 centimeter overlap between our fields to have a nice fall off of our junction, essentially, that auto feathering. But yes, ideally you would want to use as few ISO centers as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brendan. So the next speaker is Dr. Abdal Kadar. He is an invited guest, and I'm going to give over to him, as I'm not sure what his topic is about.
So I will continue my talk on audit methodology in radiotherapy, and the present talk will emphasize on the end-to-end dosimetry audit. We can have end-to-end full for the full process, but now we will focus on end-to-end dosimetry audit. Radiotherapy treatment are multi-step endeavor consisting of many independent processes with multiple interchanges and modification at various points, based also on decision by clinical staff interpreting information acquiring during the patient treatment course. While individual links of the radiation therapy treatment are tested on a routine basis in conventional physics and radiotherapy quality assurance, the interest can be more to test the whole chain of radiotherapy, or at least the physical aspect of the radiotherapy chain. The treatment process for patient complex or simple can be simplified into a chain of event, from imaging, contouring, to dose delivery. And each part of the chain can influence the other parts. Unfortunately, the most weak part of the chain can be the treatment planning system, because is influenced by the commissioning, by how we plan, how we model our treatment unit, and many other processes. And it's the most important or the most influent part of the chain on the overall accuracy of the delivered dose. Oops. So for this reason, an end-to-end quality assurance, which is an audit methodology that tests whether all of the components in the treatment process function in a manner such that the desired radiation dose is delivered accurately only to the intended spatial location, the right dose at the right place. What's happened if the end-to-end fail? This can give an overall idea, but if we want to locate where the problem is, we have to test each step of the chain. This is if I have to test every part of the chain process, this can take time. But if I do an end-to-end test or an end-to-end audit and everything is okay, good. The end-to-end test originated in computer science, a testing method used to determine whether a software application performs as required in the field. These tests are designed to determine whether the application communicates as required with hardware, network, database, and other applications. And the same philosophy was transferred to radiotherapy. And if we look at the radiotherapy, an end-to-end test is an audit methodology that tests whether all the components in the treatment process function in a manner such that the desired radiation dose is delivered accurately only to the intended spatial location from this book. The rationale of end-to-end test in radiotherapy is set up some radiotherapy process to do one thing, and how do we know we are not doing the opposite objective of our process? For the end-to-end assessment, why end-to-end assessment, especially for physics part, is interesting? Because it's identical to patient process. The treatment planner, the CT scan on anthropomorphic phantom, physician define the volume of interest. The dosimetrist or treatment planner develop plan, physician approve plan. All the steps for real patient are reproduced in an end-to-end test. And we use different kind of phantom, almost anthropomorphic or representing one part of the human body. And there are three primary reasons for incorporating an end-to-end test within a comprehensive quality assurance program. First, need for treatment delivery accuracy, to have a clear idea what are we doing in our treatment process to ensure safety of the patient, and also it's one means for credentialing to ensure consistency among radiotherapy participants in multi-institutional clinical trials. This was the main objective, for example, for the IROC. All three of these reasons overlap to some degree. If one can verify accurate delivery, then one has confidence that the patient is getting the prescribed dose and the radiotherapy site could be credentialed. external audit program using Phantom end-to-end testing by independent credentialing programs, example IROC, or one body in Australia, I don't remember, RCDCE, and also in UK by NPL. And it's very interesting to use when we are in the phase of transition from one technique to another, or to implement a new technology or new equipment, new techniques. The end-to-end can be helpful to have an overall idea about the robustness, the accuracy, and the reproducibility of our process. We are in the phase, especially in the region, where we are moving from a classical, almost safe radiotherapy in the region to more advanced equipment, more advanced techniques, and sometimes without any preparation. So now, in different parts of the continent, you have O-ring Linux, you have very advanced Linux, and all the people want to do EMRT and VMAT. Going from sometimes 1D radiotherapy to 3D, to VMAT or 4D. So, if we want to be careful, we have to test what we are doing. We have to test our readiness to move from simple and classical situation to more complicated situation for the benefit, the safety, and the effectiveness of our treatment. External audit program, the most important in the world, is the audit, the program driven by IROC at the MD Anderson Hospital. This was set up at the demand of National Institute of Cancer for the multicentric studies and to have some grants from this institution. IROC developed in-house many phantoms for different configurations, for different parts of bodies, and when one center is interested, the equipment, the phantom and detectors were sent to the hospital with the instruction what to do, what dose to deliver, which configuration. And after that, the center returned the phantom and the reading, and dose estimation is performed by IROC. Simulation is performed by RTTs. Treatment planning by physics. Setup RTTs. Image guided by RTs. And we follow the same process as for a real patient. And we can use different kind of detectors, ionization chamber, solid state detectors like RPLDs or OSLDs. And recently they developed a methodology for gels. I want to see you. There are also development of methodology for end-to-end by the agency for 3D and EMRT VMAT. And different studies were conducted under the auspice of the agency through a coordinated research project in pilot studies. The most famous is the 3D with Circe thorax phantom, and recently with the Shan phantom for VMAT. And some results from IROC, you can see that many centers failed, big centers failed to be compliant with the criteria of IROC. So for EMRT, IROC set criteria not very tight. 7%, 4%, 4 millimeter. 7% for dose discrepancy and 4 millimeter for position. And sometimes centers fail under the required 95%. What is the benefit of end-to-end audits? This can lead to a standardization of the use of EMRT or other new technique. A need for multi-leaf collimator quality assurance, use of accurate tissue heterogeneity correction dose calculation algorithm, and need for a single isocenter per target for SBRT. This is coming from the retrospective study by IROC, and image guidance methods are essential to minimize uncertainty. Another study, this is for 3D conformal, reproducing the methodology developed by the agency, and the major finding of the methodology developed early by the agency for 3D CRT was a clear figure of the performance of those calculation algorithms, especially for heterogeneity correction. And you can see that the convolution models or class A models that don't take into account the electron transport fail to have the accuracy in many centers using this kind of algorithm for low and high energies. The same conclusion in another region of the world, a systematic study in Europe showed that the class A algorithm, not taking into account the transport of electron, can lead to discrepancy between calculated and measured dose up to 15%. One of the advantage of end-to-end audit approach is that all audit steps involving CT imaging, planning, and measurement are taken into account. By applying wide range of quality audit types, the safety culture in radiotherapy is getting strengthened, and the patient can only benefit from the rapidly developed technique and procedures. To optimize the application of radiotherapy and to minimize the probability of potential errors and inadequate practices, dosimetry audit as a part of clinical or quality audit or standalone activity can play a significant and critical role in the development and safety of radiotherapy. National dosimetry audits are able to set standards as well as to maintain and improve them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for the insightful talk. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? I'm sure you will be able to grab him during the dinner tonight if you have. So the last presentation for today's proceedings is a trade presentation from Prime Equipment. I'm going to give over to them. Hi.
Welcome, everyone. my name is Tamás Medovarsky. I'm here with my colleague Fadi Abdullah from the company LAP from Germany. I'm going to talk about our RADCAG solution, but let me introduce the company in a few words in advance. So as I said, we are representing here the LAP company, who is one of the world's leading supplier of system that increases quality and efficiency. We are present in the industrial, in the measurement, and in the radiation therapy area with many different products. The company was established in Germany, Lüneburg, and today we are present worldwide at 8 locations and with many partners. The key development and manufacturing is concentrated in Germany in 2 locations, while the RADCAG development is still in the United States. So if you are knowing our laser systems, then this is the company where we are from, but actually our devices can be found in everywhere in the radiation therapy area. I mentioned already our laser systems, which are present, for example, in the Linac room. But I'm not sure whether you know that we are developing and manufacturing MLC systems as well. And we are working with OM manufacturers who are using our MLC systems. Still staying in the Linac room, but moving a little bit further to the MR Linac room, we do have a water phantom, which is called Thales. And actually we have 2 versions of this phantom. One is MR compatible, and it's already on the market for Emeridian type of Linux. We also have a non-MR version for Halcyon or Ethos Linux. And we are very soon releasing another version for the Unity Linux. Moving forward, you probably know our solid phantom solutions. Here is shown the EasyCube phantom, or only the Cube phantom, which is matching the previous presentation because it can be used as an end-to-end test. That's why it's linked from the CT or from the MRI room up to the Linac rooms. We also have laser systems in the CT or in the MRI room. That means we also provide laser systems which are MR compatible. Staying in the MRI room, we also have phantom to measure the MR image distortion. This phantom is called TETIS. And if we are going forward to the treatment planning room, then we have a software QA solution which called RADCAG. So what does RADCAG mean for the everyday user? RADCAG is on the market since more than 20 years, but with the newest developments in RADCAG, the product became a fully patient-centric solution to cover every patient-specific QA tasks. A little bit of history of RADCAG. RADCAG was developed by a clinical physicist more than 20 years ago, and it became one of the major QA software solution on the market. RADCAG has, at the moment, more than 2,300 customers in many countries. When we are talking about the RADCAG development, we can mention that the original company, which is the Lifeline software, has acquired in 2018 the dosimetry check software from Mat Resolution. And this is where RADCAG obtained its 3D computation algorithm and the EPID computation algorithm. In 2019, LAP acquired the Lifeline software. This is how LAP and us came into the picture. There were a lot of investments into development, and before 2019, before 2018, RADCAC was a simple point dose and monitor unit verification. With these increased improvements by today, we reached that RADCAC can offer you a full 3D solution with pre-treatment and EPID in vivo solution inclusively. So we are calling RADCAC a patient-centric end-to-end solution because the plan verification procedure is starting with the plan verification, of course. Here we are supporting a full automation, fully automated computation. And with the newest developments, we can include our portfolio to cover everything around the patient treatment. One step, what we have as a new development result is a pre-treatment patient QA solution, which is part of the RADCAC 3D EPID package. This is a phantomless pre-treatment solution, which doesn't require plan recalculation in a phantom. With the measured EPID images, the dose is reconstructed in the original patient planning CT in 3D. Very similar to this solution, our in vivo QA solution. This is also using the EPID images which were captured during patient treatment, and with these EPID images, we are reconstructing the dose in the patient anatomy. When we have an overview of all of the patient treatment fractions, then we can have information about, or we can have more information about supporting a decision whether the plan requires an adaptation or not. This is what we call offline adaptive decision support. If we are looking at the patient QA procedure, then many times we see a fragmented process with a mixed vendor setup. This is complex and time-consuming. The conventional QA process starts with the plan verification. Then usually the treatment plan is recomputed on our phantom geometry. Then the phantom placed to the treatment table, and the QA measurement is being done. Evaluation of the plan is happening in the phantom. In vivo measurement is also applied as part of the chain. The in vivo is usually not measurement-based. Many times we saw that the in vivo verification is based on log-file-based plan computations. What RADCAC can offer instead of this fragmented and multi-vendor required step or verification step is basically one software which is integrated into the workflow. The users still have to do, of course, the treatment plan verification. Here we also have a lot of improvements moving away from a single point dose and monitor unit verification to 3D verification using either collapse cone or Monte Carlo algorithm. Our pre-treatment QA solution is completely phantomless. Technically, it doesn't require to recalculate the original treatment plan in a phantom material. The user just have to schedule one measurement on the Linac, and the plan will be delivered onto the EPID panel. From these planar images, which are measured during the treatment with the EPID panel, RADCAC will reconstruct the dose in the original patient anatomy, and this 3D dose can be compared one-to-one with the dose computed with the planning system. Very similar to this, the in vivo QA method. During the patient treatment, the EPID panel is measuring the dose, and the RADCalc software is reconstructing the dose in the 3D patient anatomy. Again, as such for the pretreatment, the in vivo QA also compares the computed dose with the planning software 3D dose computation. As a secondary check software, RADCalc's complete suite of tools are designed to offer superior accuracy and precision across all three phases of the patient QA process, starting with the QA of the patient, of the treatment plan. The supported machines are making sure that one software solution can be used widely in a hospital, which are equipped with different Linux devices. We are supporting superficial machines, brachytherapy machines, gamma knife, cyber knife, and all of the conventional Linux. There are continuous developments, not only towards to the 3D computation way, but also to provide more and more added functionality in the point dose algorithms too, if there were users planning or preferring to use that kind of algorithms. The pretreatment QA, the 3D EPID module for the second phase of the patient QA is for the pretreatment. As I said earlier, no phantom setup is required. The reference dose is the TPS dose, not a recomputed dose on any kind of phantom material. And every frame during the QA delivery is including the gantry angle information is used for the dose computation. You can see in this, this image, this is the manual. This is a manual way selecting the treatment fraction, which will be used for EPID 3D dose reconstruction. And I think it's quite small, but at the top of the screen, you can see that every frame which has been measured with the EPID panel contains, for example, the gantry information, and every EPID image together with the gantry information will be used to reconstruct a three-dimensional dose in the patient. Very similar to this, the in vivo patient QA is the actual measured dose is used by the EPID panel. Here is showing a phantom, but as I said, the solution is not requiring a phantom. The phantom here in this animation is representing the patient because we were using this phantom to measure different characteristics. The Linux log files are useful for in vivo plan computation sometimes, but it has its limitations. We are using the log files very limitedly, and the main use of the log files in RADCalc to ensure the automation. When the when the patient has been treated, RADCalc will be able to notify this from the log files, and it will be automatically start processing of the treatment plan and the measured images. As I said, the reconstructed dose is 3D dose, so every kind of 3D computation or verification algorithms can be used to verify the treatment against the planned treatment. In one of the last slides here, you can see this green image right now. So this is a gamma computation. The upper image is showing the treatment planning 3D dose, and the lower image is showing the reconstructed dose from the EPID panel. So you can use, for example, 3D gamma computation We also support those two percentage dose difference and DTA type of evaluations. Not only the gamma criteria can be used, but clinical matrices also can be used to evaluate your treatment, either in the pre-treatment way or during the in vivo dose measurement. RADCALC has a long, steady history of innovation, which has allowed us to become a recognized solution in the radiation oncology. Supporting an expansive list of different modalities and machines, the recently released volumetric 3D algorithms like collapsed cone and Monte Carlo, bringing a second check model to the level of the planning system. This reliability is why RADCALC is in the top of the workflow in many best known clinics in the US. Not only in the US, but worldwide, we are also working with many collaborating partners to develop and enhance the functionality of the software. You can see here a couple of these collaborating partners. There is one clinical result what I would like to present here, just very quickly. This has been evaluated in the Uniclinic Köln in Germany. At the left side of this slide, you see a couple of facts of this clinic. And in the middle part of the slide, you see something which is looking like a patient head, but this is actually a 3D printed pseudo patient. This is a 3D printed 3D phantom using real patient CT images. So this clinic has 3 different pseudo phantoms, and they were using these phantoms to evaluate RADCALC 3D EBIT solution. In the right side of the screen, you cannot see the mouse pointer. Just let me point it. So at the right side of the screen here, it's very small, but this part of the evaluation went into the direction of how reproducible are the results with RADCALC with the EBIT panel. That's why they are repeated the same plan on the same phantom head multiple times. Here you can see, or maybe you cannot see, but there's a 100% gamma pass rate in between the consecutive in vivo reconstructed doses. And the gamma calculation parameters were 0.1% of dose deviation and 1 millimeter distance criteria. In another example, they were replacing the original plan or the original head phantom with another patient's head phantom, and they were interested whether this can be pointed out with this in vivo dosimetry, or how much is the deviation there. You can see here right away that the gamma comparison result has immediately and drastically decreased, and maybe not that very visible, but there are in this image, for example, there are about 10% dose deviation in between the planned and the measured PTV when they were using a wrong head phantom during the beam delivery. If you would like to know more about this solution, we have a dedicated web page for RADCALC, which is www.radcalc.com. And in this web page, you can have access to recorded webinars, publications, and you can enroll yourself to RADCALC courses to learn more about the system. How can we support you if you are choosing to go towards RADCALC? We have a dedicated team based on experts in physics, which are at your service in the installation phase. We have multiple and structures, courses, and instructions which can be used as an onboarding. And we also support, we also have an ongoing support. We are also providing an ongoing support. And the online support team is available in all 3 time zones. So as I said, I'm the product specialist of Radkarg, and I'm located in Germany, so you are in a very lucky situation here because there are no time difference in between Germany and South Africa. So we can provide you very prompt support. If you are interested, you can take even more steps. You can book a demo, or you can book a demo for a demo meeting. We also have downloadable demo softwares. I would like to thank you for your participations today meeting and in the full presence in this discourse. You can, if you have any further questions, feel free to contact myself or my colleague or our local representative here, which is the Prime Equipment. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave a knife right in my back. So I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling. Bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling. I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing. You've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
Start off with the attendance and apologies. Attendance lists are going around. Please sign. If you can also put your name on the chat online so that we know you're here with your PH. Yeah. Do we need the PH number? No. Just your name in the chat, please. Do we have any proxy forms?
We have one proxy form for Rikus from Renen, and Didier is his proxy, but I don't see him either.
Okay, anyone else? Any apologies from anyone? Okay, so we will continue as is for now. The minutes of a previous meeting, We're going to go through that quickly. They were circulated to everyone on the list server. If you haven't had a chance to look at them, I am going through them, going to go through them quickly. But so please stop me if you have any areas of concern or corrections that you need made. So I'm just going to check at the back there. So we're going to start with page 1. Please go through. If you see anything that you saw earlier or see something now, please comment. Page 2. Annual reports, motions and constitution changes. Okay, page 3. Budgets and reports from the treasurer. Page 4. Annual dues. And then financial advisory committee matters. Page 5. The standing audit committee feedback and the budget. Page 6.